दिव्यांश कुमार, इमरान आलम तथा राष्ट्रपति के हाथों प्रधानमंत्री बाल पुरस्कार से सम्मानित होने वाली बिहार की बेटी गोल्डी कुमारी आदि प्रमुख हैं। जहां 5 खिलाड़ी एशियन गेम्स के लिए चुने गए, वहीं 2 खिलाड़ी ओलंपिक तक पहुंच गए। राज्य के अंदर जहां इंडोर दिव्यांग नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स, नेशनल स्कूल चेस चैंपियनशिप, बिहार महिला कबड्डी लीग, बिहार वॉलीबॉल लीग, फुटबॉल लीग, मल्ल युद्ध, बिहार ओपन ई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप आयोजित की गई। वहीं पिछले वर्ष अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर की बिहार वुमेन्स एशियन चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी का राजगीर में सफल आयोजन कर विश्व पटल पर बिहार अपनी आयोजन क्षमता को साबित कर चुका है। इसका सकारात्मक परिणाम है कि 2025 में बिहार कई राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं की मेजबानी कर रहा है, जिनमें नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स रोड साइकिलिंग, नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स तलवारबाजी, खेल यूथ गेम्स, महिला कबड्डी विश्व कप, सेपक टाकरा विश्व कप, अंडर 20 रग्बी सेवन्स एशियाई चैंपियनशिप, हीरो मेंस एशिया कप हॉकी आदि प्रमुख है। हमारा लक्ष्य देश के लिए ओलंपिक पदक जीतने का है। हौसला, हुनर और जुनून से तय करते रहे मंजिल यूं ही साथ में, यकीनन ओलंपिक पदक भी चमकेगा एक दिन बिहार के हाथ में। जय हिंद, जय बिहार।
Great Sports Tech and the entire team for giving us this beautiful run.
ये है स्कैमर साहब, बैंक कर्मचारी बनके आपको कॉल करते हैं। ये कह रहे हैं
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin today's conclave. Before we start for the day, we have a few announcements. Please keep your phones on silent mode so you don't distract those speaking through the day. In case you wish to tweet about the event, please do. Use the hashtag Sportstar Conclave along with your photos and videos. Namaste. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kavita Menon and I am your host for the day. Welcome to the Sportstar Conclave Focus Bihar edition. For the Sportstar team, largely coming from the perennially warm climate of Chennai, the chilly Patna weather has been a refreshing change. Besides being an important culture site in this part of the country, Patna and Bihar's ambitions to grow as a sporting hub are promising. The Focus Bihar Conclave is the second stop for the third season of conclaves Sportstar has held since 2021. These day-long events are an opportunity for athletes, administrators and other stakeholders to come together under one roof to discuss key issues pertaining to the sports ecosystems in that particular region. The Sportstar Sports Conclave has had fruitful stops at a variety of places, including Chennai, Lucknow, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Thiruvananthapuram, Kolkata, Goa, Chandigarh and Jaipur, and we are very excited to be here in Patna to dedicate a day to the nascent sporting culture of Bihar. A quick thank you to the sponsors of this Focus Bihar Sportstar Conclave, the Bihar State Sports Authority, the Department of Sports Government of Bihar, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, State Bank of India, Great Sports Tech and KPMG. I now request Mr. Ayan Sengupta, Editor Sportstar, to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Kavita. My dear friends, it's wonderful to be here today on this sunny wintry morning in Patna and discuss all things sports. Excellence is not a singular act but a habit. You are what you do repeatedly. Legendary American basketball star Shaquille O'Neal had once said, and Indian athletes of today have made this their life goals. Bihar too is ready to join the sporting revolution and help increase India's medal counts at the global event. Under the guidance of the Honourable Chief Minister Sri Nitish Kumar, the state has made massive strides in sports development with some key initiatives like the Rajgir Sports Complex, the Bihar Khel Pratibha Khoj Pratiyogita, and the Medal Lao Naukri Pao initiatives. We are thankful to the Honourable Chief Minister for his visionary leadership and for agreeing to be present here in the evening to give away 2 awards to 2 deserving athletes from the state. On behalf of the Hindu group and Sportstar, I'd also like to express our gratitude to the Honourable Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Shri Samrat Choudhary, for being here with us today. Sir, we are eagerly waiting to hear from you about your and your government's vision for sports development. I'd also like to welcome the Sports Minister, Shri Surendra Mehta, senior bureaucrats from the Government of Bihar, other dignitaries, sports officials, and our friends from the media and the corporate world. We are also thrilled to have with us today Olympians Vijender Singh, Shiva Keshavan, Adil Sumariwala, P.R. Sreejesh, Paralympic winners Deepa, Malik and Sharad Kumar. Bihar, the cradle of ancient Indian civilization and academic excellence, is yet to produce an Olympic medalist. The state, however, in recent times had made significant strides in changing its sporting fortunes. The hosting of the Asian Women's Champions Trophy Hockey, Indian Open Under-23 Athletics, National Junior Fencing Championship, and other events showcases the government's commitment to sports development. The inauguration of the state-of-the-art Rajgir Sports Complex and the launch of the Mashallah statewide talent hunt program are giant strides towards making Bihar an important sporting hub in the country. The results have already started showing. Both the Bihar boys and girls under-17 teams won the gold in rugby at the 67 school games, while archer Anshika Kumari has been selected to be part of the senior women's team for the 2025 Archery World Cup. Young Vaibhav Suryavanshi is making waves in the cricket field, while Monica was part of the team that won the Kho-Kho World Cup in New Delhi recently. The Sportstar Sports Conclave Focus Bihar will look to foster important conversations about sports amongst key stakeholders, including the government, the corporate sector, the sporting fraternity, and members of the media, to look at ways to provide a further fillip to the sporting revolution that the state is currently witnessing. This conclave will provide opportunities for the participants, eminent sporting personalities, sports administrators, and corporates from across India to also witness the giant strides the state has taken towards sports development. Sportstar, India's oldest sports magazine, celebrated its 45th birthday in June 2023. And for these 45 years, we have been a constant companion of Indian sports. In this first ever Bihar Sports Conclave, we would like to hear from all of you about your views and plans for the upliftment of sports. I believe all of us together, representatives of the state government, sports administrators, coaches, former and current players, and the media, can brainstorm and understand the current sporting ecosystem in this part of India. We hope these conversations will also help in further improving the system and help us in providing champions in every sport. Based on today's conversation and ground surveys, KPMG, our knowledge partner, and Sportstar will present a white paper on sports development to the Bihar government and corporates in the state. We believe the state and the region have a lot more to offer and can produce many more champions and help India in achieving its dream of becoming a sporting superpower. The civil society, the corporate world with their CSR initiatives, and the government need to work in tandem to achieve this. I am looking forward to a fruitful day of dialogues with all of you, and I'm confident together we can make Bihar the cradle of Indian sports. I would like to thank my colleagues in the editorial, events and the advertising team in Sportstar and the Hindu, KPMG, the Bihar government, the Bihar State Sports Authority, Mr. Rajendran, the Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Sports, and Mr. Ravindran, Director General and CEO of Bihar Sports Authority, for their support. I'll end with a quote from the legendary Usain Bolt. Dreams are free, goals have a cost. While you can daydream for free, goals don't come without a price. Time, effort, sacrifice, and sweat, the legendary sprinter had said. So let us give our time and effort to create many more champions from Bihar and from India. The days of daydreaming are over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sengupta, for setting the tone of this event today. I now call upon Sri Surendra Mehta, Honourable Sports Minister of Bihar, to say a few words at this first ever Focus Bihar Sportstar Conclave.
हमारे बीच उपस्थित बिहार सरकार के उप मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री सम्राट चौधरी जी, हमारे बीच उपस्थित खेल विभाग के प्रधान सचिव आदरणीय विजेंद्र साहब, खेल प्राधिकरण के महानिदेशक रविंद्र शंकरन जी, उपस्थित आप तमाम खेल प्रेमीगण, इस अवसर पर तमाम लोगों को इस पाटलिपुत्र की धरती पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं और बिहार सरकार के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बिहार में खेल विकास की ओर है और देश के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में खेलो इंडिया का गठन हुआ और उनके द्वारा जो आह्वान हुआ, मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ, बिहार भी उसी तर्ज पर जा रहा है और आने वाले दिनों में ये खेल देश और दुनिया में अपना परचम लहराएगा। इसी आशा और विश्वास के साथ पुनः आप तमाम महान भावों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करते हुए अपनी बात को समाप्त करते हैं। जय हिंद, जय बिहार।
We thank Shri Surendra Mehta for his inspiring words and are grateful to him for laying out the path for the discussions in this conclave today. I request Mr. Ayan Sengupta, editor of Sportstar, and Vidhu Shankar, Assistant Vice President, Sales, Karnataka and East, the Hindu Group, to honor Shri Mehta.
Let me tell you why you're here.
I now request the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Shri Samrat Choudhary, to address the gathering and inaugurate this Sportstar Focus Bihar Conclave.
जी नमस्कार। आज स्पोर्ट स्टार कॉन्क्लेव के माध्यम से आज इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित बिहार सरकार के माननीय मंत्री आदरणीय सुरेंद्र मेहता जी, हमारे बिहार सरकार के अपर मुख्य सचिव आदरणीय बी राजेंद्र जी और इस पूरे खेल प्राधिकरण का काम देख रहे आईपीएस ऑफिसर आदरणीय रविंद्र शंकरन जी, इस मंच के सामने उपस्थित पूर्व सांसद और राइफल एसोसिएशन की वाइस प्रेसिडेंट पुतुल कुमारी जी, आदिल जी, ओलंपियन विजेंदर सिंह जी, हरेंद्र जी, शिवा केशव जी, दीपा जी, शरद जी, अन्य कई साथी जो खेल जगत से यहाँ जुड़े हुए हैं साथी। हम लोगों के लिए भी ये नया ही चैलेंज है। हम लोग इतना फोकस बिहार में पहले के दिनों में नहीं किए थे, लेकिन पिछले 1 वर्षों में आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में 1 साल में हम लोगों ने खेल विभाग भी अलग किया। कई राज्यों में हम देखते थे खेल एक अलग विभाग है, तो इसको पिछले जनवरी में ही 1 साल ही हुआ है और पिछले जनवरी में ही हम लोगों ने एक पूरी रूपरेखा के साथ, प्लानिंग के साथ, बी राजेंद्र जी यहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं हमारे यहाँ, हम लोगों ने पूरा एक कल्पना किया कि कैसे बिहार के बच्चे, चाहे वो क्रिकेट हो, चाहे राइफल हो, हमारी बेटियां जाकर दूसरे प्रदेश में खेल रही है, राष्ट्र के लिए खेल रही है, और हम पूरी तरह कैसे संरचना खड़ा कर सकते हैं। तो एक पूरे प्लान के साथ हम लोग आए। सुरेंद्र जी बैठे हैं, इन्होंने विस्तार से बताया नहीं, क्योंकि लगता है कि हम थे इसलिए हमको इन लोगों ने सोचा होगा कि हम ही बताएंगे। लेकिन हम लोगों ने स्पष्ट तौर पर एकदम निर्णय लिया है कि हमारे 9 प्रमंडल है, 9 पुराने प्रमंडल हैं। 9 प्रमंडल में हम लोग एक खेल गांव बनाएंगे और सभी जगह एक डेडिकेशन के साथ डेडिकेट करेंगे कि कैसे वहां पर कहीं क्रिकेट खेलना है, कहीं फुटबॉल खेलना है, कहीं हॉकी खेलना है, तो वहां पर पूरी व्यवस्था खड़ा के एक संरचना खड़ा करेंगे और एक व्यवस्था करके इस पूरे चीजों को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया जाए। और ये सभी जगह हमारा काम शुरू हो गया है। कई जगह हम स्टेडियम्स की शुरुआत कर चुके। आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के विजन को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर का मैच, वर्ल्ड कप मैच महिला हॉकी का हुआ अभी राजगीर में, दुनिया ने उसको देखा और पूरी तरह फोकस्ड हुआ कि बिहार में भी हॉकी जैसे मैच हो सकते हैं। इसके लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहिए सर। और हम लोग तो प्रत्येक साल मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ इसके कंसेप्ट के साथ बढ़े हैं, आगे भी इसको काम करना है। अभी अभी भारत सरकार ने हमें मान्यता दिया है कि राजगीर में जो खेल अकादमी बनाया गया उसको यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा मिला और हम लोग वहां पूरी व्यवस्था खड़ा कर रहे हैं, जिसके माध्यम से पूरी एक संरचना खड़ी हो जाए कि विश्वविद्यालय के माध्यम से हम सभी फैकल्टी में कैसे चीजों को स्थापित कर सकते हैं। और जानकर बड़ा आश्चर्य होगा आपको, क्योंकि बिहार में क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन के लिए जाना जाता था। देश में सबसे ज्यादा जो सबसे बड़ी परीक्षा है इस देश की वो यूपीएससी है, और यूपीएससी की परीक्षा में सबसे ज्यादा यदि बिहार, आज भी भारत में यदि 100 बच्चे होते हैं, आधा बिहार और यूपी के ही बच्चे पास करते हैं। तो क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन हमारे पास रहा, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ मानसिकता बनाई गई थी कि जो पढ़े लिखेगा वो बनेगा नवाब और जो खेले कूदेगा वो जीवन को करेगा बर्बाद। तो ये कंसेप्ट हमारे यहाँ ज्यादा चला था। लेकिन अब दुनिया आगे बढ़ चला, अब टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ हम चीजों को स्थापित कर रहे हैं। अभी हम लोगों ने एक बड़ा फैसला लिया, पूरे प्रदेश में लगभग 6,500 एक साथ फील्ड बनाने का काम शुरू किया गया और हम लोगों ने लक्ष्य दिया है कि 2025 के नवंबर के पहले लगभग 5,000 फील्ड, जिसको कहते हैं मैदान के तौर पर, स्थापित करने का काम, जो ग्रामीण स्तर पर हम तमाम जगह बच्चे को खिलाने का काम कर सकते। और हम लोग अब स्कूल्स में देख रहे हैं, इस यूथ क्लब भी बनाएंगे। इसके बाद की प्रक्रिया लगभग 5,000 से अधिक यूथ क्लब के कमेटी का निर्माण हम लोगों ने किया है और आगे भी इसका विंडो खोलेंगे, जिससे कि माध्यम से प्रत्येक पंचायत में लगभग 7800 पंचायत हमारे यहाँ है और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि प्रत्येक पंचायत में एक एक खेलने का सामान उपलब्ध हो सके। तो जैसे ही यूथ क्लब की पूरी प्रक्रिया हो जाती है तो हम लोग सभी गांव में, सभी पंचायतों में हम बच्चों को खेलने के लिए सामान भी उपलब्ध कराएंगे, जिससे कि हमारा जो वीरेंद्र सहवाग, सचिन तेंदुलकर या हमारी जो बहन है श्रेयसी, ऐसे खिलाड़ी बिहार के गांव-गांव से निकलकर इस देश का सम्मान बढ़ाने का काम कर सके। इसके साथ साथ अभी कई ऐसे टूर्नामेंट है जो बिहार में होने हैं। आपको जैसा पता है कि अभी विश्व के महिला कबड्डी मैच होना है, उसके बाद खेलो इंडिया गेम्स के माध्यम से पूरे देश से बच्चे इस बिहार में आएंगे, जो 14 अप्रैल से लेकर 14 मई तक चलेंगे। एशियन रग्बी मैच होने वाला है, पुरुष हॉकी का मैच होने वाला है। तमाम जो कार्यक्रम है इसको हम लोग करने का काम करेंगे, लेकिन हम जरूर आश्वस्त करेंगे बिहार सरकार की तरफ से, बिहार के नौजवान इस भारत के भविष्य कैसे बने, खेल के जगत में कैसे आगे ले जाए, इसमें पूरा संसाधन लगाकर बिहार के बच्चों को जैसे एजुकेशन में आगे बढ़े हैं, उसी तरह बिहार के बच्चे खेल सेक्टर में भी आगे बढ़े। इसके लिए आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी पूरी तरह संकल्पित है कि बिहार आगे बढ़े। इसलिए आज स्पोर्ट स्टार और हिंदू ग्रुप को पूरी तरह मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आप पटना आए, पटना में इस तरह का कॉन्क्लेव किया। पटना का एक गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है। आज से 2000 वर्ष पहले हम रूलर थे, आज हम लीडर हैं। हमारा संकल्प है कि हम फिर से बिहार को इस लेवल पर खड़ा करेंगे कि इस देश को दिशा और दशा देने का काम बिहार करेगा। इतना जरूर आश्वस्त करता हूं। खेल के सेक्टर में पूरी तरह आप सभी लोगों का सहयोग मिले। इस बिहार को खेल से भी नौजवान हमारे जुड़े, हमारी बहनें जुड़ेंगी तो बिहार भारत को श्रेष्ठ बनाने में पूरा योगदान देगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I now request Mr. Ayan Sengupta, Sportstar Editor, and Vidhu Shankar, AVP Sales, Karnataka and East, The Hindu Group, to please join us on stage to honor Shri Samrat Choudhary. As we prepare for the first panel of the day, please give us a few minutes to set up.
A reflection of eternity. Forever and beyond.
The Paris Olympics and Paralympics were momentous campaigns for the Indian sporting system. Neeraj Chopra, Manu Bakar, Sarabjot Singh, Swapnil Kusale, Aman Sarawat and the Indian hockey team contributed to the 6 medals, including a silver and 5 bronze that India won in the Paris 2024 campaign. While the 6 medals gave many reasons to celebrate, India's campaign at the Olympics were also filled with many near misses. Soon after, the Paralympians contributed to their brilliance and continued their brilliance from the Tokyo Games to bring home 29 medals from Paris, India's highest haul yet. This included 5 gold medalists, 2 of whom were defending their Paralympic crowns. What can India take away from these 2 campaigns and learn from in the run-up to the LA Games 2028? That's what we hope to explore in the first panel of the day, Learning from the Paris Games. I request Mr. Y.B. Sarangi, Senior Assistant Editor, The Hindu, who bore witness to India's Olympic campaign in Paris, to introduce our guests and get us started.
Yeah, good morning. So the first session is learnings from the Paris Games, which happened last year, and it's in July, August, and so that we can look back and learn a few things from the Paris Games. So I'll call up on stage Mrs. Putul Kumari, Senior Vice President of National Rifle Association of India. Next is Mr. Adil Sumariwala, Vice President, World Athletics. Next is Shiva Kesavan, Head of Scholarship, Olympic Sports Reliance Foundation. He was the Deputy Safety Mission of Paris Olympics and reputed Winter Olympian. So next is Commodore P.K. Garg, a former CEO of POPS. So welcome all of you. To start with, I'll ask each one of you to, everyone must have seen the Paris Games on TV or in physically. So could you please sum up your thoughts on the Paris Olympics, basically India's performance, how did India perform in the Paris Games? Mr. Commodore Garg.
It's on. Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank Sportstar, Hindu, and the Bihar administration for inviting me over here. Thank you very much. I was heading the Target Olympic Podium scheme, which was basically running the Olympic program of the country for the last 3 years. And I would say that our preparation for the Paris Games drew a lot of lessons after Tokyo, because Tokyo was a special Olympics which was in the shadow of COVID, and Paris came after that. So a lot of things which were closed during Tokyo time, that a lot of things were not available. During Paris time, everything was open. So there were far bigger challenges in Paris. Also, it was in Europe, so it was more challenging, definitely. But we had prepared very well for Paris. And if you see the overall performance, yes, we got 1 medal less than Tokyo. But there were 6 fourth place finishes, which were a loss by a whisker. So if they could have converted to medals, we could have come back by 10 to 12 medals also. But also in sports like table tennis, first time India went into quarterfinals and semi-finals. So which was again a very, very big step in sports which traditionally don't reach those places. In archery, we had 4 quarterfinals, which never happened before. So if you see, the base of the country is expanding. However, I would still say that there is a lot to learn from Paris, and as we go ahead, we will be discussing that, and I will come to that. What are the key learnings and what we should do to increase our medal tally for LA Olympics. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very positive way to start the proceedings. So, Mr. Sumariwala, your thoughts, please.
So I think it was a mixed bag. There were some good things that happened, and there were some things that were not very good that happened. And to me, as a sportsman, a medal is a medal. So if you got 1 medal less, it's not good. Especially with the time, energy, effort, money that the government put behind the Indian team. I mean, I'm also part of the Mission Olympic cell where he was the CEO. And the amount of energy spent, the amount of money that was spent, I think the results were not commensurate to that. And that is my disappointment. I mean, getting 2 medals in shooting, 3 medals, whatever, great show. Neeraj getting a medal when he was injured. He threw 2.5 meters more than his winning throw at Tokyo. I think it was great that in that injured state, he could still manage a silver medal. Had he thrown what he threw in Tokyo, he would have come 5th. Did the relay disappoint? Absolutely. The relay just at the World Championships. Though they ran only 0.5 seconds slower. But they disappointed. They could have run 0.5 seconds faster and been in the top 4. Did Sable disappoint? Absolutely. Had he run what he had run earlier, he would have had a medal. So, I think it was a mixed bag. And there are a lot of learnings, like Commodore Garg said. And we can discuss those as we go down the road. But we have to call out that, yes, we got 1 medal less, which is not acceptable, at least to me as a person sitting on the Mission Olympics cell. Yes, a 4th is a 4th, a medal is a medal. That's the way I look at it.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, it was quite an interesting experience being at Paris. I was the deputy chef de mission of the team. And I think what was new is that for the first time, both the chef de mission, Gagan Narang, and myself, deputy chef, we were both Olympians. So what we could, the impact we could have at the Olympic Village itself, as people who have been through it, who know what the requirements of athletes are, I think we were able to bridge that gap. And for the first time, we had certain initiatives for the athletes, which was never before, like a recovery center of our own at the Olympic Village, branding at our for India at our official residence at the Olympic Village to give that sense of national pride, coordinated effort when you're going out, how you're dressing up as a team, the discipline you're maintaining. We had regular daily interactions with the government, with tops on what is required, and really the government pulled out all the stops. They were all the support staff was sent, whether they are inside the Olympic Village, outside. I know that was not easy to manage, transportation, all of that. At the same time, taking from what the previous 2 speakers said, for champions. That would be, I think, a way that we can say, okay, we've arrived as a country in the sport. Then beyond the actual sport per se, there was a lot of other things that happened in Paris. There was the India House, which was there for the first time, which was a huge involvement. 40,000 or so Indian fans, interacted. We had a lot of international push for hosting the Olympics in India. So, presentation of our country, the soft diplomacy, building the prestige of our country internationally. So these are all initial steps, and the community needs to be together and promote our country abroad, because that is also one of the ultimate goals of sport.
That was really nice. पुतुल मैम, आप शटर में थी, आपकी बेटी श्रेयसी शूट कर रही थी, एंड पूरे शूटिंग फ्रेटर्निटी के लिए बड़ा प्राउड मोमेंट था। इतने साल का जो मेडल-लेस जर्नी वो खत्म हुआ, तो आप इसको कैसे देखती हैं?
मैं प्रेसिडेंट नेशनल राइफल एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया, जिसके सुपरविजन और गाइडेंस के तले शूटर तैयार होते हैं और शूटिंग करते हैं। और अभी तक के इतिहास में शूटिंग का भविष्य बहुत ही उज्जवल रहा है, और शूटिंग ने अकेले सारे स्पोर्ट्स को गौरवान्वित किया है। तो मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि मुझे ये प्लेटफॉर्म मिला, जहाँ पर मैं आके आप लोगों के साथ में अपनी बातें शेयर कर रही हूँ। निस्संदेह आप जब बात करते हैं कि हम लोगों ने ओलंपिक से क्या सीखा, क्या देखा हम लोगों ने ओलंपिक में, तो मैं बताती हूँ कि ओलंपिक गेम्स के समय में जो शूटिंग इवेंट थे, शॉटगन शूटिंग रेंजेस थी, वो पेरिस शहर से लगभग 300 किलोमीटर दूर शैटरू नाम की छोटे से कस्बे से में वो कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया गया था, और हम लोग सब वहाँ थे। हम लोगों ने देखा कि वहाँ की जो रेंजेस थी बहुत अच्छी थी, लेकिन दूसरी जो व्यवस्था थी, जो विजिटर्स के लिए जो व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए थी, जबकि उस समय टेम्परेचर बहुत हाई था, बहुत गर्मी थी, उनके लिए कोई शेड और ऐसी कोई भी व्यवस्था नहीं थी। लेकिन वहाँ पर वहाँ का हर आदमी अपने बच्चे के साथ में, अपनी फैमिली के साथ में वहाँ उपस्थित था, बिना किसी शिकवा शिकायत के। तो ये जो मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि जो एक कल्चर होता है, स्पोर्ट्स का कल्चर, जो हम अपने बच्चों को सिखाते हैं, वो हमें सिखाने की ज़रूरत है। हम कितना भी बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार कर लें, अगर हम उसको लोगों से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की उसका कोई औचित्य नहीं रह जाता है। तो हम कैसे अपने यहाँ के वर्ल्ड जो स्पोर्ट्स का जो कल्चर है उसको हम डेवलप करें। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे यहाँ पहले कोई कल्चर नहीं रहा। हमारे यहाँ मल्ल युद्ध, कुश्ती, ये सब हमारे परंपरागत खेल थे, कबड्डी, खो खो, लेकिन ये सारी कहीं दब गई थी। लेकिन हमारे ही देश में हरियाणा राज्य ने उसको सुरक्षित रखा, और उसी के कारण आज सबसे ज़्यादा जो कुश्ती के हैं और बॉक्सिंग के जो बच्चे वहाँ से हरियाणा से जीत कर आते हैं। तो मैं बात कर रही थी कि शैटरू में मैंने देखा कि उन लोगों ने इतने छोटे कस्बे में वर्ल्ड क्लास ओलंपिक के जो मापदंड के अनुसार जिससे जो स्टेडियम बनता है, उस तरह की उन्होंने तैराकी के एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेडियम तैयार किया था, जो आने वाले समय में वहाँ पर तैराकी के खेलों का आयोजन हो सके। तो मैं जो अभी हमारे डिप्टी सीएम कह रहे थे कि हम स्पोर्ट्स में ऐसे करें कि हर जगह एक अलग इवेंट को हम ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकें, तो हमें लगा कि ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि हम एक स्टेडियम को, एक स्पोर्ट्स को डेडिकेटेड कर देते हैं, तो उसका नतीजा बहुत अच्छा होता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में अगर हम लोग इस तरीके से एक सिटी, एक स्पोर्ट्स के रूप में हम लोग इसको डेवलप करें और इसको डेडिकेशन के साथ आगे बढ़ाएं, तो आगे हम काफ़ी आगे जा सकते हैं। क्योंकि हमारा हम अभी जो सरकार की पॉलिसी है खेलो इंडिया, वो काफ़ी सक्सेसफुल रही है, काफ़ी लोग निकल कर आए हैं, और बिहार सरकार में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में अभी मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ, इससे बच्चों में काफ़ी ललक बढ़ी है। क्योंकि हमारा जो पूरा परंपरागत एक सोच थी कि जो पढ़ोगे लिखोगे तो बनोगे नवाब वाली, तो जो पढ़ेंगे वही नौकरी में जाएंगे, तो इस सोच को कहीं ना कहीं उसने बदला है कि हम मेडल लाके भी नौकरी पा सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में हमारे बिहार में स्पोर्ट्स में काफ़ी संभावनाएं हैं, और जैसे बच्चे एजुकेशन करके ब्यूरोक्रेट्स बन के जो जाते हैं, बस ही हमारे काफ़ी बच्चे स्पोर्ट्स में अपकमिंग गेम्स में आने वाले हैं।
थैंक यू। ये आपने बहुत अच्छा एक पॉइंट निकाला कि स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर क्या, और मैंने भी देखा है कि पेरिस में सुबह शाम लोग जाके भागते हैं, दौड़ते हैं, और फिर अपने फैमिलीज को लेके जाते थे देर देर रात तक मैचेस दिखवाने। तो बेसिकली स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर एक ज़रूरी चीज़ है, बट हमारे गवर्नमेंट ने भी काफ़ी इसमें काफ़ी फंडिंग की, काफ़ी बैक किया स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स को बिफोर पेरिस। तो कमोडर गर्ग, do you think it can be utilized in a better way, or I mean the funding can be utilized in a better way to get more medals?
मैं सब लोग के लिए की नॉलेज के लिए एक बात शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि भारत सरकार की 2 स्कीम्स हैं। एक स्कीम जो है असिस्टेंस टू नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशंस, जिसके तहत जितनी भी स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशंस हैं उनको डायरेक्ट सहायता दी जाती है एथलीट्स को लेकिन 2016 के आसपास टॉप स्कीम जो शुरू की गई थी, उसमें इसलिए शुरू की गई थी कि डायरेक्ट फंडिंग, मान लीजिए आज की तारीख में एथलीट पीवी सिंधु या कोई भी डायरेक्टली एथलीट को ही फंडिंग दी जाती है। और पिछले ये टोक्यो साइकिल में ऑलमोस्ट ठीक हो गया था, और पिछले 3 साल में इसको और मजबूत बनाया गया। पूरी की पूरी पेरिस साइकिल में डायरेक्ट फंडिंग करीब 75-80 करोड़ की डायरेक्ट फंडिंग एथलीट्स को दी गई, और अब अगली LA साइकिल के लिए इसका और भी विस्तार किया जा रहा है, जिससे कि इसमें वो खेल जो एशियन गेम्स में हमारे लिए मेडल लाते हैं, जैसे कुछ खेल हैं जो ओलंपिक्स में मेडल जिनमें नहीं लाते हैं लेकिन एशियन गेम्स में मेडल लाते हैं, उन सब खेलों में भी टॉप्स की डायरेक्ट फंडिंग एथलीट्स को जाएगी, जिससे कि चुने हुए एथलीट्स जिनसे हमें मेडल की आकांक्षाएं हैं वो उनको डायरेक्ट फंडिंग दी जाएगी। तो फंडिंग की सरकार की तरफ से कोई कमी नहीं है। एथलीट अगर आज की तारीख में अच्छा प्रदर्शन करेंगे तो टॉप्स एक 40-50 लोगों का एक पूरा ग्रुप है जो कंटिन्यूअस रिसर्च करता रहता है कि कौन से प्लेयर्स कितना। तो बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं होती है कि मेरे को टॉप्स में लो या मेरे को या किसी फेडरेशन को बोलने की। डायरेक्टली जो हमारी पूरी टीम है वो कंटिन्यूअसली स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स का प्रदर्शन देखती रहती है, उनके आंकड़े करती रहती है, नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन से बात करती रहती है, और खिलाड़ियों के कोचेस से भी कंटिन्यूअस आदान प्रदान रहता है। तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट synergized, मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर अप्रोच जो है टॉप्स डायरेक्टली प्लेयर्स को लेती है और उनको उनकी ज़रूरत के अनुसार फंडिंग करती है।
आपको लगता है कि इसमें कोई छोटा मोटा गैप भी हो सकता है जिसको फिक्स करके अकाउंटेबिलिटी का एक क्लॉज लाया जाए सो दैट वो बेटर यूटिलाइजेशन हो सके?
हमने अपने मिशन ओलंपिक सेल जो कि इसकी कमेटी है जो फंडिंग देखती है और उनका उसको और ज़्यादा मजबूत किया है अभी, और उसको वो खिलाड़ियों के प्रदर्शन को कंटिन्यूसली मॉनिटर करेगी। और ये भी देखिए अब हम इसमें स्पोर्ट्स साइंस को और ज़्यादा लाएंगे और उससे उनका मॉनिटरिंग बहुत अच्छा होगा। तो मॉनिटरिंग की जो आपने अकाउंटेबिलिटी की बात की, तो प्रदर्शन ऊपर नीचे होते हुए देखते हुए खिलाड़ियों को रखना है या नहीं रखना है वो देखा जाएगा।
Mr. Sumariwala, you also were quite frank about admitting that there were some performances that were not up to the mark. And AFI, I believe, when you have already spoken, in fact, you spoke to me at some of the events, that AFI is going to do some changes in 2025. Can you just go through what are the changes you are planning and how you are aiming to enhance the performance of our athletes?
So I think what needs to be done is you need to fix the ecosystem. Just getting one athlete, one coach is not going to work. You need a whole ecosystem, which is athlete, coach, masseur, physio, dietitian, nutritionist, mental trainer, doctor, etc. What we are doing in Athletic Federation is we are trying to create that ecosystem. So, for example, we've just, over the last 2 years, produced 2,000 plus level 1 coaches. We have got over 250 level 2 coaches. At district level, we have created 10,000 technical officials. Now our officials are at international level. It's very important that you have your officials at international level, especially in events like boxing, wrestling, etc. Otherwise, games will be played and our athletes will lose out. But I think you need, that is what athletics should be. I think the overall structure, also needs to fall in line. We run the largest grassroots level program in the world where 1 million children take part. One of them was held right here in Patna, the inter-district championships, where 600 plus districts came, 6,000 athletes, under 14, under 16. They come with their parents. For 1 week, Bihar government looked after them, fed them, 10,000 people they looked after. Now that is after selecting from each district, so only 13 come here. It has to be an overall strategy. Today, while I'm same part of the MOC, where one athlete wants 6 support staff. We give them 6 support staff. They go and fail at the Olympics. And who gets blamed? Federation. Why? Why should the federation be blamed? We've given them 6 support staff that they wanted. We've cut quota from other sport and given it to them. That's something what Prakash Padukone said was very right. We've given you everything. You have to go there and perform. We can't perform for you. So if you have to take the blame, the athlete doesn't want to take the blame. Why? Because we spoiled them. We at MOC have completely spoiled them. Whatever they ask for underwear also, we'll give it to them. Because say athlete ko deo. But if you keep spoiling the athlete gets out of control. The athlete is the most selfish person, because unless he's selfish, he cannot win. Now, the athlete will only look at what he wants, but what is good for him in the overall ecosystem, he doesn't know. He doesn't have the understanding or the experience or the education or the background for it. So there are people like us who are there to help. So I think everybody needs to be part of that system. Secondly, we are working in silos. There is SAI, there is MOC, there is TOPS, there is Federation, there are NGOs, there are sponsors. Everybody thinks they know the best. Everybody's trying to do their own little jig. So we need to work together as one unit. If we don't do that, we will not get results.
So is the AFI doing anything different or anything new so that the system can be more robust and we can...
So that's exactly what I said. That's what we're doing. We're creating our own coaches. We're not depending on NIS. We're creating our own coaches. We're creating our own technical officials. We are taking support from our sponsors for sports science, because sports is a science. Without biochemistry, without biomechanics, there is no athletics. So we are taking help from our sponsors for that. So we are doing what we have to do to strengthen the ecosystem. But while we are doing a little bit, I think the overall ecosystem needs to be strengthened at the national level and at the state level. Today, the problem is the states and the districts. Now, a few states like Bihar, Haryana, Orissa, MP, Tamil Nadu, there are some states which have now started doing work. They have brought in foreign coaches. But unless that happens at grassroots level, unless the base becomes strong, unless you get a foundation, and that you can't sit at the center and do it. Again, sports is a state subject, and the state so far have not been very open into supporting sports. But now I think in the last few years, there is a whole mind change, and states have started supporting sport, and I think that's a very good sign.
Nice. So, Shiva, you have seen many Winter Olympics and Paris, of course, you were there as Deputy CDM. What do we need to do so that our performance increases in LA 28 and maybe in 2036, where we are aspiring to host the Olympics?
Well, first of all, I'd like to agree completely with what Adil said right now. I think that's very good analysis, because the ecosystem really needs, an overall alignment, let's say, in which federations are leading what has to be done in their respective sports, because they know best. They have the expertise, the technical expertise. The government to provide the funding in the way it's been doing, but with better coordination probably with the federations, systemically rather than individually. As a foundation, as a representative of Reliance Foundation, we're very proud of the work that we're doing with Athletics Federation of India in sports science. We are also working very successfully with state governments. And this is something that we would like to explore more in the future, with states that are investing in the facilities, in the infrastructure of their state, and then we bring in the science, we bring in the foreign coaches, we bring in the management. We're running a athletic center at Odisha and Bhubaneswar in the JV with the Odisha government, which has been very successful. And such initiatives we would like to take to the next level. From an Olympics organization perspective, I think one of the things that I've noticed in this stint was that the preparation must start a lot earlier. And also there's an organization aspect there, because 2 years before you need to nominate the chef de mission. The chef de mission should already go there, should see what is required. The planning should start, what facilities we want to give to our athletes over there, how all the logistics are going to work, what are the problem areas. So I feel that we are lagging behind in that part. Right, because when we went over there, a lot of permissions were not in place for some of the equipment that SAI, wanted to put in there. So the intention was there, but then the homework wasn't done. So, and I feel that when alignment is there from the apex organizations, these problems will be taken care of. However, the future of sport, I think, is the states in India. It is very much a sports subject. Each state has its own unique ecosystem for sports, what needs to be focused on in that particular state. It's a smaller piece of the overall pie that you have to deal with, rather than looking at a country like India, in overall format. I'll give you an example of winter sports. Central government has no policy for winter sports. But some states, winter sports is the main, activity that youth are engaged in.
And it attracts tourism, I believe.
It attracts tourism. There are border areas, there are underdeveloped areas. Sports for development is a huge thing. This is a massive industry which can, generate revenue, not just tourism, but the sport. So the point is that there are unique circumstances in each state, and it's great to see states like Bihar now, there's a lot of buzz about what is happening in Bihar, and how this is going. We're going to see a rapid shift in in what kind of results the athletes are bringing, and I'm sure of that, and we are happy to be part of this.
मैम शूटिंग ने इतना अच्छा किया इस बार, तो ऑब्वियसली जब 28 और 32, 36 की बात आती है तो ऑब्वियसली शूटर्स को पहले प्रायोरिटी में देखा जाएगा कि ये हमको ज़्यादा मेडल देंगे, और वहाँ पे ज़्यादा मेडल भी होती है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि NRAI राइट डायरेक्शन में है, और क्या फ्यूचर का आपको कैसे दिख रहा है?
मुझे स्पोर्ट्स का फ्यूचर, जैसा कि मेरे साथी पैनलिस्ट ने कहा कि सेफ लगता है, लेकिन मैं उनकी बात से एग्री नहीं करती हूँ। मुझे स्पोर्ट्स का फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट लगता है आने वाले समय में। मैं लगभग 30 सालों से मैंने शूटिंग को, फेडरेशन को नज़दीक से देखा है, तो मैं ये जानती हूँ कि पहले के समय में, आज से आदिल जी भी जान रहे होंगे कि आज से 20 साल पहले गवर्नमेंट के पास में ऐसी कोई पॉलिसी नहीं थी। हमारे शूटर्स को इंपोर्ट कारतूस के लिए महीनों इंतज़ार करना पड़ता था। 6-6 महीने हमारे शूटर्स के पास में कारतूस नहीं होते थे। किसी के पास होता था तो जाके लोग 500 गोलियां मांग के लाते थे, फिर चलाते थे। और उस समय चाइना के शूटर को बाल्टी में भरकर गोलियां मिलती थी, और दिन में वो 200 राउंड फायरिंग करते थे। हमारे शूटर्स के पास में 50 गोलियों का भी कोटा नहीं था। फिर धीरे धीरे पॉलिसीज में बदलाव आया। मेरे पति दिग्विजय सिंह नेशनल राइफल एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया के चेयरपर्सन थे। उन्होंने अपने गवर्नमेंट में कुछ जाकर इनोवेटिंग आइडिया दिया, उसके कारण बदलाव आए, और हमारे पास अब शूटर्स के पास में गोलियों का अभाव नहीं होता है। उनके पास इंपोर्ट लाइसेंस होता है, वो वेपन मंगा सकते हैं और कार्टिजेस मंगा सकते हैं, और जितना चाहे, जितनी राउंड चाहे जाके चला सकते हैं। आज की स्थिति ये है। तो मैंने शूटिंग को कहाँ से कहाँ तक आते हुए देखा है, तो मुझे पता है कि आने वाले समय में हमारी शूटिंग का फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। मैंने राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौर को एथेंस ओलंपिक्स में देखा जब वो सिल्वर मेडल पर निशाना साध रहे थे। मैंने अभिनव बिंद्रा को देखा जब वो गोल्ड पर निशाना साध रहे थे। और उस समय से हमें लगता है कि और आज का जो सफ़र, हम 3 मेडल के साथ यहाँ बैठे हैं, तो हमारा फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। बिहार में अकेले एक जमुई जिले ने 2 ओलंपिक्स में भेजे हैं, एक ओलंपिक्स और एक पैरा ओलंपिक्स। दोनों बच्चे हमारे जमुई से थे, तो हमारे आने वाला कल हमारा बहुत ब्राइट है। लेकिन मैं अभी बात हो रही थी कि जो डिफरेंट बॉडीज़ के बीच में अलाइनमेंट की, तो मेरा कहना ये है कि जैसे आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार करोगे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जब तैयार होगा, आप लोगों को उस कल्चर के साथ में जोड़कर बच्चों को आप भेजोगे, और बच्चे जब आपके तैयार होंगे, उस लेवल पर आएंगे, तो आप उनको तकनीकी सहायता देंगे। लेकिन मैंने बहुत बच्चों को देखा है जो हमारी तीरंदाज थी झारखंड से की रहने वाली, उनके पास सहूलियतों का अभाव था और वो उतना अच्छा नहीं कर पाई। तो हमारे इस तरह के बहुत सारे प्रतिभाशाली बच्चे हैं जो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर आने के पहले ही वो नीचे रुक जाते हैं, क्योंकि उनको नीचे से कोई सुविधाएं नहीं मिलती हैं। आप एक जगह पर आ जाते हो तो आपको टेक्निकल असिस्टेंस भी मिलता है, सरकारी सुविधाएं मिलती है, कोचेस मिलते हैं, पैसे मिलते हैं, लेकिन उसके वहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए भी कोई रास्ता खोजना पड़ेगा। वहाँ तक आने के लिए भी हमें कोई ऐसी पॉलिसी बनानी पड़ेगी जो गांव से बच्चों को, प्रतिभा संपन्न बच्चों को निकाल कर लाए, उनको सहायता दे, उनको आर्थिक सहायता दे, तकनीकी सहायता दे, कोचेज उपलब्ध कराए, ताकि वो एक लेवल पर आए, ताकि वो नेशनल गेम्स के साथ में जुड़ सके। नेशनल गेम्स के साथ जाने के बाद ही इंटरनेशनल के लिए आप आगे बढ़ सकते हो। तो जो आपका जो प्राइमरी लेवल है, प्राइमरी लेवल पर आप पर स्पोर्ट्स के लिए आप क्या कर रहे हो, आप ये भी आपके लिए देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हमारे पास कौन सी पॉलिसीज़ हैं जो हम प्राइमरी लेवल में, जो ग्राम पंचायत लेवल पर गांव के बच्चों को लेकर आगे आने में हम लोग को सहायता प्रदान कर सके। एक चीज़ और मैं बताना चाहती हूँ। मैं परसों भोपाल गई थी। भोपाल में एक वहाँ पर शूटिंग का उद्घाटन हो रहा था, तो मुझे बताया गया कि भोपाल में आने वाले ओलंपिक्स के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेडियम बनाया जा रहा है, बहुत बड़ा स्टेडियम, 10,000 एकड़ में वो स्टेडियम का निर्माण हो रहा है और एशिया का सबसे बड़ा इक्वेस्टेरियन के लिए वहाँ पर तैयारी की जा रही है। तो मैं सोचती हूँ, और एक चीज़ मैं और भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि जब आज से 15-20 साल पहले हमारी जो शूटिंग होती थी, तो हमारा जो गेम होता है, मैं ट्रैप और स्किट गेम की बात कर रही हूँ, तो हमारे 5 स्टेशन होते हैं, 5 स्टेशन होते हैं और लेकिन हम शूटर रखते हैं 6, ताकि रोटेशन में आता रहे बच्चा, तो हमारा कोई स्टेशन खाली नहीं रहे। लेकिन हमारे पास 5-6 बच्चे नहीं होते थे, हमें फील्डर्स रखने पड़ते थे ताकि वो हमारी शूटिंग टीम का रोटेशन बना रहे। और आज जब भोपाल की जो शूटिंग एकेडमी है, उसके कारण जो शूटिंग में बच्चे तैयार हुए हैं, आज हमारे पास जब नेशनल गेम्स होते हैं, दूसरे कॉम्पिटिशन्स होते हैं, तो हमारे पास 180, 200, 250 एंट्रीज आती हैं लड़कियों की। लड़कों की तो मैं बात ही नहीं करती हूँ। लड़कियों की इतनी एंट्री आती है कि हम हैरान हो जाते हैं कि कहाँ हमारे पास 6 शूटर नहीं होते थे, आज हमारे पास 150 लड़कियाँ आ रही हैं। तो आप इस तरह का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अगर तैयार करेंगे, बच्चे अपने आप आएंगे। केवल उनको प्राइमरी स्टेज पर उनको थोड़ी सी हेल्प की ज़रूरत है, तो सरकार को इसमें काम करना चाहिए।
बहुत बढ़िया पॉइंट आपने बताया। जबकि हम 36 ओलंपिक्स का सोच रहे हैं कि बच्चों को ग्रूम करने का, तो कमोडर गर्ग, हम अभी 11 साल बचे हैं 36 के लिए। अगर हम मान के चले कि इंडिया बीट कर रही है और हमें मिल रहा है गेम्स, तो अभी से क्या करना होगा सो दैट हम एक सम्मानजनक मेडल टैली में हमारा स्थान रहे 36 में?
देखिए, मेरे को लगता है कि सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ जो भारत में जिसकी कमी है वो है कोच एजुकेशन। हमारे यहाँ कोचेस बहुत कम हैं, हमारी जो जनसंख्या है उसके हिसाब से, और कोच एजुकेशन बहुत थोड़ी जगहों में ही प्रदान की जाती है। एंड क्वालिटी कोच एजुकेशन इज गिवन इन वेरी लिमिटेड इंस्टीट्यूशंस. You would be surprised to know that we were one of the first to start coach education in NIS Patiala in 1960. But no more institutions were developed. In United Kingdom, the coach education started in 1980s. And today more than 60 universities over there have 4 years degree course at the bachelor's level and 2 to 3 years master course at master's level. So that is the transformation in those countries, and that's why they have risen to the state where they are today. So what we need is, first and foremost, is expand coach education with quality coach education institutions. The base has to really become big, where people take pride in becoming sports coaches. Secondly, we have to do talent search. क्या हर स्पोर्ट की अपनी एक हाई परफॉर्मेंस एज होती है. किसी स्पोर्ट में वो 20 साल पे आती है, किसी में वो 24 साल पे आती है. तो उन बच्चों को आप आज से ही we have to start this process of finding those talented children in various sports. और हमको ये भी देखना है कि किन स्पोर्ट्स में हमारी मतलब where we are strong in which sports. ऐसी जरूरत नहीं है कि रेसलिंग में वी आर वेरी गुड, सो वी गो फॉर ऑल 20 weight categories in wrestling. We should select that we are good in these 8 weight categories. So we can concentrate on those 8 to 10 weight categories. Similarly in boxing, similarly in athletics, there are 48 events. We can concentrate on 10, 15, whatever, where our strength lies. So concentrate on those and start training. Thirdly, we need the high performance sport is a complete circle with a high performance director in the center, coaches, sports science, money, everything along with it. So we have to start that culture of high performance director in each national federation and the whole team around it. So these, and fourth is selection policies. We have to have very strong and transparent and clear selection policies right from the beginning, so that athlete is not confused कि मेरे को ओलंपिक्स के 3 साल पहले ये करना है, 2 साल पहले ये करना है और 1 साल पहले ये करना है. तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. कुछ फेडरेशंस ने बहुत अच्छी सिलेक्शन पॉलिसी बनाई है और उसका फ़ायदा भी हो रहा है. तो ये 4 पॉइंट मेन है. और स्पोर्ट्स साइंस, जिसको कि इंडिया में हम बहुत ज़्यादा लिप सर्विस करते हैं, अभी मैं बता रहा हूँ हम सिर्फ लिप सर्विस कर रहे हैं. वी हैव नॉट इम्प्लीमेंटेड इवन 5% ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स साइंस विच वी नीड टू रियली गो इनटू इट. आप चाहे जितने टैलेंटेड हों, अगर साइंस नहीं लाएंगे तो वो ओलंपिक के पोडियम पे खड़ा होना नामुमकिन है. आपको वो लाना पड़ेगा. तो ये 5 चीजें कीजिए और अपने आप आपके मेडल बढ़ते जाएंगे. थैंक यू.
Mr. Sumariwala, so what do you prescribe, especially when we are talking about athletics, and Nida has shown that we can do it. So in the next 10-12 years, how can we medal more?
So there are couple of things. It's just not one thing or two things. I think, again, like I said, it's all part of an ecosystem, and there are a couple of things. And there was a thought process for a very long time that all federations are bad. All federations should be shut down. NGOs, government, etc. should run them. My issue is absolutely the opposite. There are good federations and there are not so good federations, and I accept that. I openly accept that. But having said that, my view is you strengthen the federation, because federation is the only person who can send your entry to the Olympic Games, to the Asian Games, to the Commonwealth Games, or any international forum. So by trying to throttle the federation, it's not going to help. And I'm very pleased that 3 days ago, the Honourable Minister set out a vision plan. And the Honourable Sports Minister, Mr. Mansukh Mandavia, very clearly put on a screen saying that this is what government will do, this is what federations will do, this is what state governments will do, this is what corporate will do, this is what NGOs will do. So it very clearly defined, which has never done before. And we are very pleased to hear. Good governance, non-negotiable. If you want to win medals, federations will have to fall in line with good governance and professionalism. And the new sports bill, and I'm very pleased to say that the new sports bill, people have made a lot of comments. Nothing is perfect, but I think it's the first step to good governance, and I think we should all embrace the new sports bill. Secondly, like I said earlier, then coordination between all the stakeholders. Thirdly, this whole thing before the Olympics starts, and every conference which I have attended or conclave, how many medals will we get? How many medals will we? I've never answered that question. You've also asked me, I've never answered that question. Why are you putting pressure on the athletes? Our media, because they have pages to cover, they have nothing else to write because they don't do enough research. That's all they want to know, how many medals will you get? And because of that, you keep putting undue pressure on the athletes. The next thing you need to do is we need to sort out our IOA issues that we see in the papers every day and every second day. Unless we sort this out, getting the Olympic Games or winning medals is only going to be a pipe dream. You see, for example, what happened in Paris. You took, I think, one of the best doctors you had with a support team, medical team, but the equipment was left in India. The equipment never reached there. Now, the leadership that went there, what was their experience? Were they leadership team at Asian Games before that, or Commonwealth Games, or international federations, or anything of the sort? No. These guys did a great job, they fought hard. But did they have the requisite experience? No. How was the selection done? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. People whose names are not on the list have gone to the, not even on the government list, have gone to the games. People who are not accredited got accreditation cards. Now this has to be resolved internally. That's our internal problem. We need to resolve it. Again, we are already late preparing for LA. We have already wasted 6-8 months and nothing concrete has happened. By now we should have the coaches. By now we need to have the support staff. We need to have the doctors in place, physios in place, because these guys have to work through to LA. We wake up 1 year before and say, give them everything, give them everything, give them everything. It's of no use. It is now that you have to give them everything, not 1 year before the games. And I think we need to do, when we come back from the games, within 15 days, we should do an honest debrief. This whole euphoria, we got 6, but we got another 6 fourth places. And this whole, no. Let's do an honest debrief that these were the good things that happened and these were not the some good things that happened. And how do you correct them and correct them today? We've already wasted 6 months and not done anything about it. There is no white paper on what happened at the Olympic Games. So unless you do that, it's not going to work. Some of the other points I have. Yeah, I've already talked about getting referees and people on international bodies. That is most important for us. He talked about coaches. I completely agree. The issue is the people who come into sports coaching in India don't have a science background. And we are trying our best to do that. And Athletics Federation has a vision of producing 40,000 level 1 world athletics certified coaches by 36. States must do their bit, because at grassroots level, there is nobody in the nationals or federation that can do. So only state government, state associations and district associations. And therefore, states must be given a right on the Olympic Committee, on the Indian Olympic Association, because they are the base of all sports. And the other thing we've always noticed, those who win medals, and they get everything. What about those who fought hard, who have not got medals, who just missed? They are going to again compete next. But you've pushed them down, they are already low. Mentally they're already low because they've lost. They're 4th or 5th or 6th. But nobody looks at them. You want those 6 medalists on the stage, the rest of them who fought hard, given the blood, sweat and tears, you don't look at them. I think we need to figure out, so I've just given you a general, and I can go into details on each of them, it'll take 3 hours each, but I'm just giving you a general sort of overview.
Thank you. So we are really running out of time. So Shiva, your quick thought, and we'll open the floor for questions.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick, solve all the problems instantly. But no, I mean, most of the good points are already said. Empower, strengthen the federations. Everything has to go through the federations. Government should have a role of, funding, of ensuring good governance in those federations. Absolutely. Ensuring accountability and transparency in the federations, that's the government roles, but not in the functioning. IOA, it's a huge issue, because unless this mess gets sorted out, I don't see the Olympics coming to India, because that's our base credibility. And again, we need to empower that organization, which is made again of state federations and of national sports federations. We need to have more strategic thinking in terms of which sports are we going to bet on. Athletics, we know that has so many medals. Swimming also has so many medals, aquatics in general, although there are its own complications there. Urban sports, so many of our population is in urban cities. We're doing nothing in urban sports. Sports where there's less competition internationally, new sports. Why aren't we getting on the bandwagon first? Squash is a good example. We have good potential over there. Luckily, cricket is there. From next time onwards. So that's an advantage for us. So strategic thinking, but in general, the alignment and the clear distinction of roles. What the state government should do, what the central government should do, recognize that sport has its autonomy in this whole system and there shouldn't be political interference in sport, and what the corporates, foundations, others, what role they play in this whole thing. I think to sum it up briefly, that's what I would comment.
Lovely. So do we have time for maybe 2-3 questions? Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you to all the panelists. It was really interesting and so many points have come out. My question is based on my visit to Paris Olympics. The government of Bihar was kind enough to send me and one more officer, Vijender, as an observer to go and observe Paris Olympics and to come back and try to implement what we have observed. And since Adil ji has mentioned that white paper has not yet been submitted, but in front of everybody, I would like to say that we have submitted our report about our learnings from Paris Olympics. We have given it to Ministry of Youth Affairs and to all the federations and to the government. From that, I wanted to ask 2 questions. The question is open to everybody, not only to the panelists. मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ सर लोगों से कि सर ओलंपिक का मेडल्स का टाली आप देखेंगे तो स्टैटिस्टिक्स ये कहता है यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स में जो देश ने कॉन्सेंट्रेट किया वो देश मेडल टैली में आगे है. सिर्फ स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के मैं बात करूंगा 11 गोल्ड मेडल है. कहां चला गया हमारा यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स? हम ध्यान ही नहीं दे रहे हैं यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स पर. जिस वक्त आदिल सुमारी वाला खेल रहे थे, जिस वक्त हम दौड़ रहे थे, यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स का जो इंपॉर्टेंस था आज कहां चला गया? क्यों हम उस पर बात नहीं कर रहे हैं? अनलेस एंड अनटिल हम हर एक यूनिवर्सिटी को एक गेम अडॉप्ट करने के लिए नहीं बोलेंगे तब तक हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते. दिस इज माय पर्सनल ओपिनियन. दिस इज व्हाट आई लर्न फ्रॉम पेरिस ओलंपिक्स. यूनिवर्सिटी में जो भी खेला है वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स में, दे वर द रिपीटेटिव मेडल विनर्स इन ओलंपिक्स. दैट इज 1. नंबर 2, 4 साल में एक बार ओलंपिक्स आता है. क्रिकेटर्स को हर दिन इंटरनेशनल मैच है, आईपीएल फलाना ये वो ऑल. सो दे आर यूज्ड टू द क्राउड प्रेशर. इवन लास्ट बॉल में सिक्सर मारना तो मार ही लेता है, लास्ट बॉल में विकेट लेना तो ले ही लेते. दे आर यूज्ड टू द क्राउड प्रेशर. बेचारा हमारा एथलीट है, 4 साल में एक बार ओलंपिक्स जा रहा है. हम अपने आंखों से देखें सर, बिकॉज आई वॉज थैंक्स टू ऑल द फेडरेशन हु हेल्प मी इन टू गेटिंग इन टू ऑल द स्टेडियम्स वेयर एवर इंडियन टीम पार्टिसिपेटेड एंड स्पेशली एथलेटिक फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया. सो जब भी फॉरेन एथलीट्स को मैं देखता हूं, they come and enjoy. Whenever they come into the stadium, they enjoy the moment. डांस करता है, एकदम चीयर करता है क्राउड का. जब भी मैं अपना I have great respect to all my Indian Olympians, but whenever I saw them on ground, whenever they entered the stadium, मुंह लटका के अंदर आते हैं, कभी चीयर भी नहीं करते, एकदम चेहरा पर डर दिखता है सर. तो इसको कैसे आप लोग एड्रेस करने वाले हैं? One is how are you going to handle the match pressure, the Olympic pressure? 4 साल में एक बार उनको हम पोस्टमार्टम कर रहे हैं. पहले से हम क्या ध्यान देंगे और यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स पर हमको क्या करना है? Want me to answer? Thank you. Anybody? Yeah.
Sir, first, you're absolutely right on university, AIU, and school games nationals. School games have failed India. This is what we discussed even 3 days ago with the Honourable Minister, that we need to revamp both the AIU. By the way, just to let you know that Athletics Federation of India has suspended AIU. We have suspended AIU for badly conducting the university games. So there is a problem and we are fixing it. On the pressure, let me tell you that till Neeraj got a medal, nobody even thought that they could get a medal. Everybody was very happy कि भाई हमारा नाम Olympics में आ गया, हम Olympian बन गए. It's only after Neeraj got a medal, at least they have some this thing. Ki Neeraj is like us. He stays with us. He eats with us. He trains in the same ground. He sleeps in the same hostel. So hum bhi kar sakte hai. This is only step one. Step two, we are sending athletes for international competitions to Diamond League, etc., where there is crowd. But more needs to be done. They need to go for more competitions, which we have always encouraged. And we keep going to tops and saying, boss, इनको ये competition में भी भेज दो, वो competition में भी भेज दो. You're right. It will take a little more time, but I think we've turned the page. And it's a matter of time when our athletes will be also shouting, screaming, and behaving like dadas on the track.
Budul ma'am wants to...
You see, as far as the competitions is concerned, I don't think our athletes had any dearth of competitions. Each badminton player who was representing India at the Olympics had gone through at least 18 to 20 competitions in a year. And if you know the badminton this thing, there are 5 competitions in a year which are of 1,000 pointers. There are about 5, 6, 7 of them 750. Many 500 and many 300, right? So all our top players had already played all those. In fact, last week there was a 1,000 pointer in Malaysia, followed by 750 pointer in India. So our players had no match practice or match fear at all. Yes, the pressure of performance in India is too much. I agree there. Because still we are getting very less number of medals. So the pressure of performance becomes that much more on athletes. Yes, they should be happier when they are going. If you saw so many athletes coming out of the athletic stadium, they wore lipsticks and they had hairstyles and all that. I also spoke to some of our athletes and told them that you should also come out, full. Some of them did. If you had seen, I will not take names, but some of them did. And there is a big change. I have gone to 5 Asian Games and I have seen athletes walking in the Asian Games villages. Over the years, the chal, जिसे बोलते हैं ना, the walk has really changed of our athletes also. But it's a slow change. Yes, it will come. And some of the players told me that क्वार्टर फाइनल से ऊपर हम कभी गए नहीं थे, तो जब हमने सेमीफाइनल खेलना था तो उसकी आदत नहीं थी. So that will come. I assure you, it will come. And there is one thing, please be assured, there is no dearth of match practice in any top sport today. Each of the competitors have taken part in number of international big ticket competitions.
मुझे आपका सवाल अच्छा लगा. आप यूनिवर्सिटी को डेडिकेटेड करने की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके आगे एक सवाल और भी आता है. यूनिवर्सिटी में जो बच्चे आते हैं वो स्कूलों से आते हैं. स्कूल में हमारे पास हम कौन से गेम को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, या हमारे सिलेबस में या हमारे स्कूल कितने गेम को आगे प्रमोट कर रहे हैं. हम सब लोगों ने देखा है कि जब हम लोग स्कूल में खेलते थे, पढ़ते थे, तो हमारा एक दिन पूरा स्पोर्ट्स डे होता था. उस दिन पीटी शूज पहन के आने होते थे, खेलते थे. वो उस समय गाँव पीटी, खो खो, इस तरह के भी खेल खिलाए जाते थे. लेकिन अभी तो स्कूलों में कोई स्पोर्ट्स का कोई कार्यक्रम नहीं है. स्पोर्ट्स के लिए कोई डे नहीं रखा गया है. पूरे दिन बच्चे किताबें पढ़ते रहते हैं और घर आकर वीडियो गेम खेलते रहते हैं. इस तरह के कल्चर में आप कैसे कहेंगे कि आप निकल के यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स में आ जाएं और यूनिवर्सिटी में बच्चे अच्छा करने लग जाएं? सडनली आप इतना चेंज कैसे ला सकते हैं? देखिए, जो मैं कह रही थी वर्क की कल्चर, यही होता है कल्चर. जब हम अपने आप को खेलों से जोड़ते हैं, जैसे बिहार में अभी तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था तो कोई गेम्स नहीं हो रहे थे. अब अभी नालंदा में इतना वर्ल्ड क्लास स्टेडियम बना तो भी हमारे यहाँ हॉकी मैचेस खेले गए और हमारी टीम ने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया और जीता. तो आप सुविधा तो देंगे, लेकिन बच्चों को जो इनिशियली प्राइमरी स्टेज से जिनके स्पोर्ट्स से खेल से जुड़ने की जो आदत है, उस आदत को जब तक आप डेवलप नहीं करेंगे तब तक आप यूनिवर्सिटी स्पोर्ट्स की बात कैसे करेंगे। और जहाँ तक मैं देख रही हूँ कि स्पोर्ट्स की ओलंपिक्स की टैली में हम बहुत पीछे हैं, बहुत पीछे हैं। तो कहते हैं कि दिल्ली अभी दूर है, लेकिन हाँ हमारे पास समय है। अगर हम पूरे डेडिकेशन के साथ में, टाइम बाउंडिंग के साथ में अगर हम इस तरह का प्रोग्राम हम एक ऐड करें कि हम एक साल में इतने स्टेडियम बनाएंगे, एक साल में हम ऐसे प्राइमरी बच्चों को एजुकेट करेंगे, इस तरह से ऐसे प्रोग्राम करेंगे, तो फिर हम उस टैली में पहुंच सकते हैं। लेकिन उसके पहले अगर कहते हैं कि अगर हम यूनिवर्सिटी से बच्चों को हम ले आए और बच्चे हमारे परफॉर्म करने लगे तो ये मुश्किल है। और यही कारण है कि जब बच्चे हमारे जब हमारे एथलीट जब वहाँ जाते हैं तो बहुत टेंशन में होते हैं। मैंने देखा है, मैं आपकी बात से सहमत हूँ, मैंने देखा है वो एक रात पहले से ही टेंशन में आ जाते हैं और दूसरे दिन वो नाचते कूदते नहीं जाते हैं, जबकि बाहर में वो पूरे साल खेलते हैं। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ शूटिंग में पूरे साल हमारे यहाँ शूटिंग होती रहती है। हमारे 4 वर्ल्ड कप होते हैं, नेशनल गेम्स होते हैं, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स होते हैं, एशियन गेम्स होते हैं, और हमारे बच्चे लगातार उनमें जाते रहते हैं और लगातार प्रैक्टिस करते रहते हैं। इसीलिए हमारे बच्चों को का जो स्ट्रेस लेवल है वो थोड़ा कम होता है।
थैंक यू मैम। उधर से सिग्नल मिल गया है कि टाइम बहुत पहले।
Can I make a quick comment on this? It's an important question, I think. So at Reliance Foundation, when we are supporting athletes, our approach is humans first, athletes second. All right. So it's important that we are creating well-rounded individuals, that they are making the full use of sport. When they're going out, they're getting information which they bring back to the country and empowering their communities. This is very, very important because they need to be confident that they can make a livelihood and it doesn't depend on this field of play. They can be successful elsewhere as well. When there's so much riding in sport, when your life can be made or broken because of your result in that particular race, then all your focus will be there. So just a small point to add to the excellent points that other speakers have brought up. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was kind of healthy and very honest session. So we are really out of time, and so we have to close this session here. Thank you all the panelists for your inputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for an insightful session on what is needed to take a bigger step forward. I request Mr. Sarangi to please present our guests with a token of our appreciation.
आपने स्पोर्ट्स और साइंस दोनों को जोड़ दिया। Thank you very much.
We have with us Mr. Shishir Sinha, Vice Chancellor of the newly established Bihar State Sports University. We are happy to have you here, sir. That was a strong start to the day and one filled with such delightful anecdotes. In our next panel, we look at Bihar sports under a microscope. We've seen over the last few years, if not decades, how crucial state machinery can be in fostering sports. What does that look like for Bihar? We explore that in the second panel of the day, titled Accelerating Sports Development in Bihar. I invite Mr. Ayan Sengupta, editor Sportstar, to introduce our speakers and lead this session.
What an insightful start to the day. India's 6 medals from the Paris Olympics are sure to grow to double digits at the 2028 LA Games with the right focus and game plan. Now we have with us the two architects behind Bihar's surge towards the sporting revolution. I'd first like to welcome Shri B. Vijender, the Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Sports, Government of Bihar. And our next guest is Mr. Ravindran Shankaran, Director General and CEO of Bihar State Sports Authority. These two gentlemen here have been instrumental in bringing high-profile sporting events like the Women's Asian Champions Trophy, the Khelo India Youth Games, and also giving shape to Bihar's sporting dreams with various schemes and policies. A warm welcome to both of you. Mr. Rajender, my first question is to you. Last year, the Bihar government distributed over 7 crore to around 650 athletes in cash awards, while over 123 students received scholarships. How important do you think are these financial assistance to athletes, and what were the criteria in deciding the beneficiaries?
I'll give you the first. I'll give the architecture of this scheme, and then I'll tell the importance of this one. We have 3 levels of scholarship. The sports scholarship policy the state government has launched. Honourable Chief Minister has announced this. Number 1 is the Prerana at the grassroots level. So we are giving 3 lakhs to each sports person at grassroots level between the age group of 12 and 18. And we are going to sponsor about 500 sports person a year. That is called Prerana. The scheme is called Prerana. And the next level is, we are going to give the scholarship to 200 sports person between the age group of 12 and 24. So third category is Udan, that is the high level, the highest level, that is the elite level, the sports persons who have reached the international level and won medals for further training. So we are providing 20 lakh rupees per annum to 20 such sports person a year. So this will facilitate them, this will encourage them, number 1. Number 2, it provides them to purchase the equipment to improve the sports performance, the diet, the traveling expenses, as mentioned by the previous panelists. So these are all very, very important steps. And so we have, now it has taken a big, lead now. The students and the sports persons are encouraged with this scheme.
That's wonderful, sir. Mr. Ravindran, coming to you. All these schemes that the Bihar government have come, but Bihar is also a very densely populated state. So how are you looking at broad-basing these?
Before I answer to your question, on behalf of everyone and on behalf of Sportstar, I would like to welcome the senior most bureaucrat of our state, Mr. Sreejesh, and he is the newly appointed Vice Chancellor of the newly inaugurated Bihar State Sports University. Thanks for coming here and honoring us, sir. Now, coming to your question, recently our government, our Honourable Chief Minister has launched a massive talent scouting program, which we have named it as Mashal. तो इस मशाल के माध्यम से 30 to 40,000 middle schools and high schools में we are conducting talent scouting programs, which will cover almost 60 lakh students. And we are doing it scientifically, and we are doing it in 5-6 games, top priority games of Bihar state. And we have adopted the battery test, which generally all the sports disciplines follow. So now, as on date, before I came to this conclave, I checked up the data. So just in 1 month, we have collected almost 19,27,456 data. And this program is going to happen for another 1 month. So once we have our so many data with us, we will be able to analyze based on the data, which student, whether boy or girl, will be capable for which game, and we will start nurturing him. As my friend and my batchmate mentioned, those athletes, after the analysis of the data, will be brought under the Prerna scholarship scheme, and that is how we are going to nurture that. So that is one way we are broad basing the entire sports development program.
And as Adil and Shiva and all of them were talking about, in India, finding quality coaches is a huge issue. I mean, we have the federation chiefs, we have guys like Adil. He says that he wants to have 40,000 trained athletic coaches in the country. So how do you think federations and all of them can help a state like Bihar in schemes like this?
I take this opportunity and this platform to thank all the federations who are helping Bihar in conducting the talent scouting program. Like as Adil had mentioned, NITJAM was conducted here for athletics, only through Athletic Federation of India, Weightlifting Federation, Wrestling Federation, Fencing Federation, Football Federation. Everybody has come forward. In fact, Hockey India, they all have come forward in sending their coaches, their domain experts, in helping us to scout the talent. And since Bihar is having huge dearth for coaches, we are using the coaches from outside, other than outside Bihar. And also we have invited coaches from many foreign countries also. So by help of the federation only, we are able to do this massive talent scouting program.
Thank you so much. Mr. Rajendra, coming back to you, I mean, when we are talking about policy, another policy which has been very successful in Bihar is the Medal Lao Naukri Pao scheme. How many athletes have benefited from this so far?
So, I'll give the background to this policy. It was started as early as 2009. So, in the beginning, the policy was in the nascent stage. Very few people, very few athletes were recruited. But now, in 2023, we have refined the policy. We have modified the criteria. Now, in the last year, we have appointed 71 sports persons, in different categories, number one. Since inception, 358 athletes so far have been benefited. Then I would also like to mention here, if the athletes from Bihar are getting medals from, Olympics, Asian Games and Commonwealth Games, immediately they get the Bihar Administrative Service Officer, that's the Deputy Collector, and the DSP, the Bihar Finance Service, the state level, class 2 level officer category, they will get into it.
And I think one of the biggest change that Bihar sports is seeing is obviously the Rajgir Sports Complex, where I was there to witness the Asian Women's Championship hockey, and of course the Bihar State Sports University as well. Both the places have very impressive infrastructure. I was there to see it, and a lot of high performance centers are already functional there, and we have talked about that. So what role do you think these two facilities will play in producing national and international champions from the state? And what will be the total number of athletes these two projects will finally accommodate once it's up and running completely?
I will talk about the Rajgir State Sports Academy. We are going to cater for 23 sports disciplines, both indoor and outdoor games. After the Asian Hockey Championship trophy has concluded successfully, we have started coaching camps and trainings for our own athletes in hockey. Generally, before this, Eklavya residential schools में जो hockey players खेलते थे, they didn't have an opportunity to play on a turf. So now they have a turf. So we have shifted all our 100 hockey players to Rajgir Sports Academy, and where for the first time they are getting trained on a turf. And shortly they will be mentored by an Olympian coach. I will not name him now because we are undergoing a process of MOU. And Hockey India has come really forward in helping us in developing hockey in Bihar. And I will also give credit to Harinder Bhai, the Indian women team coach, and another Bihari who has come all the way to support Bihar in hockey. So then we have started camps for wrestling, for weightlifting, for athletics, for taekwondo, and fencing in a big way, swimming. So now slowly we have started conducting camps there in the Rajgir Sports Academy. And in future, since Dr. Mazumdar is here, through his help, we will be establishing a sports science facility over there. And slowly we will develop our Rajgir Sports Academy as a high performance center for various sports disciplines. And I would like to say this also, already Asian Fencing Federation has approached us to come up with an Asian Fencing Academy here. So if that happens, so the
best of Asia would be coming and
Asian fencers will be coming to Bihar, and that will benefit my own fencers, my state fencers. So that is how we are planning, slow and steady, but we will reach there.
So 2032 or 2028?
Initially our mission was like 2028 ओलंपिक्स में बिहार का कम से कम एक बच्चे या एक बच्ची ओलंपिक्स में जाना है, ये हमारा मिशन था जब शुरू किए थे. लेकिन सभी लोगों का, आप लोगों का आशीर्वाद से, फेडरेशन का आशीर्वाद से, सरकार की मदद से 2024 ओलंपिक्स में ही हमारा बच्चा पहुंच गया है.
बिल्कुल.
तो one in rifle Shreyasi and another para Olympian Shailesh. So 28 का टारगेट हम 24 में ही अचीव कर लिए हैं. तो 28 में हम चाहेंगे कि हमारा संख्या बढ़े पार्टिसिपेशन में. लेकिन मैं थोड़ा ग्राउंडेड रहता हूं बिकॉज आई वाज एन एथलीट. आई नो ओलंपिक्स में मेडल मिलना उतना आसान नहीं है, तो हम कमिट नहीं करेंगे. लेकिन 2032 वरना तो 2036 में बिहार के बच्चे मेडल लाएंगे इंडिया के लिए ओलंपिक्स में.
Sticking to the Rajgir, Mr. Ravindran, the Women's Asian Champions Trophy Hockey saw huge participation. How big an opportunity was hosting the tournament, and what were the challenges in hosting it at such short notice? I know that how quickly you guys had to get everything organized there.
भैया मैं यही बताऊंगा, हिंदी में जवाब देना चाहूंगा. एशियन हॉकी चैंपियनशिप जिस ढंग से हम कंडक्ट किए हैं, मेजबानी किए हैं, उसका रिजल्ट हम आज देख रहे हैं. स्पोर्ट्स स्टार कभी सोचा था बिहार आकर के स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव करने का? उसका सफलता देख करके आप डिसाइड किए बिहार में करना चाहिए स्पोर्ट्स कॉन्क्लेव. तो दैट इटसेल्फ शोस दैट वी हैव डन वेल in organizing this huge event. Of course there were challenges, like हम कभी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किए थे कि इतना स्पेक्टेटर्स आएंगे हॉकी देखने के लिए. हाँ, कबड्डी के लिए आ सकते हैं, फुटबॉल के लिए आ सकते हैं, क्रिकेट के लिए आ सकते हैं.
और सारे बच्चियां सलीमा टेटे और सविता के साथ फोटो खिंचाने के लिए खड़े थे लाइन में. 100 100-200 बच्चे खड़े थे
और हॉकी देखने के लिए 5,000 से ज्यादा भीड़ स्टेडियम के अंदर भी था, उससे ज्यादा भीड़ स्टेडियम के बाहर भी था. तो नाउ वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द हीरो एशिया कप फॉर मेन. तो वी आर गोइंग टू एरेक्ट टेम्पररी structures to accommodate 15,000 to 20,000 spectators. We are gearing up for that. And challenges एक ही था हम लोगों का. देखिए, मैं एक चीज बताना चाहता हूं. बिहार ठान लिया ना, करके दिखाएगा दुनिया को. ये मैं बता रहा हूं आपको. यदि हम ठान लिए हमको ये करना है, करके दिखाएंगे. कोई हर्डल्स आवे, कोई चैलेंज आवे, वो सब कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. कोई मुश्किल नहीं है. कोई मुश्किल नहीं है. तो बिहार ने ये करा के ये साबित कर दिया दुनिया को कि हम मेजबानी बहुत अच्छे से कर सकते हैं.
बिल्कुल. Mr. Vijender, what we were talking about now, the Women's Kabaddi World Cup, the Men's Hockey Asia Cup, which you talked about, the Khelo India Youth Games, as well as the Khelo India Para Games, which would see almost more athletes than you see in the Olympics coming to Bihar and participating. So how is the state getting ready for these mega events? And what do you think should be the legacy of these sort of events in the state?
Yeah, first of all, we have, as my friend mentioned, we have successfully organized Asian Women Hockey Championship. And we are going to organize Men's Hockey Championship, a Rugby Asian Championship, World Cup Kabaddi, Sapak Takraw, World Cup men and women. So all these events are going to be conducted in next 3 to 4 months from now. And also Khelo India Youth Games. The government of India has allotted us these games. So we have fully geared up to conduct these games. And most of the events will take place in Rajgir Sports Complex and also in Patliputra Sports Complex in Patna, and also 6 major places of Bihar like Bhagalpur, Gaya, Begusarai. Also we are going to have these Khelo India Youth Games. All the infrastructure facilities are in place, as mentioned by Ravindran. So in Rajgir, to accommodate more number of spectators, we are going to erect the temporary structures. These events, this encouraged the local players, number one. Number two, seeing is believing. They used to only watch on TV and see it on mobile, but they will be physically seeing the players. So that has really encouraged them. And all the infrastructure which is being created is going to leave a legacy, and it is going to be used by the players.
Staying with you, Mr. Vijender, across the country, especially in Orissa, Tamil Nadu, I mean, we have seen a lot of private-public partnership models, both for sports infrastructure development and also for running high-performance centers. Shiva was also talking about how Reliance is running a few high-performance centers in collaboration with the state government. What is your take on this? And will Bihar Sports Department also will look to follow a similar model going forward?
First of all, let me admit that under this public-private partnership, so the sponsorship is not satisfactory. Let me very clearly admit. But I think our state government, the state public sector units, so each public sector unit is sponsoring one particular sport. So that is also taking place. It is just a begun. We should be hopeful as a sports person. We should be always optimistic. So I'm hopeful by seeing these events in Bihar, by seeing the encouragement and the environment. I think the people will come in big way. I'm hopeful about it. That's all I can say.
Mr. Ravindran, I mean, we have often talked about affordable and sustainable field of play. How important is that to broad-based sports in India? Both in urban and rural India, we lack adequate playing fields, and we seems to be building giant stadiums everywhere, but not field of play. So how different would be the Bihar government's outlook in this in terms of having field of play? We heard the Deputy Chief Minister also talking in the morning about 9 districts and what plans are. So how would it be different from what other others are doing in terms of having more field of play in the state?
Yeah. We have a two-pronged approach strategy. Number one, we are not in favor of erecting white elephants. हमें नहीं चाहिए 40,000 कैपेसिटी का स्टेडियम हर जगह पर, और उसके बाद मेंटेनेंस कौन करेगा? हालत खराब हो जाता हर सरकार का. ठीक है, ओलंपिक्स के लिए यदि जरूरत है, तब भी पेरिस ओलंपिक्स से जो मैं सीखा है, तो they were all temporary structures. They have retained their old stadiums, but they have renovated it and they have erected temporary structures, foldable galleries and so many things, and then they unfolded and they are back. So Bihar government is not in favor of creating huge structure and keeping it idle for the rest of the years. Yes. So we are planning to create only field of play as per the requirement of the game. तो हर पंचायत में, हर ब्लॉक में हम गेम के हिसाब से we are going to come up with field of play so that my boys and girls, they get more space to play, and जरूरत पड़ने पर हम temporary structure खड़ा कर देंगे जब मैचेस होगा तो. So that is one way of doing it. That is how. But we need to build basic some structures. That's why in 9 commissionerates we are coming up with international level indoor sports complex. I repeat, I am not saying indoor sports stadium. I am saying indoor sports complex to provide more facilities for the children to train. So this is one policy which we have adopted.
I would like to add on that. Actually, recently our Honourable Chief Ministers laid the foundation stone for, constructing 6,500 sports grounds in all the panchayats. And in all the panchayats we are going to have it, as Honourable Deputy Chief Minister has already mentioned. And at block level we've got block level outdoor stadiums. And at the district level we've got sports building cum gymnasium. We have got our own sports officer, district sports officer, he sits there. There are also sports activities he monitors. So this is what, and also at divisional level, as was mentioned by Ravindran. So 15 to 20 acres of land we have identified, we are going to have indoor sports complex. And at the state level, you would have seen this Patliputra Sports Complex and other complexes. We are also coming up with a sports city with about 100 acres near Patna. In Punpun block, we've already identified, we are going ahead with it. So it will be a sports city in about 100 acres with all sports facilities around.
Mr. Ravindran, we've always talked about how in athletics as well as in swimming there are the maximum number of medals in the Olympics. So when we talk about this 23 sports that you have picked which would be there, so was there any sort of thought going behind that? In what states you think, what sports do you think people from the states would be interested in or will be good at? What was the logic behind picking these 23 sports?
Okay, see how we have come to this day. Why Sportstar decided to come here, that has a background. Our strategy was based on Chanakya Niti. बिहार का धरती चाणक्य भूमि है, तो हम चाणक्य नीति अपनाए हैं. जैसे आदिल जी ने बताया, ये मेडल इज ए मेडल, एंड हमारा विंटर ओलंपिक्स का शिवा, ही ऑल्सो मेंशन्ड कि ऐसा स्पोर्ट्स को चुनिए जहां कंपटीशन कम है और जहां हमको मेडल विनिंग कैपेसिटी ज्यादा है. Right, he also mentioned it. So we have adopted that strategy. For us also a medal is a medal, and we have identified certain sports where within the country the competition is less and the medal winning capability is more, both in national and international. So we adopted rugby sevens, which is part of Olympic Games. We adopted sepak takraw, which is part of Commonwealth Games. Similarly, we have adopted fencing and few more games. अब मैं बताना चाहूँगा, and we adopted cycling also. मैं आज ये बताना चाहूँगा आप लोगों को कि today on date We are the champion of champions in rugby sevens in all categories, sub-junior boys, girls, junior boys, girls, senior men and women. We are the champions in rugby sevens in the country, and 5 girls and 5 boys have represented Indian team in Asian Rugby Championship, and 1 girl has represented Indian team in the Asian Games in Zinzao, which happened last year. Similarly, we have represented in the World Cup, Sepak Takraw. My 2 boys have been part of the Indian team, and where Indian team has won the medal also. And fencing maybe Akash has gone to for the Asian Games last time Zinzao में. Now today while we are discussing here, जब हम लोग यहाँ बैठ के बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ मरीन ड्राइव में नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स रोड साइकिलिंग हो रही है. कभी हम रोड साइकिलिंग में नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स में बिहार का नाम मेडल टैली में नहीं आता था. 3 साल हम लोग इतना मेहनत किए हैं बच्चे पर, छोटे छोटे बच्चे को साइकिलिंग करके, एंड ऑफ कोर्स ऑल क्रेडिट्स टू साइकिलिंग एसोसिएशन, स्टेट एसोसिएशन, मिलके हम लोग काम किए हैं. टुडे नाउ वी हैव won 9 medals in state school games in road cycling.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And 1 girl, Suhani, has qualified herself for the Asian Cycling Championship, and now she's part of the Indian team. Similarly, Anshika, archery में. Can you even believe that बिहार का एक बच्ची आर्चरी में इंडियन सीनियर टीम का एक अंग बन गई है, and she is going to compete in World Cup along with Deepa Kumari, the legendary archer. So we have concentrated in those games जहां बाकी सब स्टेट्स ऑलरेडी बहुत आगे बढ़ चुकी है. I can't compete with तमिलनाडु, केरला, कर्नाटका and services in volleyball and other. Football I can't compete with Assam, Goa, West Bengal. तो वही है चाणक्य नीति. जिस गेम में कंपटीशन कम है, जिस गेम में हमारे पास कैपेबिलिटी है, उसमें हम आगे बढ़े हैं. एंड वन मोर थिंग विच वी अडॉप्टेड इज गेम स्वैपिंग. I learned this strategy from what UK did it. How UK increased their medals tally from previous Olympics to the present Olympics. They swapped games. हमने क्या किया, वॉलीबॉल प्लेयर्स को कन्वर्ट किया सेपक टाकरा में, एंड एथलीट्स जो 4th मेडलिस्ट है, 5th पोजीशंस में आ रहे हैं, उनको, और रेसलर्स को जो मेडल नहीं जीत पा रहे हैं, उनको हम लोग रग्बी में कन्वर्ट किए, and now we are champions. So one has to adopt game swapping. So these are the strategies we adopted.
That's a wonderful idea. I hope other states also take a leaf from that and start doing it. My last question to Mr. Rajender. I mean, CSS funding in India is over 26,000 crore. Yes, less than 2% of this comes to sports. How do you think governments like Bihar can work with corporates to ensure greater CSR contribution to sports?
So we will formulate the policy, will associate with the corporates, definitely. At present, we don't have much of the associations and with this corporate sector. So we'll surely formulate the policy soon, and we'll definitely go ahead.
We can take a couple of audience questions, and then probably we can close down. If we could lower the lights so that we can see the audience. Yeah. Any questions from anyone? Yeah, please go ahead.
हेलो. सवाल के पहले मैं ये भी आपको जानकारी देना चाह रहा हूँ कि swimming also we have adopted in a big way, and in 3 years in senior women swimming championship, our girl Mahi Sweta Raj has won 3 gold medals in senior women national championship, and she is part of the Indian team now, and it's history. Bihar is creating history. यहाँ बैठे हुए लोगों को मैं बताना चाह रहा हूँ, ज्यादातर लोग तो बिहार के ही हैं. हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी बोलते हैं कि ताली बजाएंगे तो खून बढ़ेगा, नहीं बढ़ाएंगे तो नाखून बढ़ेगा. तो कृपया आपको क्या बढ़ाना है आप सोच लो.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yeah, please go ahead. Okay. Shiva, please.
Yeah, Shiva. Was there first?
Shiva, you go ahead and then we can...
Okay, all right. Just first of all, congratulations. It's great to see all the initiatives being taken care, and also the approach to this. A few threats a few opportunities I'd like to mention to you and see if you already considered and if you have a plan for this. What we've seen, especially when you're in the sports development, number one threat is age fraud. Because athletes claim to be of a certain age, they win the competitions and the real talent can't proceed. So do you have a plan to tackle this age fraud? Number two, doping. It's a huge issue because of the high stakes in sport. And even at a low level, athletes try to, resort to doping to get that result. And finally, for athletes who are not making it to the top three, let's say the fourth, fifth, sixth, you've already said, cross training, going to another sport. Also, is there a plan to involve such people in the sports science, in the coaching, because they already have built to a certain level, but they have not gone forward? So,
okay, we are addressing all these issues which you have asked. I will not say we have completely eradicated the age fraud system, but to a larger extent, we have dealt this issue. पहले हमारा बिहार टीम जहां भी जाते थे एज फ्रॉड में पकड़ा जाते थे, डिस्क्वालीफाई होके आ जाते थे. लेकिन अब पिछले 2 साल से बिफोर सेंडिंग द टीम we conduct the bone test, X-ray test, whatever test we have to conduct, we screen them and over age बच्चे को हम भेजते ही नहीं है. तो now बिहार टीम कहीं भी डिस्क्वालीफाई होके नहीं आता है. एंड ये भी मैं बताना चाहूंगा, जो भी गेम्स में हमारा बिहार का टीम जाती है, चाहे स्कूल नेशनल्स हो या नेशनल्स हो, हम मेडल के बिना वापस लौट के नहीं आते हैं और डिस्क्वालीफाई भी नहीं होते हैं. नंबर 1. बट ये नहीं कहूंगा कि 100% हम एज फ्रॉड खत्म कर दिए. है, प्रॉब्लम है, वी हैव टू एड्रेस इट. नंबर 2, डोपिंग. We have 2 sports hostels and we have A-level residential schools. We have conducted frequent raids in the hostel rooms, and whomever we found and जिसका कमरे में हम doping substances पकड़े हैं, we have taken a strict action. We have completely thrown them out of the hostel and we have never allowed them to come back, whatever may be the pressure and whatever. He or she might have given a medal to me and maybe the medal prospects होंगे, but strictly we have adhered to this. No doping, no entry into the sports academy and no entry into the sports hostel. But again, still a long way to go. And third thing which we have addressed in a big way is sexual harassment to the girl athletes, to the women athletes. I should use this platform to say 3 cases came to our knowledge. लड़कियां लिख के दी है, उसके आधार पर, basically I'm a police officer also and heading the sports authority. We have lodged cases against 3 coaches, send them behind bars and set a benchmark. लड़कियों के साथ छेड़छाड़ करोगे तो जेल जाओगे. And this we have done it in Bihar. So this also we are addressing. And आप जो 4th, 5th, 6th position की बात कर रहे हैं, we have considered them as a champion athletes. आज हमारा खेलो इंडिया small centers, almost 39 small centers we have, खेलो इंडिया small centers. जो भी एथलीट नहीं कर पाए अपने जिंदगी में, मेडल हासिल नहीं कर पाया, चैंपियन नहीं बन पाए, उन लोगों को हम इस खेलो इंडिया स्मॉल सेंटर्स में कोच बना के 6 weeks कोर्स करा के we have appointed them in all the Kelo India small centers and even in A-level residential sports schools. That is how we are using our past athletes. And in the forthcoming, the Mashal Talent Scout program also, we are using our past athletes who have not able to win medals for the state or for the country. This is what we are doing, but long way to go, but we have started it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One last question from there.
Hi. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here. I am Rishikesh Joshi. I represent an organization called Sports for All, SFA, and we focus very largely on school sports. That is to be able to create an organized ecosystem for school sports. And we have seen over the past that, from school sports between the age of 10 to the age of 14, the growth that happens of escalation of athletes in different sports is very, very quick. And since, Bihar is now taking so many strides in, trying to develop a sports ecosystem with a holistic vision, I'd love to understand, what is the vision for school sports in Bihar. And a very interesting statistic, sir, that I was looking at was that, there's more number of girls that go to school in Bihar than boys. which is unique to a lot of other states in India. And we have also seen in parallel that our girls are winning more medals than boys at the Olympics, Commonwealth Games, Asian Games. So what is our take on that? And what would your vision be to be able to, focus on that area, sir? Thank you.
I think I answered to your question when the same question was asked by Ayon Sengupta. The program which we have launched recently, Mashal, that is what we are doing it in every schools. तो स्कूल के बच्चे तो आपका जो एज ग्रुप है जो 12 to 14 years उसी एज ग्रुप में आ रहे हैं. तो वी आर डूइंग द टैलेंट स्काउटिंग प्रोग्राम देयर एंड वी आर कलेक्टिंग द डेटा and we will be analyzing the performance and we will be nurturing them in future. So that is what our plan is. And number two, you talked about girls participation. Uttarakhand mein national games is going to start from 28th January. Our contingent size is 148, the largest contingent ever from Bihar. 148 of them are representing Bihar.
Yes,
and is 148 में आपको 84 are girls. 84 are girls, boys नहीं चाहिए. और खेल सम्मान समारोह में जो 6 करोड़ रुपया खेल सम्मान समारोह में कैश रिवॉर्ड्स मिला है, उसमें अराउंड 450 स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स, उसमें 71% कैश रिवॉर्ड्स हैव गॉन टू गर्ल्स.
Wow, that is fantastic.
एंड मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ, जिसमें जो मेडल हासिल किया जिनको सरकारी नौकरी मिली है, उसमें 71 में 37 are girls. Wow. And out of that 37, 21 are now sub-inspector of police.
Wow.
So women or my daughters are doing really well than the sense. But yeah, that's the fact. That's the fact.
Thank you so much. Very heartening to know. Thank
Wanted to add something?
No, just I want to thank you all, especially the Hindu group and the Sportstar for organizing this sports conclave in Bihar and Patna, and also the all sports luminaries who have come to Bihar and Patna to encourage us and to give us direction to how to move forward and how to take the sports in Bihar. So I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to Mr. Sengupta, Mr. Vidhu Shankar, and all other sports luminaries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was good to pick the brains of these two passionate sports administrators. It is safe to say that Bihar sports is in very good hands, and it would be very long before we see champions from the state gracing the international stage at the Olympics and Asian Games. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for a thoroughly illuminating session. Can I request Mr. Sreejesh Sinha, Vice Chancellor of the newly established Bihar Sports University, to join us on stage.
Very well.
I request Mr. Sengupta to present everyone with a token of our appreciation.
ताली बजाओ भाई.
India's sporting promise on the international stage can directly be traced back to an evolution in the way of going about sports in the first place. We have seen sports science and data become arterial to playing careers, not just in performance optimization, but also in injury prevention, scouting, and more. Our next panel tries to deep dive into this revolution. To lead this discussion, I invite back on stage Mr. Y.B. Sarangi.
Hello, everyone. This is another interesting topic, unlocking athlete potential through sports science and data. And I hope to hear a lot of nice stories from our panelists. So let's welcome Dr. G. Kishore, Principal and Regional Director, Sports Authority of India, Lakshmi National College of Physical Education, Kerala. Then Dr. Pralay Majumdar, Senior Advisor, Center of Excellence in Sports Science and Analytics, IIT Madras. Last but not the least, Mr. Harendra Singh, Head Coach of Indian Women's Hockey Team. So, when we speak about sports science, it's always there in the back of the mind that there is basically an idea that India is not up to the mark, internationally. So where do we stand really? Everyone can share their ideas.
First of all, Jai Hind everyone. And thanks to Bihar government and Chief Minister, particular Rajendra ji and Ravindran ji, giving this platform to discuss various issues, and I can say also the unlock Indian sports. For me, India has not unlocked still the sports events, and I can say in the top level. It's an untapped industry, which is slowly we are a big giant, we are coming up, but still a lot of to do. Coming to Sangi, your questions, I think without science, sports can't be run and can't be achieved where we want to be. Unfortunately, recent year, after 28 years of the coaching circle, and I can see that if you impart the science, you can achieve the target. Without science, it's not the one skill which is going to win the medal. Like in a day, we have 24 hours. And if I divide each hours, there is a science, 23 science, and one skill. We bring the athlete on the platform, whether it's a school, it's a district level, national level, international level, see we are selecting from the skill. And then we start thinking we are going to win the medal in Olympic, Asian Game, Commonwealth Game, and World Cup. It's impossible. You can win once, but if we want to continuity, there is a plenty of work we have to do in the science. And I am happy the sleeping giant of India is finally awake, and they start thinking. It's not only through the athlete, it's a federation, the coaches, the SAI, the government, the state government. Everybody start thinking about that. My journey start from under Pralay Majumdar. And in way back 1997, if I recollect, if you research, and then the first thing which I have 60 boys, and I enter his room, I said, I want the physiology first test. And that the same batch win 2001 Junior World Cup, because we used the science. And where I educate myself, without this journey, we cannot make the significant contribution in the sports. So sports science, I think, is play the vital role if we really want to enhance and want to thinking about winning the medal in the top level.
Yeah, so Dr. Majumdar, where do we stand in terms of sports science and data when you compare India with some of the top countries, top performing countries in the world, like US or maybe Australia, Great Britain, whatever?
Well, thank you. Thank you that Sportstar and Bihar Sports for inviting me for this. Well, it is always pleasure when both of us sit together, because I had an association with him for last 15 years, and 15 years, maybe more, maybe 20 years. but I actively worked with the hockey team for quite long time. And fortunately, when it started, then the hockey bunch of players like Dhanraj, Pillai, and that group, they were little reluctant to go through this process of evaluation process of the sports sciences. Then they have changed, they have shifted their focus because the entire credit goes to the chief coach and the assistant coach, because ultimately any of the program success depend on the coach, because our program should be the coach-centric, athlete-centric and coach-driven. So in that program, the coaches supported us quite a bit, and that is how we were successful in Bangalore for particularly given them the sports science support in the area of exercise physiology, sports psychology, sports nutrition, and these are the major area. Unfortunately, if you ask me, the sports biomechanics, I think we need to do a lot of work to improve the system in biomechanics. There are because of the lack of available resources and the lack of understanding for the coaches who are really dealing with the technical and tactical event like jumps, throws, not for team games for sure. So these are the area where the biomechanics plays a very critical role for performance. So we are some of the sports like mature, then psychologist, dietitian. These are the very soft sports science support. But if you compare across the world, there are two major sports science, one is the movement science, which is the biomechanics, and the other one is the exercise physiology. So these are the two pillars of entirely giving the support for the sports science.
Right, you rightly spoke about it, Dr. Majumdar. We have seen Muralidharan being tested for his arm. So, but we have come a long way from that era. So, Dr. Kishore, I'll shift to you. So, do you think we are just yet to catch up with the rest of the world, like, I mean, those who are advanced in sports science?
Yeah, of course, it is a very pertinent question, because when we look into the sports development in their segment, and this has got a very pivotal role to play. If you take into the pan-India scenario, at the top level with the athletes under SAI, especially under the schemes of TOPS, National Centers of Excellence, they are all being scientifically monitored, and data-driven analytics are being done. But you come down to the developmental level and grassroots level, I think it is not so far been percolated down to the desired when compared to the advanced countries. This sports science testing and all, it's not that sophisticated now. There are simple gadgets and sports science equipment available through which we can start getting data and it can become personalized training in each and every sport. So that what is required to be, if you look into the statistics, all the top athletes are being systematically monitored on various sports science parameters, and their profile is being monitored by expert scientists, a team comprising of expert scientists, coaches, and even with the federations, discussions are being held. And that's how they are able to, performance prediction. It cannot to be a certain extent they can do that. Where do they stand depending upon their present performance, and comparing the trends prevailing worldwide in a competition, calendar, how much they can progress. But this need to be, I think, more broad-based and more percolated down to the developmental level and to the state level, for which concerted efforts are required. As of now, if you are looking into the to the where we stand, if you are asking where we stand, we are not very satisfactorily able to do justice to the entire region. We are only we are able to do it to the top level athletes and to the elite level only.
Right, sir. Thank you. So, Harendraji and Dr. Majumdar, you have worked together 2016 Junior World Cup. The success there was because of the players' performances as well as the contribution of sports science. So, can you just share some nice anecdotes from that time and how it has developed in the hockey scenario?
Yeah, so उससे पहले भी I'll speak in English, not particular English, so that will be क्योंकि audience बिहार के है तो मैं अपने बंधुओं से भी तगलूब रखना चाहता हूँ. जब एक माइंड में आया तो मैं थोड़ा सा उसका बैकग्राउंड बताता हूँ. When I was dropped in 1992 Barcelona Olympic, so I asked my coach where I have to improve. So he has not given the answer which I was looking. स्किल एक बहुत बड़ा घड़ा है जिसमें से आप हिटिंग, स्टॉपिंग, रिसीविंग बहुत सारी चीजें निकाल सकते हैं. अदर पैरामीटर आई आस्क्ड एंड ही गॉट रियली एंग्री एंड ही सेड कि आप अपने घर पे जाके देख लीजिएगा क्या खेलते हैं. दोज डेज देयर इज नो वीडियो एनालिसिस, नथिंग वाज देयर. सो आई वाज कंफ्यूज्ड एंड देन देयर आई डिसाइडेड कि इफ आई गोइंग टू बी अ कोच, I want to use the tools which help the player to understand which are the area he is going to be. I am fortunate and thanks to Dhanraj Pillai, he helped me to go into Lyon, FC Lyon, which is one of the good club to play hockey. But my main idea was to learn the coaching system, how the Europeans work. I follow the Ajax. I follow actually the soccer and basketball. Soccer is the off the ball, basketball is channelized, and these two parameters work for the hockey. देन मैं आया उसमें तो वहां पे जाके जब देखा कि एक साइंस का बहुत बड़ा सेंटर जहां पे एवरी एथलीट को फिजियोलॉजी, बायोमैकेनिक्स, न्यूट्रिशन, मेंटल टफनेस, मेंटल डिसीजन मेकिंग, वो वर्ड जो कि हमारे यहाँ एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती थी. देन आई रियलाइज कि ये तो कोचिंग है, एक्चुअली कोचिंग बहुत बड़ा है. देन आई स्टार्ट विजिटिंग फ्रिक्वेंटली, लर्निंग. जब वो सब कुछ आ गया तो आई एम ऑल्सो अगेन, मैं 98 में आया, 96 में आया, 97 में मेरे को नेशनल टीम मिल गया विदाउट एनी नेशनल लेवल के कोचिंग का एक्सपीरियंस. मैंने डॉक्टर मजूमदार को जब पूछा तो इन्होंने मेरे को एक चीज बताया कि फिजियोलॉजी आई कैन गिव यू एंड बायोमैकेनिक्स. द डॉक्टर साजू जोसेफ वाज मास्टर इन बायोमैकेनिक्स एंड दीज टू व्हाट ही सेड द प्ले critical role to enhance and bring the players where you want to see. हमने फिजियोलॉजी के पे काम किया और उसका नतीजा ऑलरेडी 2001 जूनियर वर्ल्ड कप में मिला था. जब 2016 उसके बीच में मैं सीनियर टीम में रहा तो उसका किया. लेकिन 2016 को एक कहते आर्टिकुलेटेड पीरियडाइजेशन, न्यूट्रिशन पार्ट, मेंटल वेलबींग, holistic development and using the lot of tools to get the data, and then we used to share with the players. Okay, these are the department. Like I'll give you an example. Sports code. We real time we capture the games and also using the catapult. What is the speed, actual speed, and what is the ball speed? Is the ball speed is matching with the player speed? और वो नहीं कर रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं एक हिंदी में कहते हैं मकरा और सब. Then we used to and discuss. Same चीज हमने फिजियोलॉजी में उनका विटामिन सी, विटामिन सी, VO2 max, his recovery part. Now in the women's team we use the whoops and tija. Since I am coaching the women's team, that's a taboo if you talk about the menstrual cycle in India. लेकिन एज ए कोच आई शुड नो मेरी लड़की का मेंस्ट्रुअल साइकिल कब स्टार्ट हुआ, हाउ मच पेन शी इज फेसिंग. आज मेरा क्रूशियल गेम है and she is in the really pain. How I expect to give 100% or give the idea which she can going to implement on the pitch. So uske liye you have the tool, you collect the data and then start doing the training and see if you give that kind of information and this kind of tools, that data help to player to understand and use and make her the confidence on the pitch. और वो स्टार्ट किया तो उसमें मेरे को लगता है कि डॉक्टर मजूमदार सर का स्पेशली फिजियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोमैकेनिक्स एंड द साइकोलॉजी, ही प्ले द ह्यूज रोल टू माय एथलीट टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ टू विन द मेडल.
Okay, so do you remember any interesting story of 2016? Because that is still fresh, because Harmanpreet, Mandeep, so many players came out of that batch. So was there anything interesting when they dealt with sports science for the first time in their life?
बहुत ज़्यादा, इतनी सारी स्टोरी है कि then we really run short of the time. Like for example, एक Priyanka sports psychology, and she's really good, but let's accept it, we don't have the mental tough trainer in India, and really psychologist who can help the players. And that's we always, अगर हम psychology की बात करें, लोग सोचते हैं इसका दिमाग खराब हो गया, सोसाइटी में भी और फैमिली में भी दूसरे एंगल से देखना शुरू करते हैं, but it helps. So 2-3 प्लेयरों को मैंने जब भेजा, and you know that analyzing that there is one system analyzing and catching your decision making. तो उसमें कुछ लड़कों का मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, that's not a good to come with the name. 2-3 लड़के आगे, they start thinking कि हम कैरम खेलने जाते हैं. And actual idea is to take the decision making, how quickly, because that's play the role one big screen, and then you can press the button with the color and with the numbers. और उनको इसमें हुआ तो then when the report came, it was totally bizarre. The kind of decision making they were doing on the pitch and the kind of decision they took on the inside the boardroom with that equipments, it was not synchronizing. So हम लोग बैठे प्रियंका के साथ, डॉक्टर साहब भी बैठे थे, मेरे को याद है, उसमें से 2-3 लड़कों से जब individually discuss किया, because this is the very private things, you should not go in the group meeting. तो उसमें से एक लड़के ने बोला कि कोच साहब, तभी मेरे को याद आता है ये हमेशा ग्राउंड पे मेंटल वाला ही काम क्यों करता है और टीम हमेशा प्रॉब्लम में आती है. एंड दैट वाज एक्चुअली आई ओपनिंग फॉर मी आल्सो. If something is not synchronized, it means there are a lot of behind the scene is cooking that player. And then we spoke, then we used the yoga also. Because that's where we have to cool, calm and compose. If you are there, you take the right decision with the help of psychology, mental trainer. Physiology में डॉक्टर साहब का एक क्लियर था कि 50-60 से नीचे है लड़कों में, तो हरिंदर मैं इनको नहीं बोलूँगा कि they are capable to playing for the junior team even. And then he really pushed individually. Some of the players were lacking. That's individual counseling he does. And then they realize कि how, if you are fit, you take the right decision, because oxygen body में है, fresh oxygen है, you can take always the right decision. Lactic acid नहीं बन रहा है तो इसका मतलब you are fresh. तो substitution उसमें help होता है. और मेरे ख्याल से the great credit goes to Dr. साहब educating my athlete individually, not as a group.
Dr. Saab, you want to add something?
जो हरिंदर जी जो बोल रहे थे, तो उसको मैं एक ही चीज ऐड करूंगा कि दैट इज बेसिकली व्हाट प्रियंका वाज यूजिंग इज कॉल्ड न्यूरो ट्रैकर. न्यूरो ट्रैकर तब नया नया आए साइकोलॉजी में. दैट इज बेसिकली बेस्ड ऑन AR and VR. तो and the ball used to first deplay with a laser speed. You have to identify the ball 1, 2, 3, and then the ball start rolling. You have to then stop. Then you have to identify when this 1, 2, 3 has gone. So that improved the cognitive skill, and he will agree with me that Sreejesh, naam lunga abhi. Sreejesh, you can ask him when he will come in the evening. And Sreejesh used the same technique and improved tremendously his cognitive skill as a goalkeeper. So that is one thing I just wanted to share. नाम लेने के लिए Sreejesh से मैं माफी मांगता हूँ, लेकिन वो नाम लेना पड़ेगा because he is no longer a player now. He has become a coach.
Yeah, thank you. So, Dr. Kishore, so do you think it's very important to, implement sports science and data at the grassroots level, because so that the athletes get used to such things?
Of course, we have to familiarize the athletes from the grassroots level onwards, the need of sports science and the need of data analytics. Most of the time they feel, as rightly pointed out by my colleagues, Dr. Majumdar, and Mr. Harinder. So it is very difficult to convince the athlete why is it required so. They feel at times that this is something, additional burden. We are doing our training, why we should again come and in the treadmill and run with all these gadgets, that it should be done. So if you do at the grassroots level, that's the athlete himself nowadays, they are very brilliant. They have got excellent intellect. So they would be able to personally monitor where and know where do they stand. As rightly he was telling, Mr. Harinder was telling that he asked the question to his coach that where will I stand? So each and every athlete will develop inquisitiveness to take up to know where he stands, and he can himself progress and know where he stands through sports science. And for that grassroots level, we need to do. And as far as Sports Authority of India, Ministry of Sports, since I belong to Sports Authority of India, and I have headed the region of Bangalore when we had an excellent team twice, sports science team with Dr. Majumdar in physiology, Dr. P.J. Sebastian in biomechanics, Dr. G.L. Khanna, Dr. Jolly Roy. So, and that is where the sports science started from Bangalore onwards, Bangalore, Patiala, Trivandrum. So we could know that to make the team, to convince them, it would be a little efforts are required, and that role has to be paid by the manager, the management, that is who are heading, the head of the institution. They have to make the team. There may be differences of opinion. The national coach, when the sports scientists say that you make this difference in your coaching system they may not agree. So, but for that, the intermediary, you need to have the management, the person who is looking after should be able to reconcile or mediate with them and make them to understand. The grassroots level, as you told, the importance is that nowadays, if you see all over the world, like you quoted about Europe and America, they have all athlete management systems. And they have got repository systems where the data and analytics are being taken up. In Sports Authority of India too, we have now adopted National Sports Repository System, NSRS, and also athlete management system, where each and every athlete's performance are being monitored with the help of the team. And we have also got KRS, Key Results Area, where we look into the predicted performance of each and every athlete, and strictly monitor them in accordance to the type of training they are doing, the results which are coming in the competitions, what is the expected result after a period of time, whether he is reaching or not. All these things are monitored, and this has started from the grassroots, STC level. So these three main systems which we have established, that is National Sports Repository System, the Athlete Management System, and also the Key Results Area, are significant first time ever steps to make data-driven analytics and also to unleash the athlete potential through sports science.
Right. Since all of you represent different sections of the sports environment, you deal with the administrative part. He is a sports scientist, he is a coach. So what are the challenges in implementing sports science and data at the grassroots level particularly?
The most important challenge, as it in the first session also, is the coach education. The coach education, the diploma, of course, the NAS diploma holders do have. But many of the times this equipment, the coach education, the coaches are not familiarized with the sort of gadgets and equipment they should use, and the availability of that. First of all, the capacity building to the coaches, the field faculty, about the sports science requirement, about the various sports science, the various testing methodologies, maybe exercise physiology, biomechanics, nutrition, even in mental. Nowadays, this, as you mentioned here, many of the speakers were focusing on mental stress and emotional imbalance. So there are now sports science methods where which you can even verify and test where the emotional stage and tension, the stress of the individual, we can de-stress them. There are methods available. So it is required that first of all capacity building is required. It's a major challenge which the entire field faculty need to be done, coaches, trainers and all, including athletes. Secondly, availability of equipment. We need to have more large quantity of sports science equipment. Maybe the sophisticated equipments will not be feasible to be done at every level, but at least at the state level, sports science labs can be incorporated. State like Bihar can take a lead on that. Then can be district level sports science centers. And also each training centers can have a minimum sports science equipment gadgets in like simple equipment like accelerometers, heart rate monitors. And the coaches should know how to use it and they can educate them. These are the 2-3 important things to be taken up when you
Dr. Mazumdar, do you think there are any challenges in implementing sports science in grassroots level?
I personally feel that what Kishore sir is telling is quite obvious, but we can go one step ahead, because if you see the scenario of the scholastic scenario in the country, which is horrible, I mean, which is awful, which is pathetic, because from NCERT I have been appointed to make their curriculum development for both teachers and students. We are doing it. I'm one of the leader for that. And while doing that, if you see the ground reality, unless you teach the physical education teachers, at least they have a network through which you can connect. If you really educate the physical education teachers from whatever their level is, even 5 to 10%, it will reflect to the performance, because coaches are doing the serious business, but the foundation level comes from the physical education, not from the coaches. Because the coaches are not working for the grassroots level. So the grassroots level, when the boys are coming from class, say for example 6 to 8, I am talking about if you wanted to make the bigger base, not for talent selection. Talent selection will not have that kind of impact if you have a proper system in the school. So we are in a process of developing some kind of taking, because even one thing I just wanted to share with all of you, that from IIT Madras we wanted to connect to a program through NPTEL Swayam platform, Ministry of Education, and you'd be surprised and shocked when I started this journey from the 1 year back. I started with only 1 or 2 verticals, and I am running 7 verticals in sports sciences now, and my student strength is 35,000. I never thought of that the 35,000 people are interested in sports science. So, and we are certifying that. We are, in fact, they are getting the certification from IIT Madras that they are certified in certain, in particular domain. And it is under the Ministry of Education. So it has got some value. It is a credit-based program. So I think all the educationists, they know that. I need not to tell them. So that is one. The people are interested. In the morning, I was listening from the speakers that we have, coaches education program and the platform for. Yes, we have our own challenges. Definitely, we have our own challenges, but we equally used to send the coaches abroad to get trained and come back, because once मैं एकदम आप लोग को शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, अगर गोड़े कोच आके हम लोग को, अगर आप सोच रहे हैं कि बड़ा कुछ रेवोल्यूशन आएगा नहीं. If you see the cricket administration, cricket started with whites and then came back to that. Unless you improve the structure of the sports, I think that is the key issue. You have to structure the federation, you have to structure your whole system so that whatever policy advocacy you are implementing on, that can be effective.
Right, sir. Yeah.
See, normally sports science, there is a general public perception that sports science is only meant for the sports persons and the fraternity. It is not like that. Sports science are simple sciences which is meant for each and every person. Every individual should know. If suppose you take biomechanics, is basically in principles of physics. The Newton's laws of motion can be interpreted by any mechanical objects as well as human movements too. So if you interpret Newton's laws of motion by human movements, it becomes biomechanics. Exercise physiology is meant how your systems tune up with various exercise and how it responds. It is meant for every person. If it's a sportsman or not, one need to know. the psychology of sports. It is something to build, how to get the people to know how to face challenges, how to face defeat, and how to learn from the defeat. All this. So these sports sciences are not, it is something, it is not only merely meant for the sports persons and sport fans. It is meant for the entire population. That is why it should be made, it should become a part of curriculum. And it should be learned by every student, every person should know, it will help them. When in the academics of schools and colleges, when a student is made to study astrophysics and marine biology, he study deep into the ocean, what's happening inside, and into the entire universe, what is there in the, what are the new planets coming. Why not they study about their own body? Why not they study about their own mental makeup? So this would be more, and it need to be introduced as a subject, and many states have come up with to introduce it as a, even I think in the new NEP, it is also suggested, and all the central boards are now gradually making it a part of their curriculum. So the first and foremost thing that you should accept sports or physical activity as a part of education. If you take the very definition of education itself, it is defined that it's an all-round drawing out of the best in a child's body, mind and spirit. So sports science, the relevance comes from there onwards.
थैंक यू हरेंद्र जी, तो आप पहले एक मिनट में बता दीजिए कि आपने क्या क्या चैलेंजेस देखे हैं जब छोटे मतलब एज ग्रुप में आपने इंट्रोड्यूस किया स्पोर्ट्स साइंस. उसके बाद फिर स्विच करूंगा और एक क्वेश्चन को, हमारे 5 मिनट बचे.
सो द फर्स्ट मैं चाहूंगा कि द स्पोर्ट्स साइंस व्हाट वी गिव द डेटास, एंड डेटास पे रिसर्च करिए, उस डेटास को बनाइए एज ग्रुप वाइज, एंड फिर किस कैटेगरी में कौन सा स्पोर्ट्स यूज करना, कितना करना है, वो जरूरी है. द सेकंड, मैं पैनलिस्ट इससे पहले पैनलिस्ट है, द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम जो हमारे कंट्री में है कोच एजुकेशन, एंड सम ऑफ द कोचेस, सिंस आई एम द कोच एंड आई एम रूथलेस यहाँ पे, वो स्पोर्ट्स साइंस इसलिए यूज नहीं करना चाहते क्योंकि एक्स्ट्रा एडिशनल उनके पास जॉब आ जाएगा, देन यू कांट स्लीप 8 hours or 10 hours and doing some other things. If you are using the sports science, then you have the 16 hours on the pitch, और उससे भागते हैं वो काम करने से, और स्पोर्ट्स साइंस यूज नहीं करते. आज मैं ये गारंटी कह सकता हूँ, हॉकी इंडिया 36 ओलंपिक्स में इंडिया के अंदर मैक्सिमम स्पोर्ट्स साइंस हम यूज करते हैं, आइदर कोचेज, प्लेयर्स और साई का जितना फैसिलिटी है, और वो इम्पोर्टेंट है, वो एक रिलेशन है. I have to get the confidence of the player, why I am doing. They have to ask and I should have the answer. और वो R&D से आता है. From where you get the R&D? When you have the data of this sports science. Unfortunately वो data नहीं होता, and then we try to manipulate something.
आपने हॉकी इंडिया की बात की, तो उसमें अभी आप उधर कमेंट्री भी कर रहे हैं एज एन एक्सपर्ट हॉकी इंडिया लीग में, तो काफ़ी दुनिया भर से प्लेयर आके खेल रहे हैं. तो अभी क्या ट्रेंडिंग है स्पोर्ट्स साइंस में, टेक्नोलॉजी में?
टेक्नोलॉजी में सबसे पहले तो अभी रियल टाइम पे इंस्टेंट जिसको कहते हैं हम यूज करते हैं, डिफरेंट नेक स्पोर्ट्स है, स्पोर्ट्स कोड है, वे स्पोर्ट्स है, उसको वी यूज द कैटापुल जिसमें हार्ट रेट मॉनिटर आता है, हाई स्पीड हार्ट रेट. इट्स नॉट द डिस्टेंस यू कवर, इट्स डिपेंडिंग ऑन द पर सेकेंड हाउ मच डिस्टेंस यू कवर, योर रिकवरी पार्ट विद इन द 3 minutes when you substitute, that player must become somewhere 90 to 100 beats per second में उसका अगर आता है मिनट्स में, then only he can and she can take on the pitch. उसके बाद अगर आपने देखा होगा, मैंने एक अभी दूरदर्शन को किया था, वो डेटा जो एंगुलर है, that's come under biomechanics and that's we good. Now I just want to say I am going to use very quickly the AI for the plenty corner defending and attacking. That's one of the change I like to see Indian sports, and that's where I am working on that, using my one of the few IT guys and the scientists where we can generate the AI. Of course the coaches का job भी stake पे है AI आने से, ये तो fact है, but I am happy कि coaches अपने घोड़े की दौड़ पे दौड़ना पड़ेगा, आप बिस्तर पे सो के कोचिंग नहीं कर सकते. इफ यू वांट टू कम्पीट विद दैट.
लवली. सो डॉक्टर मजूमदार, वो एआई का बात कर रहे हैं हरेंद्र जी, तो आप यू आर एन एक्सपर्ट. सो अभी एआई पूरे लाइफ में आ चुकी है, तो ये स्पोर्ट्स साइंस पे कैसे काम करेंगे, एंड क्या क्या गैजेट्स हम आजकल यूज करते हैं स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन?
No, it's basically computer vision or AI say you can monitor the athlete's movement and where he's playing more number of passes, what are the zone wise you can determine the games, even AI and computer vision is very important because you can spot the injury. Because if somebody is having, because we used to have 8 different, say, skills, and if you have a protocol of that through computer vision, you know that your athlete is putting, in maximum effort. What is in knee flexion, knee extension, knee power? I'm giving an example to understand. And suddenly you are every day the same guy has to go through these 8 tests. And if you detect that that player have got some problem of doing one particular execution of skill, then you red flag that athlete. And when he's playing, then through computer vision, you can understand machine language, you can understand that why he's doing the mistake. So that time, it can even detect and protect athlete from injury. So that's why that's very important to even go for that area.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I add to that, like Ravindran San has said that books called The Talent Lab of England का जो 2008 में publish हुआ, उसके बल पे ही मैं जब लास्ट नीरज चोपड़ा का देख रहा था, एंड आई वाज इन 4 years इन यूएसए, तो मैं चुला विस्ता जाता था, तो एक चीज मैंने वहां से जेवलिन थ्रो से हुआ कि जब वो प्लांट करते हैं लेफ्ट फीट, तो वो डिफाइन करता है how much force he is going to use and what the direction biomechanics के through elbow का and the force of the shoulder, force of the forearms, force of the trunk, वो डिफाइन करता है कितने ऊपर आप बॉल भाला को फेंकेंगे, डिस्टेंस कवर करेंगे. एक रात को सोते सोते जब नीरज चोपड़ा का मैं एक रील देख रहा था, then I decided कि the same principle also apply in the drag flick. There is no difference. Only thing, you come from the down and he come from the up. The biomechanics को उसको करके and we work. I work with the Deepa and Manisha, and I think now they are doing the wonderful job in Asian Champions Trophy में आपने देखा होगा Junior Asia पे. So that's where I think that somewhere what you said, that if you use that science and you have the data, some ideas, you can always transport one knowledge from the other sports and get the better result.
Nice. So you want to? 30 seconds, please. Yeah.
See, about the latest trends you have mentioned about the AIs, the real, the next generation trends which are coming is that with the AI trends coming is about making the athletes the real-time performance into the real-time through augmented reality and virtual reality. So there are devices and all coming wherein the AI has developed, where you can expose the athletes and make the insight developed into the real competition arena through the virtual reality and augmented reality. This is something which is emerging, yet to be tried. And I think this will make revolutionary steps. And as far as we are concerned, Sports Authority of India, we have started a new platform known as e-Khel Pathshala. And this is something where we have started a standardized training program accessible to the entire masses, where this broad basing can be done. Everyone is welcome. I hope there are many people, aspirants who are sitting, who would like to learn advanced about the foundation introduction about sports science. So we are going to start this platform very soon, where we have introduced 4-tier system, where the foundation, introduction, level 1 and level 2, which will be soon, which will be it will be on for registration. And we have already during the pandemic trained 70,000 physical education teachers. And here the primary objective is what you have mentioned about to to build capacity and make the knowledge about sports science and data analytics percolated down to the entire system of sports in the country.
Right, so you just conclude with one last
remark. To add what Chief was telling, basically. You all watch cricket. India, nobody, everybody watch cricket. If you see the action of Bumrah, and if you see the last against Australia, the series, so his action itself says that there is a lack of linearity for his gait. So once your linearity breaks during your bowling action, there is a lot of chances for injury. So that's why the frequent injury happens. That's what we are discussing. That even you can spot the injury based on the computer vision and high-speed camera.
Right, so that was very insightful, and if there are a few questions, we can take quickly and move on to the next session. Okay, so I'll just ask one last question and we'll wrap up. So, do you see the youngsters, especially the youngsters, the awareness is increasing about sports science, young athletes? Just 10 seconds each.
Yeah, I think it's increasing, but it's increasing through the social media, not through the education, which I like to see.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Majumdar?
Yeah, it is, because as the awareness, if you see the fitness awareness for 10 years back and fitness awareness now, there is a sea changes. There is a huge changes for the last 10 years. I mean, now the people understand nutrition, the people understand what are the fitness, because I was also one of the member for, fortunately, for making the making the fitness for this old age group. So that kind of thing is definitely changing, and the parents are much more aware now these days.
Right. Okay.
So that's the only thing.
Dr. Krishna.
I think the next generation has got of a different breed. They are techno-driven, and they are every segment of education. The latest innovations are into this high-tech model where everything is digitalized and data-driven. So if you don't do that in sports too, then we will be lagging behind. And I think they will be, it will lead to severe setbacks and so that is why the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs and SAI, through Khelo India, we have taken up this e-Khel Pathshala. And I am telling, this is going to make revolutionary changes. We are going to even tie up with IIT Chennai. And this will be accessible to the entire youth population, and they can join this, and they can get the basic information, and depending upon their interest and depending upon their capacity, they can come up to the higher levels.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insightful inputs, and really appreciate it was a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for an informative session. I request Mr. Sarangi to felicitate the speakers. It's been a morning of conversations around sport that's given us quite a bit to think about. Why not do that over a hearty meal? It's time for us to break for lunch. A wonderful spread awaits you. We will convene again soon to keep the conversation going. Once again, here's a small reminder to take these insights to your networks on social media. Share your takeaways from this event with the hashtag Sportstar and Conclave. See you all in soon.
You rate them, then the
और ये मिनट्स में तो बीपी लोगों को म्यूनिसिपल साइकिल होता है उसमें तो साइंस तो और भी जरूरत हालांकि ने पूछा भी बोलना चाहिए था कि हॉकी का लड़की लोगों का जो यो टेस्ट है वो विराट कोहली से बेहतर है
बोलना चाहिए
क्या हमारे टेस्ट मैच के साथ
इसको आने देते हैं, इधर खड़ा हो जाओ तो आएगा।
बिहार की राइटिंग कल्चर के बारे में क्या?
और आप मैं इसको कहता हूँ
हेलो चेक
सर, बिहार के एस्पायरिंग एथलीट्स के लिए आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे?
हेलो 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 चेक
worried about आप क्या बोल रहे हो? ये क्या वैसे क्या बोल रहे थे?
I request everyone to please find their seats. We will begin with our next session shortly. Check. I hope you all had a hearty meal. It's time to return to business. In the morning, we revisited India's Olympic and Paralympic Games, tried to understand the various focus points and challenges of building a sporting ecosystem in Bihar, and also explored the value of data science towards the end. Now, let's focus on an area where Bihar has been leading the charge at the national level, esports. This is an area where even the government of the state has hopped on to maximize on promise and champion the mushrooming of talent in this region. To explore more of that, we invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Abhishek Isar, co-founder Federation of Esports India, to introduce the panelists and get us going.
A very good afternoon. I'll first things first invite my co-panelists on the stage, Mr. Akshat Rathi, founder, Nodwin Gaming. Let's receive our panelists with a warm welcome. And Nishikant, brand head, Jet Synthesis, please. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you for the introduction to the panel. I think what's important is to be able to underline, as the announcer did highlight some moments back, that in the world of sports, needless to say, the government of Bihar and the sports department has taken some very important initiatives in the past many years, especially in the most recent past. Needless to say, the sports industry has witnessed talent coming from various sectors and disciplines. But Bihar has definitely taken a front runner's role, a leadership position, a pole position in the development and adoption of the new sports. And I'm very, very mindful when I say that. We are talking of electronic sports. It's not just gaming anymore in India. Electronic sports is sport as recognized by the government, and the government of Bihar under the leadership of Shri Ravindra Shankaranji heading the Bihar State Sports Authority, of course, with the blessings of the Chief Minister, Shri Nitish Kumarji. Bihar has recognized e-sport as a sport, and this has been a movement that started a couple of years ago. I still recall there was a similar convening a couple of years back, and esports got a special session. The idea was to achieve the first level of awareness. Today, we've come a long way. I'd be more than happy to talk in details, but it's important that I play the moderator's role today. And why not when we have two such fantastic personalities? So, Nishi, of course, you represent an organization that's been in the gaming and esports ecosystem for a long time, invested into multiple organizations in the sector, also playing the role of not just a company that is building esports, but also supporting the entertainment ecosystem and so on and so forth. And also, I'll take the opportunity to quickly lend a few words for Akshat. The gentleman can very conveniently be placed as sitting on the leaderboard in having to have taken India's esport at a global stage. Nodwin Gaming today is recognized as one of not just India's top esports organization, but one of the world's most prominent, especially representing a country like ours. But I feel the journey thus far, Akshat, has been stage one. The stage two is what I'm very interested to discuss today. So, Akshat, maybe we'll start with you. We are sitting at, you're in Patna at a fantastic convening sports summit hosted by one of the most prominent publishing houses in Hindu and Sportstar. For esports to sort of be a feature in these two aspects put together for someone you've been, a subject that you've been supporting long, how does this sort of stack up?
Very, very recently, very quick 1 minute around us. Nodwin Gaming was born 10 years ago. I'm a gamer. I used to go out and play esports. And then I did real life things like do a business and build a business. Nodwin's now one of the largest companies in the world. And I had a very good privilege of sitting about 3 years ago with His Highness in Saudi Arabia when they announced the Olympics are happening around esports. And one of the things at that time was, dang it, when will India do this? Because I'm from India and they've invited us, and I was sitting on the main stage with them and talking about it as we've been able to go out and build this. And lo and behold, when you manifest something, when jab kuch man se mango na to mil jata hai. So I think about a couple of years ago, India started going and saying that multi-level discipline and esports is now part of the sports code. Then we wanted to go ahead and say, hey, this is bigger. And then states started taking initiative. I think Bihar was the one of the first ones. So it's a very, it's a very big validation where the world probably recognized us more. But I think now with India taking the lead, I think it's a very, very proud moment.
Thank you. I think that sets the context. You touched upon the upcoming calendar event, which the world is talking of. But I'll come back to that. A quick word from you on jet synthesis, size, scale, and the esports opportunity, how the organization sort of looking at this space.
Taking lead from what Akshat just said, right, on the Saudi Arabia and the Olympics, I just want to, from a jet perspective, I just want to say what's our strategy for that. I think that will sum up everything what you are coming at. See, for a Esports Olympic will be looking at a simulated game with a huge database and a massive engagement. We as a real cricket, RC have been here for 10 years. We have built a massive pool of communities, gamers and viewers. On top of that, we have been rated as a top esports, top e-cricket simulation game by Google and other top partners. So if you see when we have a world's largest esports league, topped by the largest cricket simulation game, I think governing body should be taking a note. And that's what we do at JET. At JET, we have an interconnected ecosystem of gaming and esports, entertainment and esports, where if you see the outside for the gaming, the two big industries which are very aligned to gaming is entertainment and music. And at JET, we have an interconnected ecosystem which truly fuel this power.
Fantastic. So much more to sort of learn from each of the set pieces, but I'll invite you to sort of elaborate the esports piece subsequently. Just to lend some context to all the other sort of friends at this convening. The government of Bihar, as Akshat has highlighted, and of course I also touched upon earlier, has taken a formal stand to recognize esport as a sport a couple of years back. And on that effort, like we've heard all the esteemed panelists before this session, when you're referring to sports, you touch upon grassroots development, talent identification, you touch upon infrastructure development, you touch upon the presence of federations and the sort of, like a fantastically smooth functioning ecosystem that is able to sort of produce talent, but also enable and support them in the long run. I feel the government has taken some very credible efforts and steps in making sure that this is achieved. To give a quick summary, in the last sort of year and a half gone by, there's been a talent discovery of young kids and participants amounting to upwards of 16 to 17,000 young kids who've participated in tournaments ranging from what we call the Open State Championship to inter-school, inter-college and inter-divisional tournaments, right? Typically what we'd get to see and understand in sports. And I'll take a moment to extend, warm commendations to Shri Ravindra Sankaranji, the Honourable Director General, who has been very clear in making sure and at least been also public about the fact that esports is a subject that Bihar is very keen on making sure we play a front runner's role in. And on that, a couple of days back, he also announced that Bihar would love to host. In fact, he's announced that Bihar will be hosting the first national games for esports. So, Akshat, given that sort of context, your involvement in having to have been one of India's leading organizations to conduct such large-scale tournaments, the paradigm that I'm referring to is here in Bihar. The objective is actually bottom of the pyramid first, which is the grassroots, to empower parents to sort of understand that my kid is not indulging in just fun. He's actually indulging in a state-recognized event. What does that sort of mean from your perspective from the industry?
I'm a fairly young person who's very controversial. People hate to put me on stages because I say things that are absolutely unfiltered. I'm going to take 3 minutes of your time and everyone's time to go ahead and explain 3 very important but very quick things. Why is playing a video game on this a sport? Why is it a sport? Why is it not a game? Sports, as defined by the International Olympic Committee, is a pursuit of Citius, Altius, Fortius, stronger, higher, faster. When you play a video game on this, on a professional level, I am just faster than you. That is why it is a sport. I will go ahead and kick the ball faster than you. I will shoot a bullet faster than you. I will go jump faster than you. I will respond faster than you. And when I'm saying faster, that means at milliseconds faster. As an example, Formula One car drivers and esports athletes have the same response times. That's why this is a sport. Second part, like any sport, there is individual sports and there is team sports. And the word esports is nothing unless you have a context. Esports is as big as music. Do you like music? Do you like food? Yeah. What music? Rag Bhairavi? Kailash? You want death metal? You like Indian food? You like Chinese food? What esports title is there? Our friends Jet Synthesis have a great league that they run on a game called Real Cricket. There is other games like BGMI, which is the largest game in our country, that we go ahead and broadcast on Star Sports in the month of July and August for 45 days, in which the same time, 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, you go ahead and watch the best athletes of our country, the esports athletes, play one game. And if you go ahead and put all of these games together, then you have something called the Esports Olympics, because that's multidisciplinary. So it's always about which game are we talking about, which is the sports title that you're talking about. And the third one, which kind of concludes this entire space, is each sport has its own championship, just like football has the FIFA World Cup. But football is also part of the Olympics, right? Same as tennis. Tennis, just Australian Open is happening right now today. But it is also part of the Olympics, which is there. So, and India can go ahead and have have someone like Leander Paes, who goes and plays for us, but also plays the Davis Cup, but will also play Wimbledon, right? So you can have athletes play at different places and have different items that you're winning for. And in esports right now, the individual sports are with a lot of money. As an example, the best esports in India has around 250 people in the country of India which earn more than 1 lakh rupees a month playing esports. The number one person earns 16 crores a year, right? And they has about 50 million followers, which is there, like a Virat Kohli, which is there. So that's the space. So then the question is, why is this person wanting, when they're on Star Sports, when they're on YouTube and Instagram, and when they're winning millions of dollars, literally, what is the way that we can go ahead and find the next big athlete and we can go ahead and make them famous from places like Bihar, is the question of grassroots. And I think it is a discovery problem, not a build problem. So I think academies are not something till the time we can go ahead and build fame here. If we build fame, it will act like a 1983 cricket moment. It will act like a Neeraj moment. It will act like a Vishwanathan Anand moment. It will act like a Vijender moment. You will have then huge gamut of people going and saying, this is legitimate, this is cool, which is there. I can keep on telling you that this is okay and it is there, but you'll still not believe it, right? Your kid will still play 8 hours of video games and you'll be like, ye khela. I'm telling you by now, if your kid comes and says, I'm playing 8 hours of video game, I'm saying I'm playing esports, they're wasting 7 hours. Because he should be practicing skills. I think the Director General was also talking about that. It's about skills. It's not about, you don't become a better cricketer by playing more matches. You become a better cricketer by going and hitting 10,000 times the ball in the same direction or bowling in a certain way. Same thing, wrist, hand-eye coordination, wrist movement, back things. On our tournament, I was telling you, we do BMI indexes to go ahead and find out how heavy are you, because if you're a fat kid, you will not respond faster. And it's a speed competition. So that and everything else, and over the year, it's there. So a minute longer than expected.
No, of course, perfectly. And then there's the reward element, which I would definitely want to sort of spend some more time. But if you could quickly highlight the last couple of seasons that you've hosted, what is the reward circuit like? What does this talent essentially
typically get? Just like again, Wimbledon's a good example. The top tier circuit has prize pools of between 2 and 3 crores each. The total prize pool in India is about 14 crores, so a couple of $1 million. There are about 10 to 30 mid-tier tournaments, which is there. The total number of people who play tournaments in the country are about 600 teams. The number of people who play the game on a competitive level is about 40 million people every day. The total number of people who've downloaded games and play them on an active level is around 400 million.
Wow.
Viewership is around 250 million.
Heavy duty numbers, but to be honest, and I'm sure Akshat will validate, we're just discussing how the esports industry in India is not even starting, right? How small it is today and where we really potentially can be. Would you like to sort of elaborate, Akshat? But again, I'll invite you to also connect the set piece of how the government of Bihar has institutionalized such an important decision, how that sort of replicates into other regional chapters, what that can mean for India when the government states that we'd like to host the national games, the first ever in this country that a government-led initiative will get to see.
Look, there are 5 stakeholders, right? There's a game developer, publisher. They make the game. Then there is the player that plays the game. There is a tournament organizer like us. I call us the IPL organizers. We are the tournament commercial monetizer of this. Then there is a broadcaster, whether it be Star or there's YouTube or whatever. And then there are the governments that are there. Like any true sport, I think this competition on a global scale is cities, not countries. So Riyadh pitches for a world championship. We have another world championship that happens in Berlin, another one that happens in Sao Paulo, and we have another one that happens in Thailand. It's going to be in Bangkok, which is there. And in India, we've had the government of Telangana and Hyderabad going and stepping up with this. In Chennai, we have another one that is there. And the opportunities now are about states to go ahead and take a leadership thing to its constituents and to its youth to go ahead and say, we are there where we can go ahead and put a great spectacle that is relevant for you, where On the back of that, we can go ahead and have an institutional program that in say 2 years, 3 years, 4 years time, we'll be able to go ahead and have the best athlete in the country coming from here. Because the lighthouse of legitimacy comes from going and saying, as an example, right? We just watched Gukesh beat Dinglaran in chess. We produced that entire feed, but the aha moment of that was 4 years ago when the Prime Minister and in Chennai, where they said the World Championship will happen here. The World Championship was announced in Chennai, around 130 crores was spent on it. Lots of kids from the south became really good in chess. Vishwanathan Anand took it upon himself to go ahead and mentor those kids. That kid was 13 and a half years old when that happened. Now we are here, he's an 18-year-old youngest world champion. And then the government announced that the 2025 World Championship is coming back. So it's a very big circle, right? In 4 years' time, you went and said, World Championship in my city, let's go ahead and have something here. 4 years later, you are the world champion and the World Championship is coming back. I think that's the aha cycle.
I think you've answered that question in a very straightforward fashion, even though there's a cyclical process that the system must go through. And I feel that with one state sort of taking a strong decision, definitely has a ripple effect. We already have interest from other regional chapters, leadership in other states also very keenly looking at this space, and they've already started inducting it, right? The confusion of esport not being a sport, or at least being confused with the rest of the gaming, is a conversation of the past. That's changed.
Yeah, and it's important I go ahead and say this. Look, we are sitting in a room full of administrators and people who work on policy. The government of India took a very, very clear stance. There is something called real money gaming, in which you put money in and you take money out, right? That's the definition of money in, money out. And they're great ones, whether it is poker, whether it is fantasy, which is, it's a sector in our country. And I think it should be respected as a sector. And the government of India now has a very specific word for it. It's called online gaming. Then there is a second one, which is called video gaming, which is games played on electronically, which is the ones we pay, whether it is Ludo, whether it is PUBG Mobile, was PUBG Mobile, now is called BGMI, or any other game. And then a competitive angle of a video game that you are actually going and doing, where there is no money involved coming in, is called esports. And that's fine too. Correct. Right? So that definition is a very important thing. That's why this sits with sports and not with Métis or with anything else.
And I feel that this definition is in process of evolution, because listen, about 4 years back, the IOC was trying to negate esports, and it actually banned it globally. And about a year back, the IOC leadership president in India is announcing that, they can't ignore it any further. Lo and behold, we now have the esports Olympic Games, first of its kind ever, taken up for the next 12 years by one country. So you referred to that cyclical process, which is critical. State initiates with something big, and I feel that the real heavy lifting has already happened, which is with the grassroots open up. Young kids in the government, in the state are today very excited about playing the sport, and they look at it very seriously as a sport. I can tell you, because we've had good experiences engaging with these kids. But in those titles, we also have a very unique game, which is promoting an indigenous ecosystem. And when you talk of India, you talk sports, you cannot ignore cricket. Speaking of cricket, and I'm sure Akshat could validate, we've gone ahead, of course, with validation permissions coming from the BSSA also, in having to have shortlisted one such cricket title called Real Cricket, which is obviously a product of jet synthesis. Would love to hear from you. I know that your entire ecosystem is very pleased about the idea that cricket's been inducted. The game is very competitive, so I get to hear from experts like Akshat. And the good thing is the receptivity in the grassroots is massive. We're talking of the Olympics. I don't see real cricket getting inducted, at least in the coming edition. But how has the game and the title shaped out? Because that's also a narrative the Honourable Prime Minister outlined a couple of years back. Indian games, Indian narrative must be promoted. And I feel that's one fantastic way of encouraging young kids to sort of look at this in a more serious fashion.
So, see, to add to that, on the same, real cricket is the true indigenous made in India game, right? And it is so how to make it big, right? So all the cricket players who are play currently on a real cricket, the next big stage for them is GEPL, which is a global esports premier league, which is the largest esports platform for e-cricketers. And can I announce?
Of course, a tournament that you've already hosted for 2 editions, is it?
Yeah. So this is the second. It's the second season of it, and we will love to host a GPL leg, special GPL leg here in Bihar with the support of Bihar government, and to locate, to find and scout the best e-cricketing talent and put them on a global stage directly. We'll also like to explore how we can advance the top 10 players directly to auction stage, bypassing the qualifiers, registration and Swiss draw model, giving them access to a professional esports contracts and turning their passion into a career opportunity for them.
Oh, lovely. That moment, I think, is one that deserves a round of applause.
Thanks.
Because here's a publisher, a company which is sort of announcing, they already have a tournament, right? It's called GPL. It's based on real cricket. May I ask, at the right sort of stage as well, will you be able to adopt some of the kids who are competing under the programs of the Bihar government?
Yeah, sure.
Will they have an opportunity to get inducted into the league structure?
Yes, sure. So like I said, for the next, not this season because it's already in motion, for the next season, for surely we'll look into it. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think that's newsworthy. Appreciate your thought around it. Akshat, I think we need such initiatives in the country to be able to sort of hone that talent, right? It's not just about being in the top rung of the ecosystem, but like you've also been privy to some of the other administrators talking of sports development in India. Unfortunately, well, 6 medals, I'm sure we deserve more at the Olympics. That process of talent development, honing, gestation period in esports is much lesser. You've seen multiple such cycles. Any specific thoughts? We've got very important members here in this August gathering on how to better improvise from a policy perspective and adopt esports as a sport. What should that outlook be, given that we've got the Olympics as well?
Complicated answer. Sorry. You can game the Olympics, right? What that means is you can look at the Olympics and say, where are the medals? And there are very cool documentaries that are out there, some of them on Netflix, and it says, America, for example, went and said, we'll go for swimming, right? Britain said, we will go after cycling, right? They said, what is the total impact if I pick one sport, but if there are more medals in that sport, I can actually have a disproportionate win outcome out of this, right? Athletics was another thing that the Americans went and did. And over time on the Olympics, you'll be able to go ahead and look at this. I think the same thing applies to esports. I think we need to go ahead and be very specific about the titles we should compete in and not feel bad. So one of the biggest esports titles in the world is something called Counter-Strike, right? 25-year-old game, really big in Europe. I am extremely confident of saying this, that despite the best efforts, if one Indian kid keeps playing, and you need 5 players in this to go ahead and keep playing, for every hour an Indian kid will put in, a German kid is also putting that 1 hour in. So the differential will always be about 7 to 8 years, which is there. We can decide that 8 years later we will win this game, but we don't know whether that's going to be valid. So the answer here is we need titles to be focused on in which we know we can win. Right? We either go ahead and get games like real cricket as part of the Olympics. And if we can't get real cricket as part of the Olympics, we pick titles that are going to the Olympics that we know we can win. Now, Pakistan, for example, has done something very interesting. Pakistan doesn't really go ahead and do well in esports, but they have one title called Tekken, and in which they have the best Tekken player in the world. So they just went and said, we will focus on Tekken as a game. And they win the world championship in that one specific game, right? I think the lessons here are that focus on specific titles in which you can go ahead and leapfrog everyone else in the world. And in mobile, because India is one of the best places in the world because of the population that we have playing mobile games, we are among the top 3 people in the world. So pick mobile titles, pick single individual titles that you can actually get behind. And that will allow us to go ahead and get very, very deep, very, very quickly.
Very important point made, and I think that's also the fundamental with which we've adopted some of the esports titles in Bihar. Our time is up, so I'll just leave it to last sort of two responses. One, any thoughts on the upcoming esports Olympics? Titles that are already there, where do you see India possibly having an opportunity? Maybe not in the first edition, but let's say by the second edition.
No, I'm part of that advisory council that is working on this, which is there. I think there are 22 titles that are being considered, which is there, and at least 3 to 4 titles that India is going to do really well in. And I think we should go ahead and put our back to it and go ahead and do that. And the idea always is, I often like to go ahead and say, you can choose one team and then you can spend a lot of money to send that team everywhere else in the world. But then you're giving, let's assume this team has 5 people, but then you're giving opportunity to 5 people. I'd rather go ahead and have, not even do the semi-finals and finals, get 20 kids, but get 20 international people down here and go ahead and make those 20 play against the 20 internationals. That's why IPL does better. That's why IPL is the best in the world. That's why the English Premier League does the best. You get the best in the world to go ahead and play the best which is there. Yeah, slowly it's going to take time, but if you just if you limit opportunity and give that opportunity only to a limited amount of people, your outcome is now, it's a game of chance, right? You want more chances that your people can go ahead and be better. So don't limit the opportunity to people. And that's why grassroots plays such a good role, right? And that's what just mentioned here. If we can get the best in the country and the best in the world to go ahead and come here, I think that's the best. So I think my ask for Bihar would be that let's get the best in the world to come and be part of this, the esports edition that is being announced right now. National Esports Games should have invited international teams.
Fantastic. I think that's a lovely point. I was about to ask any suggestions on a wish list that you'd like to table to Government of Bihar. I think
and the second one I'd love to go ahead and see is, and the Director General is not in the room, but I think the idea here would be if, as part of the Mashal program, we can go ahead and have certification for, just like you go ahead and have it for cricket, football, basketball, kho-kho, kabaddi, boxing, let's have a certification program in Mashal for esports.
Fantastic. I think that's a point worth discussing offline. Nishi, any final thoughts?
I would only like to say that cricket is the biggest sport in India. I want to see a best e-cricketer from India, from Bihar, who can come up and play into us GPL and in the world.
Lovely, fantastic. I think that's a lovely parting note to kind of conclude this session on. A thought that resonates with the BSS as well. Their intention has always been to produce top talent across sports and disciplines. We are very fortunate esports is one such considered by the state today. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Please, a rousing sort of send-off. Okay, I see a hand or two, if you don't mind. Would you? I see a gentleman who would like to ask a question.
Yeah, hi, this is Darshan here. I just want to have one question was on the female participation. I want to know how many girls participate in esports and has any steps been taken towards promotion of that? Second question was from my colleague Shamswar, she had stepped out, was on health of, I'm sure that, like any sports, there is loss and, mental health and, physical health also, is a factor here. Is anything being done to, take steps on that aspects as well for esports? Yeah.
If there are about, on an amateur level, encouragement to go to the gym is always important. The top athletes go ahead and say that it is there. But if you actually look at the top teams in the country, they have physiotherapists, they have gym, they have nutrition consultants that sit down. Because the answer again is what I said. If you are unhealthy, you will be slow. You will lose. If he's healthier than you, he will be better than you. He'll be faster than you. Because obesity, for example, or sugar or Adderall or Red Bull or anything that goes and gives you a big spike in sugar is not a great thing to go ahead and get you response times that are better, right? So you want to be healthier on an ongoing level to go ahead and do this. And as far as the women component which is there, because it's a speed competition and it's not a strength competition, there is no differentiator. So we have teams in which women play. So this is not a men versus, it's not boxing, it's not weightlifting, where a physicality of a men's, because more testosterone is in the body, they can go out and actually lift better. No, it's a speed competition. So if in a speed competition, we've already seen in driving as an example, women drivers be there in Formula One and in Daytona, right? In any speed competition across the world, the gender imbalance is not required. Now the question, interestingly, is why are there not more female players? Which is there. I think that's an inclusivity and an acceptance part. First, you actually want viewership to go. Viewership in esports is typically was around 90% men, 10% women, but this year, I think it has crossed the 65-35 kind of a ratio. As more women play more video games, as more women watch more video games and esports, more women would be finding it very acceptable to go ahead and do that. So I think now the participation has gone up to about 10%, and I think it's going to be much better.
Thank you.
To add to that, one last piece. You'll be very happy to hear that in a competition which just got concluded 2 days back, which is the Open Esports State Championship, we included a title called Street Fighter, which is a medal sport. The winner was a young girl who happened to have played and also have won the medal and award by the government itself.
And the World Championship in Olympics in Tokyo, which is there, the World Championship was a girl. She beat 14 boys to go ahead and be the which is there. So, yeah, why not?
I have one question. Yeah. Can you hear? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah, this is a Dr. Shivaji Kumar. I am the President, Bihar Para Sports Association. Just would like to know about the para sports, means person with disability. Are they participating in e-sports? Do you have any?
Again, that same title we talked.
Another thing, there are 21 types of disability under RPWD Act. So we'd like to know what types of PWD could participate in this e-sports.
So again, the electronic sports, since it's a speed competition, there are a lot of people who are either visually impaired or physically impaired because mobility on legs is no longer relevant in this, right? It's either hand or eyes coordination, which is there. And there are specific devices that the world's game companies go ahead and generate for people with physical disabilities to go ahead and get them exactly on par with someone else. So again, with those specific devices, people who have disabilities compete absolutely on par with people. So you don't even have to have a separate competition with them. They actually compete on par. And I think the number 4 player in the world has right hand amputated, and he absolutely goes and kills everyone else. Very, very
Can I suggest, why not you are starting e-para sports also? So that will be...
Just to add on what we were discussing earlier, one of the top 10 players, in one of the top 10 players of real cricket, they are people who are with a disability. They are playing in GPL. They are the best performing team.
Fantastic. I think we have your responses laid out, but thank you so much. You've been a lovely audience and it was fantastic having you. Thank you again. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you all for an illuminating session. I now request Mr. Ayon Sengupta, Sportstar editor, to felicitate the speakers.
Música.
Foundational law for a state or a nation's sporting culture therefore becomes an important topic of discussion for any entity looking to excel in sport. A state is no different. Social markers come into play, and our next session will be
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Consulting firm that's focusing on sports. Typically, we have a large consulting request to government and I head that sector. Today we're going to talk about I think fundamentally India has done very well in cricket. Obviously, beyond cricket second is actually look at number of people playing sports in India. It's only about 5. We still get 5. Last time we got 7, this time we got 6. So I think how do you improve that performance? So grassroots plays a very important role. How do you look at talent, build it up? So that's the topic that we're going to cover. All of them have played. They've all been sportsmen and now coming into the I'm going to invite one. First I have the founder of Sports for All. He's a national level district and state level. Obviously, master in sports management. Played 25 years in sports, 12 as athletes and 13 an expert in the marketing and administration. He founded Sports for All to get to bring talent into Olympics and those kind of things. I think that's thank you for joining. Next, I have Anil Kumar. So Anil is the founder and MD of Great Sports Tech. So he's been to build infrastructure. Interestingly, named as Great Sports Tech. And interestingly, he has worked in Wipro and all the other He's a mechanical engineering, MBA from Symbiosis, executive development program from Kellogg. He has been an athlete himself, athletics and handball. He has created Since 2004, he's been registered by CIA. He worked in tech-led firms like Then I have Jatin. I don't think Jatin, you cannot speak out of Indian cricketer, style. He has been a stylish left-hander ever since he made his debut in 1992. After that, he went into the administration, sports marketing, sports management, and headed the Europe and India-Europe for Nike as well. He started a platform called Khelo More, which is to bring a digital platform to connect people at grassroots and not so much on the coaching, but the playing facilities as well. So he's also starting the coaching side. So, and Jatin has played for India 3 times in the One Day International. So it's good to have you here, Jatin. And now my Hindi is not the best. I studied in KV, but I must say that I won't be able to manage Hindi. So I'm going to get 2 more people. First is Ravindran sir. He has done some amazing work, and I was morning listening to him in terms of what is happening in the grassroots level, which is fascinating to know actually. So, to get his perspective on the grassroots activities of Bihar, plus also he's going to ask some question to Sanjay Pathak, who has done grassroots development in football and handball. So I think I will invite Sanjay Pathak also onto the stage. So these are my panelists, and I think we can get started. Can you hear me? Yeah. So we'll start off with just to get a perspective on the grassroots level. He did allude to them in the morning, but just to get a bigger perspective around what is happening at the grassroots level in Bihar, how do we compare it to the national level also? So maybe sir, you can just give a perspective.
सबसे पहले मैं आपको धन्यवाद दूंगा कि मुझे बड़ी गर्व महसूस हो रही है कि एक तमिलियन को हिंदी में सवाल करने के लिए मुझे यहाँ बुलाए हैं, तो मुझे बड़ी गर्व होता है. अदरवाइज पीपल थिंक दैट तमिलियंस आर एंटी हिंदी, बट आई एम नॉट, वी आर नॉट. तो ग्लैड इनफ फॉर दैट. सुबह तो मैं बताया था कि व्हाट वी आर डूइंग एट द ग्रासरूट लेवल, लेकिन मैं एक चीज़ और बताना चाहूँगा. You all are going to talk about how technology is going to be useful in identifying talent at the grassroots level. Science कैसे मदद करेंगे. लेकिन बॉस मेरा अपना कहना है कि science should be a value addition for scouting the talent. Identifying the talent through human eye, that's really really important. मैं 2-3 एग्जाम्पल बताऊंगा. नंबर 1, रेलवे स्टेशन में किसी टीम को जीत के आ रहा था, तो आई वेंट टू रिसीव देम एंड फेलिसिटेट देम व्हेन दे गॉट डाउन फ्रॉम द रेलवे स्टेशन. तो उसी समय मैं एक बच्चे को आते हुए देखा. ही इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ द टीम, वहां घूम रहा था रेलवे स्टेशन में, कहीं जाना है उसको. ही वॉज 6 feet 4 inches समथिंग. आई कॉल्ड हिम एंड आई आस्क्ड हिम, तुम कुछ खेलोगे? तो वो बोले, सर हम कुछ नहीं खेलते हैं, लेकिन खेलने का इच्छा है. तो वो बोला, हाँ सर खेलने का इच्छा है. तो उनको बुलाए हम पाटलिपुत्रा स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स में. ही केम एंड वी इनवाइटेड, आई इनवाइटेड द्रोणाचार्य श्रीधरन, वाज फॉर्मर इंडियन वॉलीबॉल टीम कोच, कैप्टन. ही इज द्रोणाचार्य. तो आई इंट्रोड्यूस दैट बॉय टू हिम एंड ही ट्रेन्ड दैट बॉय एंड ही इज नाउ पार्ट ऑफ द इंडियन टीम वॉलीबॉल टीम. पार्ट ऑफ इंडियन वॉलीबॉल टीम. नो साइंस, नो टेक्नोलॉजी, बस आंख में दिखाई पड़ गया, टॉल है, बुलाए, सक्सेसफुल हो गया. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, बेगूसराय में बिहट एक गांव है, वहां बस मेरा बैचमेट नक्सल अटैक से वो शहीद हो गया था, तो उनके परिवार से मिलने में गया था. तो मिलके जब वापस आ रहे थे तो 2 लड़कियां मेरे जीप को सामने आके खड़े हो गई, जबकि जानते हैं वो दोनों की पुलिस ऑफिसर का गाड़ी है, फिर भी बीच में आके खड़े हो गई और रिक्वेस्ट की सर 2 मिनट आप उतरिएगा गाड़ी से। तो आई जस्ट गॉट डाउन एंड क्या हुआ सर, तनी आके मेरे हम लोगों का जिम देख लीजिए, हम जिम में प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, आप बस आके जिम देख लीजिए। तो आई वेंट अलॉन्ग विद दम, ठीक है बुला रही है तो जिम में देख के कुछ वेट लिफ्टिंग कर रही थी, अपना दिखा रही थी। वी इन्वाइटेड द्रोणाचार्य अवॉर्डी वेट लिफ्टिंग का द लेडी, आई एम नॉट गेटिंग माई द नेम, हंसा शर्मा, तो उनको बुलाए। फिर ये दोनों बच्ची खुशबू और शालिनी, इन दोनों को हम वहां से बोले कि तुम लोग आओ स्टेडियम में, एंड शी ऑल्सो सॉ देम एंड शी ट्रेन देम फॉर द पास्ट 2 years. Today, just 3 weeks back in Odisha, National Girls Championship में 3 gold medals. So what I am trying to say is grassroots में talent ऐसे भी मिल सकता है, तो you have to have the eye to identify. So that's what I am trying to say. मैं पाठक जी के बारे में ये बताना चाहूंगा, मैं आज ही इनको बोले थे कि इनको बुलाइए स्टेज पर। कारण ये है पिछले 20 साल से सिवान एक जिला है which मतलब इट्स सिवान डिस्ट्रिक्ट इज स्पोर्ट्स प्रोड्यूसिंग जमीन है, मतलब इतना स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स को, फुटबॉलर्स को प्रोड्यूस करता है। तो उस जगह क्यों, उसके कारण ये है पाठक जी ही इज अ गवर्नमेंट स्कूल टीचर, लेकिन अपने गांव का अपने जमीन बेच के, अपने जमीन का खेती हो रहा था, फार्मिंग छोड़ के उसको फुटबॉल ग्राउंड बना के वहीं पर पोटा हट्स या व्हाटएवर ही कैन डू इट, वहां बच्चियों को ठहरा के ही हैज प्रोड्यूस्ड n number of football players, athletes, handball players, especially girl children. तो हम लोग से ज्यादा इनके मुंह से सुनना चाहते कैसे भाई आप आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो, मतलब ये हम तो 1-2 आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं, ये तो पूरा हार्वेस्टिंग ही कर रहे हो पूरा जिला में। इट्स रियली अमेजिंग वर्क। सिमिलरली अभी भोजपुर में एक गांव है ब्रह्मपुर, वहां रमेश, आई फॉरगॉट टू कॉल हिम टुडे, यू ऑल शुड मीट हिम यार, एंड आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट द कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर्स टू मीट सच गाइस हु आर डूइंग सेल्फलेसली इन द फील्ड। रमेश क्या कर रहा है अपने खर्चे से, ही इज आल्सो नॉर्मल स्कूल पीटी टीचर, अपने उस गांव में he is training 50 boxers, छोटे बच्चे, they are all getting trained in boxing by him. And हाल में जो स्टेट चैंपियनशिप हुआ बॉक्सिंग का, 25% of the medals was won by that small village by that coached by that fellow called Ramesh. तो वो कहां से टैलेंट स्काउटिंग कर लिया। तो साइंस जरूरी है, लेकिन मेरा अपना मानना है कि साइंस के साथ साथ one should have an eye to identify the talent. मैं यही बताना चाहूंगा।
Fascinating stories actually, but आप थोड़ा
मैं ठीक है, मैं ही पूछ लेता हूँ। पाठक जी ये बताइए पहले आप कैसे इंस्पायर हुए हैं, क्या सोच था आपके मन में? लड़कियों को लिए आप एक रानी लक्ष्मीबाई के नाम पर एकेडमी खोल के अपना जमीन में अपना खेती छोड़ करके ग्राउंड बना करके इतना बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं खेल के लिए, तो कहां से इंस्पिरेशन हुआ और कैसे करते हैं ये?
जी सर, सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद इस मंच पर मुझे मौका देने के लिए। दरअसल में इसके पीछे भी एक कहानी है कि एक पाई का खेल चला करता था भारत सरकार का, बहुत ही महत्वाकांक्षी योजना था पंचायत युवा खेल अभियान। और वर्ष 2009 में हम सब्जेक्ट टीचर हैं, हम सोशल साइंस के शिक्षक हैं। और जब नए नए विद्यालय में आए थे उस समय 2 लड़कियों ने काफ़ी मुझे तंग किया कि मुझे ले चलिए एथलेटिक्स खेल मैदान में दौड़ाने के लिए, मेरा ही विद्यालय का ग्राउंड है। मैं नहीं जाना चाहता था, लेकिन काफ़ी उन लोगों ने मुझसे प्रे किया। मैं इस पचड़े में नहीं फंसना चाहता था, क्योंकि मैं बीआरपी के पद पर कार्यरत था
और मैं आया था आराम करने के लिए और ड्यूटी करने के लिए, लेकिन उन बच्चियों की आंखों में ऐसी आंसू देख करके मैं प्रभावित हुआ कि हमें चलो यार चलते हैं ग्राउंड में। और जब मैं ले गया उन दोनों को तो उन दोनों बच्चियों ने ब्लॉक लेवल में गोल्ड मेडल जीता और 100 मीटर, 200, 400, 800, 1500 और 3000 में सारा गोल्ड मेडल उन्हीं लोगों का नाम था। इसके बाद वो सिलेक्ट होती है डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल के लिए। तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल के लिए जब सिलेक्ट होती हैं तो 2009 में उस समय काफ़ी अच्छा नहीं माना जाता था और लड़कियों को मेल टीचर जो है ट्रेनिंग दे खिलाए। तो मेरे खिलाफ में मेरे विद्यालय के शिक्षकों ने, जो बूढ़े लोग थे, उन लोगों ने कहा कि नहीं ये ठीक नहीं रहेगा, तुम मत ले जाओ, उनके पेरेंट्स को साथे लेकर के जाओ। हम बोलो कि चलिए अब चलते हैं। डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में जब हम गए तो एक दरोगा राय कॉलेज है, उसमें बहुत भीड़ लगी हुई थी, एथलेटिक्स का प्रतियोगिता हो रहा था। और वहाँ जब हमारी बच्चियाँ 100, 200, 400, 800 और 1500 में जब गोल्ड मेडल उन लोगों ने लिया तो जो हाल चक दे इंडिया में शाहरुख खान साहब का दिखता है एक कोने में खड़ा होकर के, और जब लोग दौड़ने लगे और मेरी बच्चियां मंच पर सम्मानित हो रही थी, उस समय जो है मैं एक कोने में वही हाल था जो शाहरुख खान साहब का था। और तब मुझे लगा उस दिन कि नहीं, गांव में भी प्रतिभाएं हैं, यदि उन्हें उचित प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जाए तो जरूर ही गांव की बच्चियां इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक जाएंगी। और फिर धीरे धीरे कारवा बढ़ा, मीडिया ने हमको सपोर्ट किया। बारामूला डी साहब थे, वंदना प्रेसी मैडम थी उस समय, और हम वहाँ मैराथन हुआ करता था, उसमें हमारी बच्चियों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया और मीडिया ने काफ़ी वहाँ जो है सपोर्ट किया। और देखते ही देखते उस समय जो है लड़कियों का काफ़ी काफिला बढ़ गया, तमाम तरह के विरोध हुए और मैंने सीवान जिले की पहली महिला फुटबॉल टीम हमने बनाई और 2 क्लब हमने बनाया। और 2008 में 2010 में हम लोग भागलपुर में जो है पहली बार जो है सारण प्रमंडल चैंपियन बना था। और उसी साल 2011 में 2 बच्चियों का सिलेक्शन हुआ भारतीय स्कूली अंडर-19 फुटबॉल टीम में, तारा खातून और अर्चना कुमारी का। और सर वो लोग फ्रांस बोरोडेक्स गई खेलने के लिए, वहाँ जा कर के खेली। फिर अमृता का चयन हुआ इंडियन अंडर 14 टीम में। ऐसे करते करते लड़कियों की संख्या इतनी बढ़ गई कि मुझे हैंडबॉल में जाना पड़ा, रग्बी फुटबॉल में भी हमारी बच्चियां खेलने लगी। 200 से अधिक लड़कियां हो गई, सब नेशनल नहीं जा सकती थी। तो देखते देखते सर 300-400 लड़कियों का हो गया। और ग्राउंड में काफ़ी लोग अब मनचले परेशान करने लगे, गाली गलौज होने लगा, झगड़ा होने लगा। थाना में गए तो फिर बच्चियों को अब कोर्ट में जाकर के गवाही देना होता, तो कोई गार्जियन वो खेलने नहीं भेजता। इसलिए लोग मुझे गाली देना शुरू किए कि तुम्हारे बाप का ग्राउंड नहीं है। तो मैंने सोचा कि अब अपने बापिंग के ग्राउंड में चलते हैं और 4 एकड़ का हमने जमीन को जो है आज स्टेडियम बनवा दिया, बजाते बाउंड्री वगैरह करके। और रेसिडेंशियल सेंटर है, 50 बच्चियों का रेसिडेंशियल सेंटर है, 50 बच्चियाँ नॉन रेसिडेंशियल है और 50 बच्चे नॉन रेसिडेंशियल में पर डे जो है खेल कर आते हैं। मैं सबको जो है ब्रेकफास्ट की व्यवस्था वहाँ होती है।
Good, fascinating story. Yeah. Give him a big hand, actually. Big clap.
जिस बच्ची का नाम ले रहे हैं अमृता। अमृता, मैं जानता हूं तुम यहाँ खड़ी हो, यहाँ आ जाओ। बस 1 मिनट के लिए ऊपर आ जाओ। नहीं ठीक है। शी इज द गर्ल अमृता whom she was talking about, कि एकदम छोटे से गांव से इन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई किए, इनको फुटबॉल ट्रेनिंग किए एंड शी वेंट अप टू फ्रांस टू प्ले द फुटबॉल एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ द 100 stories which he has created. So she is one of them. Thank you अमृता, thank you. एंड बिहार सरकार ने इसको आइडेंटिफाई करके इनको नौकरी भी हम लोग दे दिए है। Now she is working with me in the Bihar State Sports Authority and he is taking care of the football. Yeah, thank you.
Fascinating story. I also play football. Maybe next time I'll play with you. So let me switch to Anil. Anil looks like a volleyball player from the height and all that. But Anil, just to bring the perspective from You have been working across multiple states. We heard what is happening in Bihar, but would you also give a view of what's happening in the other states from grassroots infra development that is happening? So just to give a perspective.
Sure, thank you. So though I'm coincidentally 6'4", nobody found me on the railway station to encourage like this. I would have played for India as well, but really nice of you, sir. Really great to hear that talent identification visually and by judgment and not just technology alone. But yeah, my domain is more our infrastructure. Considering we're talking about grassroots, I'll come to infrastructure in a second, but why that is fundamental. Over the decades, people keep asking, India has a population of 1.4 billion and we have, all the statistics. The fact is, as we all know, less than 5% of the population actually has access to sports facilities, sports infrastructure. So the whole program about trying to provide very good sports facilities and spread them out all across the country is really the core. And like Ravindraji said in the morning, if you're looking to aspire as to see what is it that we're looking to gain, for example, win in 2036, you look at the age of who will be the potential Olympians in 2036. Those kids are today 12 to 16-year-old, right? And they are all in high school. So, and clearly if we are looking to tap really the population dividend that we have, the demographic dividend, we need to really reach out to the other 95% as well. So the grassroots program, and I was really very, very pleased because over the years we have been evangelizing why governments should not be investing in vanity stadiums. Someone says 30,000, so next one says 40,000 seater. Those are really white elephants, like you said, sir, rightly to avoid. But just to give an example, forget about building a new stadium. I don't know if some of you recall, during Commonwealth Games, the renovation of Indira Gandhi, the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium alone was 900 crores, just the renovation. If you take an average of hardly 5 crores for a field of play that you can have a multi-sport field of play in a district headquarters in a taluk, you could have a few hundreds of those and just imagine the reach that you are then capturing. So certainly I think there's very little that I may have to further add to what Ravindraji is already, I heard the session, very, very interesting points. You're really already very advanced in terms of your vision on how to really tap the talent, sir. One additional point that I may have to say is that even within sports infrastructure, there are of course many tiers of what you could still have. And certainly by way of having the funnel where at the very low level in a village or a taluk level, you could still have something very basic, which may not be more than 1 crore or 2, but still gives access for budding athletes, budding kids to be able to be identified and then, progressively be channeled over to the larger, coaching institutions and the excellence centers. One suggestion I may have, sir, further to what you spoke is that schools being the hub of obviously where most of the kids are really gathering, obviously government schools should surely be entitled to an entirely government-funded sports infrastructure. Even private schools, just like Khelo India has a scheme wherein you could actually have a right to share that facility and right to have that use over 30 years. Even private schools, if you are able to subsidize maybe 50% of the infrastructure cost, the school also has a skin in the game. They will also invest, and that's big. That becomes the hub of where the talent is identified and taken forward. I could go on into other details, but want to pause here on just the broad theme of what can be done grassroots.
Anil, very good points actually in terms of the infra build-up. But just one question I have: if Bihar were to compare with another state, you have traveled across India, which has the best infra at this point of time from here?
I would say Orissa is a very good example at the moment. We have, we've recently been part of, just in Sundargarh district, 19 hockey fields, obviously tapping into the local talent. It also, like you said, a medal is a medal, and obviously identifying where, not only where the medal prospect is good, but also where the local culture for a certain sport is very good. So certainly tapping into that as well, because many times, why do kids play cricket? Because it's the most visible, most popular sport, and they tend to take to it. And that's local culture. Some places it could be kabaddi, in Haryana it could be boxing, in Kerala it could be athletics, somewhere else football. So certainly that and a combination of what is the opportunity would be best. But Orissa, Kerala, some of these I would say are good examples of distributed sports and infrastructure.
Thanks, Anil. with that, I'll go to Jatin. Jatin, a couple of things. One from cricket. How did you get into Hello More? Very interesting name as well. That is one part of it. But I think you're also doing the tech enablement of sports in a way that you're using infrastructure, but making it accessible for people. So that is one part of it. So if you can highlight what you're doing, and interestingly also from cricket, how did you get into this? It'd be good to hear.
Sure. So I think I'll keep my cricket comment to a line or two. I think cricket's been done to death. We need to talk about a lot more stuff. So after I stopped playing cricket, I had a career at Nike, and I just thought that something needs to be done to kind of uplift this entire youngest population in the world. There's such a lot of human capital in India. This is going to be the youngest country in the world for the next 7 to 10 decades. So what we thought was that let's aggregate all of the available sports venues on one platform, on one website and an app, and let's make it bookable for urban Indians to go and play sport. So while we are talking about really touching incidents from Pathak sir, but while we are talking about the entire high performance piece and the talent ID piece, what we feel is also really important for India to have is access to sport for urban Indians. So even if you're looking at the top 30 cities in India, how can you make that public infrastructure accessible and bookable very, very easily, discoverable very easily to urban Indian consumers, to urban Indian citizens? So the gentry which lives in urban India also struggles to find sports venues. So when you think of health, you will go straight to a gym. But now that's changed completely because private sports venues are coming up. And now if you want to stay fit, you will play a game of box cricket or futsal or pickleball or paddle or badminton. Bangalore, for example, has 800 private badminton venues. So the Indian gentry from the top 30 cities also needs to access some of the municipal corporation owned sports complexes, because that is when you will see that the culture will slowly change. A lot more Indians will start playing sport. So while you have the high performance and the talent ID piece, it's very important for us as Indians to think about sport in a freer kind of way, to think about sport as being something which needs to be included in our lives, and that is what is going to help us as a country. So in our small way, we are just bringing all the sports venues available in India onto a platform, very easily discoverable, and the numbers are going through the roof. I say to my investors all the time that Indian families have included sports in their lives. Now we need to build on that, and I think technology is an extremely big lever for that.
I think I'm based out of Bangalore, and I play football actually, and there is a local ground called SUFC, which is one of the best ground, and you invariably, it's almost every time booked because it's technologically available for people. And Bangalore, I can see a lot of this five-a-side playgrounds, and like you said, badminton, all that culture is there, that facility.
And just to add one point about the municipal corporation owned complexes, Rishi will know, we are from Mumbai. There's a huge sports complex in Andheri called Andheri Sports Complex. But today, if you want to go and book a badminton court, you've got to go and write in a register that I want Monday 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. I mean, that's just ridiculous. If you put all these complexes onto an app, there will be so much more discoverability. We've seen that Hello More works at Balewadi. Aditi will know Balewadi. It's Maharashtra's biggest sports complex, and over the last 3 years they've had 35-40% more footfall, and that's just a factor of sports complex near me. Balewadi pops up. It's easy to book badminton and tennis, and swimming lanes are being booked right now. So I think the government at a local level has to do a lot more. I'm seeing the change. I'm seeing the change in the bureaucracy as well. Some states are building their own platforms, which is great. But discoverability is the key.
Thanks, Jatin. I move to Rishikesh. I think you got the sports for all, and that's identification of talent for people to represent in Olympics. So just give us a bit of your journey through that, actually, because you also played, you've been a swimmer and been active in sports, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Prashant. And thank you so much, Ravindran sir, for having us here. I'll take one step back, and when we talk about that title, right, grassroots, and what is grassroots? It's a very, very widely used term. It it needs to get further segregated as well. And since we do maximum amount of work at the school level, I will kind of stick to that side of grassroots in my conversation. And very long back, I heard this very beautiful quote by Mr. John F. Kennedy, right? He said that, America does not have good roads because it is rich. America is rich because it has good roads. And I think that was a very, very big point that stayed back with me. I have also worked in cricket for 10 years before I started working grassroots level sport. And I thought that, only if there was, the good roads that were built, that means if there was easy accessibility, if there was transparency, if there was, inclusivity at the earliest stages of a child's life, right? And if we could attract children to sport rather than forcing them to play sport, I think that would have been half the battle won. So why couldn't we create an all-encompassing ecosystem that would enable every child and every school to have easy access to a professional sporting ecosystem or a professional sporting platform? And there's a very interesting stat. If you look at US sport, 80 lakh school children play organized sport in the US. 80 lakh, right? India's school sports population itself, school population is 26 crores. If we did even 5% of that at the school level, right? Imagine how quickly we would catch up to someone like America. And this is my first ever time in my life in Bihar, in Patna. Sir, thank you so much for having this opportunity. And while we work in so many different states of the country now, I feel that this is a massive green field where, the initiatives of the government have started with a vision already. And it's a radical transformation that I understand we are looking at as a state. And thereby I would urge that, school sport is given as much importance as state level and national level sport from today. So you will catch up not just with the rest of India, but with the world quicker than anybody else. Every statistic, kind of proves that. And I don't think it's too big a chance to take. I think we should take it because at the end of the day, if nothing else, culturally, we will become so much more potent as a state and as a nation to take up sport. I think that's where I would kind of leave it at. Thank you.
Yeah, I think thanks, Rishikesh. Just one thing is that morning I heard if Bihar decides to take something, it will get it done. So we are banking on that actually. Thank you for that. Now I'll request if there is any question from audience. I have a few more, but anybody from the audience? Yeah, somebody has raised this hand there.
Arjit, before you ask a question, टॉपिक है ब्रेकिंग बैरियर्स टैकलिंग चैलेंजेस इन ग्रासरूट स्पोर्ट्स. तो मुझे एक चीज़ कहना बहुत ज़रूरी मैं समझता हूँ. यदि हर स्टेट इसको फॉलो करेंगे, कुछ स्टेट्स करते होंगे, मैं नहीं जानता हूँ, लेकिन करेंगे तो सक्सेस हो जाएंगे सभी लोग, मतलब पूरा भारत सक्सेस हो जाएंगे. देखिए एक चीज़ है, बैरियर था पहले बिहार में एसोसिएशन और स्पोर्ट्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर के बीच में, वो बैरियर हम लोग हटा दिए. कैन यू बिलीव, हर महीने में एक बार हम लोगों के साथ एसोसिएशन के साथ मीटिंग होती है एंड वी डिस्कस हमें अगले महीना क्या करना है, अगले साल क्या करना है, टैलेंट स्काउटिंग कहाँ करना है, कैसे नर्चर करना है, कैंप कैसे करना है, कहाँ करना है, किस कोच को बुलाना है. सो नाउ देयर इज नो बैरियर बिटवीन द स्टेट एसोसिएशन एंड द government, जिसको आप बोलते हैं good governance. So if जैसे सुबह first panelist ने बताया, you cannot demean the role of the national federation, right? Same it holds true in the state. If you value the importance of the state association, और जिस association ने मेरे साथ सरकार के साथ मिलके काम किए, वो सब गेम आज आगे बढ़ गया है बिहार में. और ये मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि हर राज्य स्टेट एसोसिएशन को अपने परिवार समझ के मिलजुल के काम करिए, अभी हम भारत ओलंपिक्स में मेडल देखने का सोच सकते हैं. देखिए आज साइकिलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया से वीएन सिंह साहब बैठे हुए, एनआरए से मैडम जी बैठे हुए हैं, और पैरा ओलंपिक कमेटी से लोग बैठे हुए हैं, एथलेटिक फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया से सुबह आए. क्यों आए हैं? बिकॉज दे गॉट अ फीडबैक फ्रॉम माई स्टेट एसोसिएशन दैट government is helping them, supporting them. That is why all the federations are here in front of us. So मेरा इतना ही मानना है कि जो हम लोग का नारा है, दिल से खेलो, मिल के जीतो, तो दिल से सब काम करिए और मिल के हम काम करेंगे तो हम जीतवे करेंगे. बस इतना ही मेरे को कहना है.
Thank you. I think there was a question from,
Hi, I'm Dr. Arijit. My question is very much related with grassroots to Olympic podium. Three things I like to highlight. That is, we are talking about for preparing an Olympian, we try to develop sports sciences, we try to develop sports culture. But another thing what I realize that is training age is very much important in case of grassroots development. If you have a target in your mind to reach in Olympic podium or Olympic, training age is very much important. And now we are dealing with Generation Z. And second thing is grassroots coaching. कि हम लोग grassroots coaches को कितना salary देते हैं. Because training age is started from 2 to 3 years. If you in a process, exception is apart, they are not common. आप अगर 10 साल 12 साल 14 साल के बाद सोच रहे हो आप ओलंपियन बनाएंगे, उनको ओलंपिक ट्रेनिंग में डालेंगे, it's maybe it's happened, but that is exceptional case that are not common. And the third thing which I majorly highlight, that is grassroots infrastructure. जहां 2 साल 3 साल 4 साल 5 साल के बच्चे जो मदर स्पोर्ट्स है जैसे एथलेटिक्स, स्विमिंग, जिम्नास्टिक्स, ये लोग जाना चाहे, फॉर दैट वी नीड ए क्लीन एंड हाइजीनिक स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन टर्म्स ऑफ कैप्सूल प्रोजेक्ट इन एवरी ब्लॉक. मैं चाहता हूं आप लोग इसके बारे में थोड़ा बात करें. फर्स्ट थिंग इज ट्रेनिंग एज, सेकेंड थिंग फॉर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन ग्रासरूट लेवल जहां एकदम बच्चे स्टार्ट कर सके अपना कोचिंग, स्पेशली मूवमेंट एडुकेशन जहां एथलेटिक्स का बेसिक मूवमेंट, जंपिंग, थ्रोइंग, रनिंग वो सीख पाए, and the salary of grassroots level coaches. This is important. Thank you. This is my.
I think got the question. It's about, one is coaching salaries, second is about the infra. So anybody wants to take it?
Yeah, I think he has asked the question and answered it as well. But couple of points I'd like to touch on, and completely agree with the local infrastructure which is needed. If you look at England, you have a lot of municipal sports centers. Every 2 or 3 boroughs you have a municipal sports center, and that's where you have qualified coaches, and it basically has a swimming pool and a gym and a badminton, squash, tennis, that kind of an infrastructure. So that's important, and that's where the municipal corporation needs to come into the picture. The second is, in India, as a rule, unfortunately till now, children start getting trained formally 3 or 4 years too late. So in football, I think the child, for example, has to be 4 or 5 or 6 years old to actually interface with a good coach. In India, that happens at 10 or 11. Now it's improving, which is a great sign. And that's why you are then, swimming against the tide, so to speak, trying to win medals 20 years later. So I think that needs to change, and that will change with the local infrastructure coming up as well. So it's interlinked.
Yeah, coaching.
I want to ask the gentleman one more question, that who is this question targeted to? Is it to the government? Is it to a private company? Is it to the... So all panelists, okay. I kind of generalize this a little, saying that, I think first and foremost, we also need to remove from our heads that सब कुछ government करेगा. I don't think so. I think अपना Indian government जितना कर रहा है अभी sports के लिए in the last 7 to 10 years, वो amazing है. US government का spend in sport is $0 a year. तो हमें as private organizations, in collaboration with governments, in collaboration with the custodians of sports as the federations and associations, I think each one of us will have to play our part. We will have to generate our own economies to be able to give that due, right? And I think decision making at the top is very, very important. I mean, when we do school sport, we are like, okay, वो जो बच्चा 10 साल का खेला है, उसका कोच कौन है? उसके लिए हम आज से क्या कर सकते हैं, right? So at that level, individually, as organizations, we are going ahead and doing our bit. More and more of us need to stand up to do it. And I think we will very soon be able to galvanize a much, much larger movement towards making sports a better place. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I think US doesn't have a ministry of sports. They are the global leader for sports, but they don't have a ministry. So it goes to show that how private sector can bring up, the leagues can become big actually. And they also have a very robust university system which yields into the Olympic podium. So that's essentially what US does. They don't even have a ministry of sports. So I think anybody else, there is one question there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for giving me time to ask a question. मेरा एक ही प्रश्न है सर कि जब हम टैलेंट स्काउटिंग की बात करते हैं ग्रास रूट लेवल पे, तो पहले भी बहुत से स्कीम हुआ करते थे. एक यहाँ पे स्पोर्ट्स स्टार के लोग हैं, उन्होंने देखा होगा स्पेशल एरिया गेम्स का एक स्कीम था स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया का, जो रिमोट इलाके में जैसे एक पर्टिकुलर सिद्धीज के बीच में, या फिर एक उनका स्कीम था बनारस टू गाजीपुर टू बनारस, इस तरह का था गंगा के बेल्ट में. और आज हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी की भी बहुत बात करते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी टेक्नोलॉजी टेक्नोलॉजी. ठीक है, टेक्नोलॉजी तो है. मैं यहाँ पर बस 1 मिनट का समय लूंगा. आज बिहार में लैंड सर्वे का काम चल रहा है. एक लैंड सर्वे 2003 में हुआ था, कैडेस्ट्रल सर्वे हम जिसको कहते हैं. तो और आज हम टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ट वो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो जो रिजल्ट था इस टेक्नोलॉजी के बाद भी आज उसको हम हासिल नहीं कर पा रहे. एक ही कारण है, वो हमें वो जो कमिटेड लोग चाहिए. हम यहाँ बैठ करके ग्रास रूट लेवल टैलेंट स्काउटिंग कितना भी हम टेक्नोलॉजिकली अपने को स्ट्रेंथन कर ले, जब तक आप ग्रास रूट में जाओगे नहीं, उन गांव की सड़कों पे जाएंगे नहीं, उस दियर में नहीं जाएंगे, उस पहाड़ पे नहीं जाएंगे, तब तक आप टैलेंट स्काउटिंग जो रियल जो पोटेंशियल टैलेंट की हम बात कर रहे हैं, प्रूवन टैलेंट की मैं बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, पोटेंशियल टैलेंट की, वो हम नहीं निकाल पाएंगे. और जब तक वो हम नहीं निकाल पाएंगे तो फिर चीज बन नहीं पाएगी. और जिस जनरेशन अल्फा की हम बात कर रहे हैं, जो बॉर्न आफ्टर 2010 है, जो हमारा टारगेट है 2036 के लिए, मोस्ट ऑफ देम वही होंगे, जनरल अल्फा के लोग होंगे. तो उनके लिए अभी हम जब भी ओलंपिक्स मेडल की बात करते हैं तो क्या करते हैं, 28 की बात करते हैं, 32 की बात करते हैं. 28 की बात कीजिए, लॉस एंजलिस की बात कीजिए, 32 की बात कीजिए, लेकिन 36 अगर वो इंडिया में होना है तो उसके लिए प्लान तो आज ही करना पड़ेगा. और जनरल अल्फा को आपको टारगेट करना पड़ेगा, जमीन पे उतरना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके रिजल्ट मिल पाएंगे. थैंक यू.
That is true. Anybody wants to comment on it? But I think it's a suggestion to say that we need to start right now itself. Pretty much, you want to say something? There's one gentleman, I have to give him he raised his hand before, and I'll come to you after that. Yeah.
सर, ये सवाल सबके लिए है. आई थिंक यहाँ जो लोग बैठे हैं उनके लिए भी है. द गैप बिटवीन स्पोर्ट्स कोचिंग एंड फिजिकल टीचिंग, ये इस पर ज़रा फोकस कीजिए. चूँकि स्पोर्ट्स के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से या स्पोर्ट्स के एसोसिएशन से जब लोग गाँव में जाते हैं तो हम स्पोर्ट्स कोचिंग पर ज़्यादा फोकस करते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ मौजूद शख्स फिजिकल टीचिंग का है. वो गैप वो लाइक माइंडेड नहीं हो सकता है या स्पोर्टिंग माइंडेड नहीं हो पाता है, जिसकी वजह से बहुत सारे गैप्स रह जाते हैं. how to bridge the gap between sports coaching and physical teaching. Thank you.
I'll take this question. सभी पैनलिस्ट के लिए है तो हम शुरू करते हैं, लेकिन आप लोग का भी फर्ज है, आप लोगों को भी बोलना है. तो देखिए ओझा जी, मैं समझ गया हूं आपके सवाल. मैं तो कहूंगा कि साइंस प्रूव कर चुका है, रिसर्च प्रूव कर चुका है, हमें शुरुआत में ही स्पेशलाइजेशन नहीं करने का. यदि एसोसिएशन जाकर के, यदि हम सरकार जाकर के पहले से ही तय कर ले, अच्छा ये बच्चा फुटबॉल ही खेलेगा, ये बच्चा कबड्डी ही खेलेगा और उसको स्पेशलाइज करो 7वां साल से या 5वां साल से, वो हम गलत कर रहे हैं. आप कोचिंग मत करिए. जो हमारा फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर्स कर रहे हैं वो सही है, बिल्कुल सही है. बिकॉज सारा बॉडी स्टैमिना, एंड्योरेंस, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, हर चीज का वो ट्रेनिंग देते हैं. आपको पता नहीं चलेगा कि वो बच्चा 10-12 साल के बाद किस गेम के लायक होंगे, वो हमको मदद करेंगे साइंस. तो आप कोचिंग पर सीधा मत उतरिए, मेरा इतना ही कहना है. सो देयर यू हैव टू मेक ए डिफरेंस. कोचिंग तब आता है तब स्पेशलाइजेशन हो गया. शूटिंग के लिए ये बच्चे होंगे, ये आर्चरी के लिए ये बच्ची हो गई, तब आप कोचिंग शुरू करिए. ये कोचिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट को आप बदलना पड़ेगा. पहले लेट देम बी ट्रेन्ड इन ऑल sporting activities, then do the specialization. ये मेरा अपना.
Jatin had a point.
Yeah, I think brilliantly put by sir. So when you look at sports coaching, and a tier down is your physical education teacher in the school, right? That physical education teacher की जो certification है, which is a bachelor's in it's the bachelor's in physical education, that course is stuck in some archaic era. Now that course, that certification, that education, that skilling module has to be made contemporary. Now, and once that is made contemporary, then you will see better PE teachers going into government schools, and all the world will start from there. So I think what sir said is sports coaching is at a higher level, but physical education needs to be addressed in terms of certification and what skilling material you are providing for that. Which is, if that is stuck 30-40 years back, you're struggling.
I think NCRT was trying to change it because fundamentally somebody needs to hold a ball, kick a ball. So those are basic stuff that somebody is needed, running. So I think that is a way. And then you have the high-end stuff actually. I'll come to, yeah.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. And my question will go to Jatin and Rishikesh. The question is, what made you think to divert from cricket to other sports? You think that is it like a good opportunity because India is growing as a sports nation entrepreneurially or for your career path? Or B, it's totally out of passion that you saw that India has a capacity to love sports because you had seen that love coming to cricket and now you wanted to take it forward to other sports, mainly Olympic and other sports. That is the first part of my question. And the second would be a comment and a plea, since we are talking about grassroots and we just spoke about a physical education teacher who's the first step for children to fall in love with sports. I have been hearing the conversations, and it is my sincere plea that when NCRT or anybody is redefining, you just said, Jatin, that the syllabus is archaic. So I make a humble plea that please include para-sports basic education also as a part of any sports degree that a person is going to pursue, and not to give a complete certificate to anybody unless they have done their basic course in para sports and it is included in the basic course. Because if we are looking at 2036 Olympics, the host country is also bound and mandate to host the Paralympics. So parallelly, India has to get ready with all well-equipped knowledge, technical staff, referees, coaches, infrastructure for Paralympics as well. So that is a grassroots plea that I want to make, and I hope all stakeholders in the ecosystem of developing grassroots sports or other sports consciously and subconsciously remember that whenever we are talking of any science, any education, any train the trainer program, it has to include development of para sports parallelly. And of course, now to my first question, Jatin and Rishikesh.
I think Rishikesh and maybe time is up, so you'll have to be
Very
quick.
personal, very personal story. I'll put it out there. It started because of frustration. Initially when I was a swimmer, I came through school systems, etc. And when I didn't enjoy doing engineering and information technology is when I'm like, sports mein kuch karenge, because I've spent like more than 15 years already. Okay, there is nothing else. I worked also in the marathons when the first marathon came. So that's how I went into, saying that, okay, kahin na kahin ek base banana zaruri hoga. Actually, there are no other opportunities. And that's how I worked in sport for about 9 years in cricket. And, while during that period is when, we were trying to develop develop, a larger fan base for, the cricket franchise, etc. So I went around, and I'd be like, okay, there is so much of school sports that is happening. Why can't we do that? And then there was this organization called Mumbai School Sports Association in Bombay, which was started by Sir J.R.D. Tata 130 years ago. Right? He had that vision that, school sports will build the fabric of the city. And I think that's the only city that has that organization. And, we tried to change that organization. From the organization that I was representing, we are like, we should transform this. I think Jatin knows this story because even before I started SFA, I narrated this story to him. And we said we should transform that organization and probably take it pan-India. But again, it was like, at the school level, I've seen at the district level, school level, the amount of corruption that is there at that level, where the way the kids are getting commoditized, it's beyond me. And that's why I said, and that's when I decided that, we will start a platform of our own. We will give the power back into the hands of the kids and the parents and the coaches and the schools. And no single body should be, controlling that space. And that's the story. And that's what we began with. In the journey to realize, we had to convert it into a business. Otherwise, we'll not be able to achieve the dream or not be able to achieve what we set out to do. So thereby both are important. And I think both are the reason why, we wake up every day. We still struggle to make ends meet with everything that we still do. So I think that's the story and that's how it began.
Then you want to kind of quickly give it a quick shot at it and then...
Deepa, just trying to be a good citizen of the country. Just wanted to put all that I've learned. Nike was a great organization to work for, learned tons from there, and thought that there's such a lot of human capital in India. Some platform needs to exist to access sport. It's insane. So we started for a while. It looked like we were ahead of our time a little bit, but now the rubbers met the road big time. So hopefully we'll make some impact. It's these access to sports platforms are needed by India, and that's why we are doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we really run out of time, and it was a fascinating session, very engaging. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ravindran sir, Sanjay, Rishikesh, Jatin, and Anil for your valuable inputs. I think grassroots is very important. I still go to the data that Indians don't engage so much in sports and fitness. It is only very 5%, and women must be even lesser. We didn't even touch that topic, and we can really bring that number across state, and sports is a state subject. Thank you, everybody. Give them a big hand, actually. Thank you.
Check. That was a fascinating session. We thank the panelists and request Mr. Kaustav Chatterjee, General Manager Ad Sales East, the Hindu Group, to felicitate our speakers with a token of our appreciation.
I would like to request simply foundation, simply smile foundation, to come over on stage. Bihar is entering into
música eléctrica, sueño eléctrico, música eléctrica, sueño eléctrico.
बेटियों को संस्कार के लिए Sueño eléctrico. Música
Sorry for the delay, we'll get going. Our next panel brings together three incredible women from across the country who have all blazed a path in their respective fields. From grassroots levels to top-tier international competition, what lessons do the women in sport have for Bihar? To lead this next panel, Empowering the Game, Unleashing Women's Potential in Sports, I invite Ms. Lavanya L., Principal Correspondent, Sportstar.
Hello, everybody. I know you've been asked to sit still, but hopefully the conversation will keep you going through the security check and a little after that. Throughout the day, we've had conversation about women's sports. We've had conversation about female athletes. Ravindran sir here has even pointed out to a couple of women who were here in the crowd and pointed to them when conversations came up. This panel is a little bit of an extension of that. And to speak with me about just the challenges facing women in sports and how that can relate to Bihar, I have three very special panelists who I want to call on stage. I'll start with Deepa Malik, ma'am. Can we please have you on stage, ma'am? She is the first Indian woman to win a Paralympic medal. She served as the Paralympic president of Paralympic Athletes for India. We're very happy to have you. Next up, I'd like to invite Aditi Mutatkar. Please join us on stage. You just saw her 5 minutes ago, inking what was a fairly interesting deal with the Bihar government, which we'll talk a little bit about in this panel as well. She represents the Simply Sports Foundation and was a badminton player herself. And finally, I'd like to call Mihira Khopkar, sports nutritionist from the Reliance Foundation. Please do join us on stage. Okay, so since the conversation came up about menstruation, which is what we were speaking about, so let's start there. We were talking about uncomfortable conversations, what women or girls who come into sports have to sort of deal with if this is a barrier for them to even continue in sports. And quite befittingly, this was sort of mentioned right before this panel. So we'll begin from there. Deepa ma'am, I want to start with you because it's not easy, one, to have a disability and then menstruate and play sport. So you've been very open about that. We know your experiences through that. There's a book there as well, which you can pick up, which ma'am is happy to sign as well. But can you just tell us a little bit about conversations around menstruation when it comes to women and how that might be a deterrent for people to just continue in sports?
Yes, I'm so happy we are having this open conversation in such a candid manner because ये एक वो मुद्दा है जिससे सब शर्माते हैं पहले तो महिलाएं कम हैं, there are less women in the ecosystem and even lesser in the coaching fraternity. So obviously, if at all a girl or a woman athlete is training, they're definitely training with male counterparts. Somebody who's a man and he's the coach. So it becomes, and I think I give a lot of this thing to the way the society is. We, as it is a not very open society when it comes to menstruation or talking about menstruation, so much so that we've even grown up in a time where we were told not to touch pickle bottles or not to enter the temples or the religious area in the house, or to first have a bath before coming inside, even if it was severe winter. So there's so much of taboo around menstruation, as if that is a time for you to become an outcast. So organically, when girls 80% grow up, they grow up with a shyness of talking about something like this. And this is such an integral part of a woman in sport. If I take my own example, I was training for the Paralympics at the age of 46, and I was training for the 3rd edition of my Asian Para Games at the age of 48. And during this time, I was changing my diapers more because they would fill with blood than with urine. And I started off as a para-athlete, as a swimmer to begin with. From 4 years, I had a career of a swimmer. And I used to go for training camps. I would come and I would never have this conversation how to manage my periods if I had to enter water at the time of a competition and I'm having my menses. So when I asked the coach, it was as if not just bricks, boulders dropped. The whole room full of para-athletes, the jaw dropped. And I was like, कैसे बात करती है? ऐसे कैसे बेशर्मी से बात कर लेती है? And I seriously wanted to know. I mean, I had not done swimming at international level. I just became a sportswoman out of passion in search of ability beyond disability. I really had to turn from a homemaker, from a mother, from a elderly woman into a sportswoman. So these were the knowledge questions I was asking. And similarly, when they said दवाई होती है, दवाई खाएंगे हम, दवाई से dates आगे पीछे हो जाती हैं. Till I asked another fellow athlete from another country and made a conversation because I was fluent in English and I could ask one of the country girls, and this is, why don't you just use the tampons? And when I discussed tampons, someone said, it's okay, you are a married woman, you've already had your children, you can use a tampon. A young girl who's unmarried cannot use a tampon because that is now going to raise a question on her virginity. Now, these may sound like very simple things, but they mean a lot when you are talking about these issues in the world of women in sports. So I think, and when I took on as an administrator, I felt that my journey as a mother of 2 girls and a person who started playing at the age of 40, I could very boldly talk about these topics, and these conversations made more and more girls come out and play in disability.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. That was a great place to start, because when we discuss using these conversations in a grassroots level, Aditi, we know a lot of work that you guys have put out on just how you've conducted camps in several places. You've dealt with a lot of girls who come through the system as well. What are some of your biggest challenges? I'm sure talking about your bodily processes is definitely one of them. And that sort of deters people not just from going to school in certain cases, but also from continuing a career in sport. Either you have imbalances, or you gain too much weight, or you don't gain enough weight to continue in sport. What were these conversations like for you when you were meeting girls in the grassroots level, or even women who perhaps, like ma'am said, wanted to figure out like an athletic career maybe later on in their lives? Please bear with the dog distraction. I can't stop looking at it.
It's a happy distraction.
Yeah, it's a happy distraction.
So I just, first of all, I just wanted to thank Sportstar and BSSA Ravindran sir and his team for letting me come here and give me this opportunity. I head the Athlete and Women Initiatives at Simply Sport Foundation, and one of the very important initiatives that we run there is called Simply Periods, which in the last 3 years has reached more than 7,000 odd athletes and coaches across India through our workshops. Before I kind of answer this question, I just wanted to say that BSSA or Bihar, I've been here for 3 times for our workshops in Bihar itself with the girls and the coaches, and I've always felt that Bihar is a state currently which is female first. I really think so, and I have to congratulate Ravindran sir for that, because the sort of empathy, the sort of openness, the sort of the whole thing about saying I don't know and I want to help and how can I help is something that I've seen so forthcoming in Bihar. And it is really a female first state. Like all there, when I remember when the Asian Cup, came into Bihar, I told sir that thank you so much for choosing Women Asian Cup to sort of come into Bihar, right? It could have been men. So I really feel that, BSSA is female first. And so I really want to thank Ravindran sir for sort of, making sure of that. Coming to the question of the challenges and, what we have observed through our workshops, I think the awareness, be it grassroots or even elite in some cases, is quite similar. I mean, there are a lot of things that we know and we don't know about menstruation, about our own bodies. And it is not just limited to periods. It is things like breast health. It is things like pelvic health. It is how puberty works, right? Or what about body image issues, right? So there are a lot of things that are very specific to women and women health, which is currently lost somewhere. And we have not had a conversation with our athletes and coaches about it. Some of the things that we've realized is that nutrition, and I'm sure Mihira will add to that. So for example, a lot of our athletes suffer from really very, very low hemoglobin levels. And you sort of mix that up with heavy bleeding, for example, and that is going to be catastrophic, right? Because you're going to have higher level of fatigues and you're going to not be able to, kind of perform at your best level. So that is one. In terms of, just the nutrition levels of our athletes is a big, big problem. The second piece that we have seen is products, like ma'am was saying. Today, there are various options available for athletes, even period underwear, for example, right? I mean, and especially grassroots athletes are not aware about these options that they might have. There are a lot of misconceptions around contraception. I mean, how do you use it? Why do you use it? Jaise ma'am ne kaha ki can I use a tablet to, postpone my period, prepone my period? What are the side effects of all of that? So there are a lot of misconceptions around all of these things as well, and that comes through our workshop. The other thing is that the athletes themselves, because they know not as much about their own body and about the process, they're not able to have a confident conversation with their coaches about it anyway. And they don't know that period is something that is going to affect their performance. It's like ma'am said, that it is extremely, extremely like everything else in our body and every other nuance in our body, our physiology matters and it has an impact on our performance. And that's why the onus is also on the athlete to be able to, talk about it openly. In terms of the coaches, what we have seen is, luckily, coaches don't lack empathy. They don't. I mean, when we started off, I really felt that, they were the sort of, they're male coaches and they are the villains and, they're not empathetic towards us. But what we have to understand is that our coaches are also coming from the same culture, from the same places that we come from as girls, right? And these are not coffee table conversations. So, but once you have these conversations with them and tell them how, how things impact sport, they all are more than happy to sort of help, right? So I think the conversation is extremely important, and kind of having our, even for example, technology that comes in, right? Do we have female parameters specific to female in our, all our sort of athlete development technology, for example, right? So I think we need to sort of have this very specific female body, mind lens on sport, which I think is currently sort of missing. And he will agree.
Absolutely. You spoke about parameters and how that comes into play when you look at athletes, right? Mihira, I want to take this to you because when you deal with athletes and you were with that Paris contingent as well, we'll talk about the fact that you took your kid there and what that means. That's another conversation, which we'll get to in a couple of minutes. But in terms of getting athletes to be forthcoming about, say, their bodily problems or even doubts that they may have about nutrition or what they need to do in certain times of the month or how their exercise regimen needs to be, what have your bigger challenges been, especially, and this is not a rural-urban problem. Even we sort of hesitate to talk openly about our bodies to our doctors, right? So for athletes, what is that biggest challenge for you been?
I think I'll touch upon 2-3 pointers basis what they've all spoken previously. I think the first one, like we discussed, is communication. And some of the work that we and Aditi have done in the past, we realized that out of the 500 athletes that we surveyed, 70% of them openly said that they find themselves in a very uncomfortable spot to speak about menstruation related stuff to their male coaches. And without having these conversations, there is no pathway, there's no way ahead. And I feel like it's the onus on all the coaches to make the female athletes more comfortable for them to come up and speak about these things, for which I think the coaches, parents, the support system needs to be empowered and educated for them to have the comfort to talk about it and then transfer that knowledge to the athletes. So communication has been and continues to be a very, very huge barrier. And I'll share a couple of case studies basically with a few female athletes that we at Reliance Foundation sponsor. And we have a holistic sports science and medicine system that takes care of these young girl athletes. And these are examples of these badminton players who train somewhere else. We are not a residential program, but they train somewhere else. And this young girl kept having repeated stress fractures. And then when we investigated further is when we realized that there was this pressure to be light on weight, to be light on body fat, to be able to be agile and light on the court, have a great reaction time and stuff like that. And this constant messaging going around everywhere that kitna weight hai, kab kam hoga, what is your test saying and stuff like that. And that made her get into a routine of not following the best dietary practices. The training load continued to be very high. So the amount of expenditure in calories that she had through training didn't match what she was fueling in. And that repeated low energy availability for her to train led her to have irregular periods, which further led to, for example, a drop in estrogen as a hormone in women, which is one of the most profound hormones that influences many things, including bone health. And that estrogen, because it was so low, started having issues with her bone health. Bones became more porous. They were not strong enough, and which is why she was getting these stress fractures repeatedly. So it all boiled down into having the best nutrition practices, and then that being communicated with the coach and the load being monitored accordingly. So most of these things usually get solved if you just communicate and talk as a part of an entire holistic sports science and medicine system.
Right. Deepa ma'am, I want to come back to you because over the last, specifically over the last two Paralympic campaigns that India has had, I know there are several instances where you have personally sort of helped out a lot of athletes figure out those personal barriers and really make little things comfortable for them that made a difference finally in them winning medals. I don't want to ask you specifics because of course it's their own stories to tell, but if you had to speak about when we say challenges or when we talk about unleashing women and their potential in sports, in the para sports category, how much of it are we actually taking for granted? Because we already see these are conversations which probably 4 women can have sitting on a stage where we discuss how much an athlete's bleeding, where they're going, who they're talking to, what they're eating and stuff like that. But there's a whole other conversation to be had even within this when you talk about para sports, right? What has that been like for you as an administrator?
I think there has been a huge change and shift in the mindset. It took one medal at Rio Paralympics to kind of create that ripple effect, which suddenly gave belief. And I would really thank the government, and I will thank Honourable Prime Minister, because once we won that medal, once the woman, the first ever woman of India won that medal, there was a lot of respect given to her. There was a lot of awards bestowed upon her. There were a lot of cash awards given to her, and suddenly there was this persona who won a medal and who actually was a woman, suddenly became an aspirational figure for many other women. And I was so surprised, and my fellow para athletes present here will agree that post that medal in Rio, we had not just parents, we even had husbands bringing their wives. We had children bringing their mothers to come out and play in disability. And I was so touched when one of the athletes came and said that, Madam, we were trying to convince my in-laws, the husband and the wife, we were trying to convince the in-laws that we want to go out and play. And they said, what play? Bahu khelegi. And they said, nahi, wo khel mein bahut kuch milta hai, naukri milti hai, award milta hai, सरकारी नौकरी लग जाएगी. एंड दे सेड कौन सा खेल है ये? उसने बोला जो दीपा मलिक खेलती है. ओ दीपा मलिक वाला खेल तो बड़ा सुथरा है, गणा मिला करे है. And then she came and she played and she also became a Paralympian. So what I'm trying to say here is that we need to create more role models, and that will encourage more and more women. And being in the administration, I felt that there was a lot of faith out there. When you have women in the ecosystem, parents of the girls, spouses of the girls, or the family of the girls, they feel safe. They feel a sense of security when they say women in the ecosystem. So it's very important to do that. And yes, it is challenging when the challenges that you talk about. In disability sports, I realized there was another thing that was happening with women. If you have to wheel yourself and you don't have an infrastructure which is wheelchair amicable or disabled friendly, or the distance from your training ground to the nearest accessible washroom for women to go and pass urine, or to have diaper stations, because even if you create a bathroom for me, I need to lie down to change a diaper. I suddenly realized that the women are not either having enough water, because walking to the washroom is becoming an issue, or even if they want to have that kind of water, they're avoiding because they have no knowledge of wearing diapers or urine bags. So that is also some conversation that we made. It had nothing to do. Stool management is also a challenging factor, and that is also something. And another thing which I was sharing with you, I won't name the athlete for privacy's sake, but a particular athlete would not reach the podium, and I would then analyze her pictures or her reel, and then I called her up. I said, when I remember my ugliest picture ever, you can Google it now, those who are holding a phone, is when I was throwing the final throw on which I won my medal. My whole face is squeezed, my eyes are turned. It is seriously the ugliest. People don't recognize me. Say, "Arey, aap wahi hain jiski wo photo hai." I said, where is the pressure? The pressure is not showing on your face. You are not giving your optimum performance. She very shyly looked down and said, "वो मेरा urine leak हो जाता है जब मैं जोर लगाती हूँ." And I said, "Why aren't you wearing a diaper? वो क्या होता है?" So at the moment that the silver lining in the cloud of COVID was the development of this webinar technology. This communication made it so easy because you can talk about it without really sitting in person. Even if you are shy, there was a medium to have that discussion and these conversations. And we, as a federation, we really used that to create this kind of information, get people to talk about these topics in simple Hindi language, and were even able to show them the products without them actually sitting across you and feeling shy. They could shut down the camera and they could just learn everything. And if I may draw your attention to the statistics, 2016 had the first female medal, but with Tokyo and Paris, we have 14 more female Paralympic medals. That's a huge change that has happened.
Absolutely. You spoke about these conversations not even being about sport, right? These are basic everyday things, hygiene things, socioeconomic things. Aditi, I want to bring you in here because a lot of the work that you do is a means to an end, isn't it? It's not always about creating, say, a medal winner. It's about maybe using sport as a way to make some other door open. It's also about having social structures come up alongside better education, better awareness, maybe a career for all you know. What has that conversation looked like for you? What are the barriers that have stopped you there, or what have you had to overcome when you try and have sports as the building block for something? Because why should someone care about sports when there are 10 other things going wrong in their societies?
At Simply Sport, we are a grassroots sport development organization, and like Sumariwala sir in the morning was saying, that we need to focus on the ecosystem as well. As much as we are focusing on the athletes, I think there is work to be done at the ecosystem level so that you can enable more and more athletes to come in. And that's why we sort of support grassroots organizations. And in our work with grassroots organizations, our focus is on girls and women in terms of, figuring out how we can get more and more to play sport and, to sort of develop from there. I think in terms of getting more girls to play, what we have realized is that the first thing that one needs to do is to actually talk to the parents, and safety becomes extremely, extremely important. Girls are just not safe. I mean, we just have to accept that that is a reality, and that's why having a safe environment for them, it could be in terms of if the field where they're playing is, say, 5 kilometers away from them, can we also provide public transport, safe public transport, so that they can come to the facility, right? Because that becomes extremely important from a parent's point of view of letting the girl play, because kya aap chhodenge, kya aap laenge, to hum bhejenge, right? Because they are not going to send girls on a cycle. After a certain point in time, and if your training is happening during that time, it is a barrier. So I think we need to solve for something very specific when we look at girl programs and getting them to play. And safety has come up as number one in most of these cases, and we have to solve for that. I think in terms of the other challenges that we sort of face of running girl programs is to inculcate parents into these conversations. You cannot sort of, there are socio-cultural barriers of getting girls to play, but if you empower the girls and the community to sort of come in and have these conversations, there are better chances of, getting more and more girls into these programs. The other thing is having role models. I think, like a lot of our partner organizations actually have mother tournaments. They get mothers to play a ultimate frisbee match, or they have mothers to play in their saris a football match, right? And when you see a mother doing that, it changes a lot of things. It hardly remains something about sport. It's about freedom, about independence, that my mother is playing, so can I, and the mother is going to push the girl to play, right? So how do you innovate these sort of solutions so that more girls play, right? Because they really do want to play. Like we heard about Sathak sir saying they cried कि मुझे खेलना है, मुझे खेलने दो sir, right? And it's just about giving those opportunities to them. I think lastly, I think we have realized that they need a chance to compete, and it's not about the medal, but they really need a chance to compete as much as they can at whatever level they are playing. And if we can create those opportunities for them, they really learn a lot of life skills that they will otherwise not learn. Right? Because sport really teaches you things beyond the medal. It teaches you dedication. It teaches you, being confident. It makes you a leader. Like if you're playing a team sport, it teaches you team skills, right? And these skills are transferable skills. I mean, these are skills that you can take with you wherever you go with your life, right? And that sport can teach you from day one. And for girls, it's extremely, extremely important, right? So I'll just end with one more thing that, when we spoke to some of the girls in Bihar and we asked them कि क्या फर्क लगता है एक एथलीट में और एक नॉर्मल जो नहीं खेलती है लड़कियां, आपके गांव में वैसी भी लड़कियां होंगी, तो वो the athletes told us that two things. One is less hair, that that we boycott kiya to you're an athlete, and the second thing that they told me was डरते नहीं हैं हम. As an athlete, I become independent and I'm not scared. I need to travel. So I need to find my way and not be afraid. But my girls who don't play are much more afraid. So I think sport is about medals, but from a female perspective, it's much, much beyond that. And we need to keep creating those spaces for them.
Right. And usually when we have panels like this, panelists don't really make it about themselves. But in your case, you're a case in point. We were talking about all through the day, there were conversations about creating an ecosystem around sports, right? You need to have whether they continue professionally or not, you bring them back and keep them in the system somehow. And you're an example of that. You took your kid all the way to Paris, and you spoke about maybe a couple of years back, if you had a nursing baby, maybe you wouldn't have been able to do that. Either your kid doesn't come or you don't go. So in that space, Mihira, have you ever had conversations with maybe other women like you who are in spaces like this, Aditi, Deepa ma'am included, several others in Reliance, across corporates? What are those challenges like, perhaps, to just keep you guys in the ecosystem?
I think it takes a whole village to support a woman to excel and exceed, because I think as women we need some sort of push that comes in, because it's a culture that we push everyone else, but I think it takes a village to push us and keep us in the center stage as well. So basically I had a 3-month-old coming with me at the Paris Olympic Games, and I was exclusively breastfed 3-month-old, and I think it took the support of the organization that I work for and my entire family to support me and to help me do what I do at this level. And like you rightly said, I think communication still continues to be a big barrier, even in cities. And when we speak about the challenges that women face all across, especially athletes, women athletes who then eventually leave their sport or don't necessarily pursue it back again, because then ghar sambhalna hai, bachon ko sambhalna hai. But it takes a support system at home to really be there and push you and get you out there to be able to do what they do. And generally I feel that most women who work, they have to either let their jobs go or take a break from their careers, take 2 years off before they can restart everything from scratch. So I think these are the main challenges that they face all across, where their life comes at a pure full stop, and then they have to restart everything and restart, finding their, career path. They lose their individuality in the process because they were somebody else. Now they're just a mother, So I think it takes an entire village to help women do what they are meant to do. And it's the support system of the family and the organization that you work with that plays a very crucial role. And beyond this, if I have 2 minutes to add a little bit on women in sport, something very interesting that I was reading about was that all of the current research on women athletes is absolutely based on the findings that are coming from male athletes. There was a 2021 research paper that spoke about, there's been about 5,500 studies on sports science and medicine. Usme only 34% were women athletes who were included as a part of that study. Usme se only 6% focused exclusively on women. So everything related to training, periodization, load management, nutrition, SNC is based on the data that's coming in from male athletes. So I think there's a dearth of knowledge in terms of what do female athletes need. Do they need anything differently at all? And if yes, what is it? And there's a huge lacune in this area. And everything that the Bihar government is initiating to do, I think this is a great start and inception of something very big for women in Bihar. So.
Right. I want to finish on one note, because you mentioned this is a great stat, but there's another side of that conversation, right? When we talk about stats coming in primarily from men, that's one element of it. The other element is not all conversations about women's sports or women in any field are exclusively about women. There is the other 50% as well who sometimes feel like they're not part of the conversation, which is not true. Even when we started this, because it began on that menstruation note, there was chattering on one half of the hall because it got uncomfortable potentially. I don't know, maybe we'll go and find out after the session's over. But how do you involve men in a conversation, or how do you involve when it's sensitive stuff like this, or keeping male coaches in mind, or fathers or brothers, or a male guardian in mind, or even if you have teammates who are men who train with women, how does that sensitivity come into play as women professionals in each of your disciplines? Is that something that you've had to, consciously work on potentially?
Yes, I think I remember my father giving me a golden mantra of life. He taught me that you have to merge to emerge. So you have to create that atmosphere of comfort around you. And I have realized over a period of time that people will look at you the way you look at yourself. If you come across as a confident person, easy to talk, not throwing tantrums, because in any case, when a man is pushing something, he is assertive. But when a woman is pushing something, it is having mood swings or PMS, or it is always credited to some hormonal change in her body. So, but you have to create that comfort. And one thing which you just said, that half of the hall is making their private conversations, probably thinking that whatever we are talking on the stage is very women related. But the entire sports ecosystem has to now remember, taking from the example of Paris 2024, it was a gender neutral sports. They had equal amount of medals for women as they had for men. The equal amount of representation of women was required if the country was supposed to be on a medal tally. So you have to very consciously now create women in the pipeline in every field, whether it is science, sports, referee, training, technician, coaches, because today's world is, if you want to be a sporting nation with certain degree of performance, you can't leave the women behind. You have to have their medals also on the tally. So I think this is something which we consciously have to make a conversations around, and I'm really thankful to Department of Sports Bihar, and like we just jumped into the conversation straight away, and could not really get that chance of expressing the courtesy, because these are difficult topics, these are hard topics. Thank you, Sportstar, for making these conversations. Unless the administrators or the people who can make a difference talk about it, I'm really happy to have Sharad here from the Paralympics. All the senior athletes, Shiva, Vijender, they all are here. It's time for we athletes also to give back to the system. Because when already those who have played speak about something, the other young budding athletes connect to it in a more logical manner.
Yeah. No, I have to say that, I'm sitting here representing Simply Sport, and the man who's behind it is a man. So when I joined Simply Sport, Ankit Nagori, our founder, he clearly told me that we want to do, something specific for women. And in terms of, talking about Ravindran sir here, he's a man. When I talk to most of my academies and organizations, I don't have to actually convince them. They're all men actually sitting in these positions, and they're already part of these conversations. They're saying yes for me to come in, right? So I really think that the men are already part of this. For us, from our experience, right, they are enablers. They are enabling us to do this. Otherwise, I don't think I would have been here talking about periods or running an initiative like this, right? So I think definitely that, we need more and more of this to happen, and we need more and more, men. And it could start with something like our sports policy, for example, right? Should we have a more gendered lens in our policy in terms of what are we, saying, and what are we going to do for women, even better, through our policy. And it's okay to have a gender neutral policy, but the equity question comes in here as well, because, equity is a problem in India, right? We don't have the similar starting points. And so maybe, something at the policy level, if that says that, making these workshops or making these sort of conversations, or having, more sort of things done on research, for example, like Mihira said, that we should have certain percentage of research papers on women, for women. All of these things will, of course, help more. But I really think that, men are already, like, for example, she spoke about having a village. So, even I am a mother to a 5-year-old, and I'm sitting here only because of Chinmay, because he said, I'll look after you, go, right? So I think they're already there. It's already changed, and men are, more than sort of supportive of what we want to do. But it's also about us putting this forefront and saying we want to solve for this and we want to take this up.
Yeah. I'll just take 2 minutes to end this, but I'll talk about it more from the grassroots sense, because all the workshops, webinars, education that we do about female athletes and the entire sports science piece to it with females, we also do that with our male athletes. We also educate them about why female athletes are different and why their requirements, needs, etc. are different. And to share a very simple, sweet case is that we have our athletic center in Bhubaneswar, for example, where we keep doing all of these webinars, education piece. And we've empowered all of our male athletes back then, and they also know what a female athlete kit could look like. So if their peers, their friends, if they are suffering from something, if they need a sanitary pad, they keep it, they have it. So that they're able to sort of support them in that way. So I think it's important to empower their male athletes as well, so that they are able to be compassionate, be empathetic, and be considerate as they train with their female athletes in the group that they train with. So
right. I think that's our time. Thank you so much, all three of you. Yes.
Lavanya, the few challenges that my journey has taken me through and my experiences through this journey of para sports, I have a little book to gift. It's all been written down in that, and there is more there. So I would love to share it with my co-panelists.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, everybody, for listening in. I don't think we have time for questions. So if you need to speak to them, they're available right outside. Oh, do you have a question? Yeah, we'll take one and then we'll wind up perhaps. Sorry, I couldn't see you. You're sitting right under the light. No more questions? Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So, you can pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you. Yeah. We'll anyway have to felicitate.
That's for her too. Oh, yeah. Come.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. All the best with it. Thank you. Yeah. We have a small memento for you. I'll just pass that on. Sorry, I'm holding my phone. There you go, ma'am. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. A book. You have a book from us as well. You guys come to. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's with the felicitation also being done. We'll move on to panel number 7. We've seen the medals and the fame and the joy they've brought. But what about the struggle behind it? The years of sacrifice, hard work, and penance that goes behind a medal is as inspiring as it is intimidating. Today we have with us 3 medalists who have been through the ups and downs of sport en route to the glory of podium finish. In our final panel of the day, Chasing a Medal, the grit behind the glory, we explore their stories. I invite Mr. Vijay Lokapalli, veteran sports journalist, to introduce our guests and lead this session. I'd like to invite Mr. Vijay Lokapalli, veteran sports journalist, to introduce our guests and lead this session.
Thank you, everyone. We have had a wonderful day, and just now, we'll be concluding with this session. And we have 3 great achievers with us. To begin with, may I invite Vijender. He is a dear friend. And thank you. Vijender was the first boxer to win an Olympic medal. And then he turned pro. And he's been the what should I say, the motivational figure for the young boxers of today. Please, Vijay, thank you. Thank you. Next we have Sharad, 2-time Olympic medalist. Thank you for your inspiring deeds. And finally, Sreejesh, who has revived hockey in India. Thank you. Come. We know Sreejesh got us the bronze at Tokyo and then at Paris. So our theme is grit. What goes behind winning a medal? So I'll begin with Vijender, because such a handsome man wanting to box.
I always do, sir.
No. So what was it that kind of inspired you to do boxing in a state where more athletes do wrestling?
It's a very long story, sir. And I started boxing in 99 or 2000. So, and I'm still learning. And boxing, because where I came from is like Haryana is a Bagad area, sir. Bagad is, there is very less water in the land. So we don't know, like we usually eat chana and bajra. So people, यहाँ के लोगों से कहते कनेक्ट करना बड़ा मुश्किल रहेगा, लेकिन बागड़ के एरिया से हम बिलोंग करते हैं एंड वहाँ पे सर कुछ ज़्यादा गेम नहीं होते हमारे, ना क्रिकेट होता, रेसलिंग भी बहुत कम होती है, तो लेकिन बॉक्सिंग बहुत अच्छी थी। तो हमारे रोल मॉडल थे हवा सिंह कोच साहब, तो ही वाज द फर्स्ट जो जिनको द्रोणाचार्य मिला है और अर्जुन अवार्ड मिला है। दैन हमने उनको देख के बॉक्सिंग शुरू किया सर। और मेरी फैमिली में मेरे दादाजी करते थे, लेकिन वो आर्मी में करते थे, तो हम लोग का सबसे बड़ा पैशन होता था आर्मी में जाना या फिर कोई गेम में कोई जॉब वॉब मिल जाएगी, इसलिए दैट्स व्हाई आई स्टार्ट बॉक्सिंग सर। एंड इतनी आसान जर्नी नहीं थी, सबकी बड़ी मुश्किल होती है। देन स्लोली हम पहुंच गए यहाँ तक अभी तक।
Sreejesh, why not volleyball or why not athletics or football in these three popular sports in your state, and why take up hockey? And that too, I mean, hockey, if you see, Sreejesh, there is more kind of visibility in the print for the goal scorers, not goal savers, and you chose to become a goal saver.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Why hockey? I tried volleyball. I tried football. I tried athletics. I was not good in those all games. That's why I changed it to hockey. Second thing, why goalkeeping? That is the easiest position in hockey field. So I think that's the easiest and shortest answer for this question, sir.
I'll come back to you on that answer. Sharad, your effort to look for a medal realistically, I mean, did you always back yourself?
Of course, like, see, even like how these people tried, I tried in most of the events too. I tried cricket, football, I was a goalkeeper, but then life, I couldn't decide where to go. It just went on taking me. So high jump came to me naturally rather than me chasing it and trying to take it or grab it. And I think that's where it has helped me go longer with it. You know, sometimes when you try to chase something, जब आप किसी चीज के पीछे भागते हो और वो मिलता नहीं ना, तो गुस्से में आकर के आप उससे दूर हो जाते हो। लेकिन जिस चीज को आप प्यार करते हो, naturally आता है ना, तो you keep moving and you keep excelling and you keep going ahead. So that was one of the sources that it helped me go with it.
और विजेंदर, चैंपियन बनने के पीछे क्या क्या लगता है? बहुत ही मुश्किल है, सबको मालूम है, पर एक चैंपियन कैसे बनता है? पैशन है या ग्रिट है या स्किल है?
सर सब चीज़ें इसमें लगेंगी। इसमें सर आपका मेहनत भी है, लक भी है, और सब चीज़ें इन्वॉल्व है सर। इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट आपके जो कर्मा है वो भी इसमें इंक्लूड होते हैं। बिकॉज अब मैं अपनी बात करूं तो जब बॉक्सिंग में बहुत सारे लड़के और भी हमारे साथ 50 या 60 जो बॉक्सर थे, सब लोग मेहनत करते, लेकिन सिर्फ 4 का क्वालिफाई होता है ओलंपिक्स में और उसमें से 1 मेडल लेके आता है। तो मैं कोई एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी नहीं था सर। तो आई थिंक आई चोजन बाय गॉड, आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट आई थिंक। ऑफ कोर्स हार्ड वर्क इज देयर, लाइक नाउ तो लाइक पीपल कैन से दैट कि आई विजुअलाइज दैट थिंग, आई विल डू दैट थिंग, देयर इज लॉ ऑफ अट्रैक्शन, बड़े बड़े वर्ड हैं सर। बट आई थिंक you are chosen by God, I think that's why, because you are lucky, just okay, you got the medal, that's it. You just do your karma, do your hard work, that's it. Rest, leave it on God or whatever you believe, just do that thing. Yeah.
And Sreejesh, did you really believe we could win a medal? Because after so many years, from 1960, 80 onwards, we were only struggling. We would say 84 was our best team, in fact, if you talk to them. But we didn't win a medal. So did you really back yourself and this team to win at Tokyo, COVID, training together? Did it help, that 1 year of extra training?
Yes, sir. I mean, when you take Indian hockey history, we dominated this game. That's why we all believed that hockey is our national game. But over the period when the AstroTurf introduced into the international field, that was the time the Indian hockey's downfall started. And we struggled a lot initially. But somewhere we lost the game because Indian hockey used to be like more individual, artistical way, skillful, attractive hockey. But when the AstroTurf comes, it's become more physicality, you need strength, technical things. So that's where we lagged it. But after that, after 80s, I think we struggled a lot to get into that strong level and getting back into getting more foreign exposure, foreign coaches. Even Harinder sir is sitting here. He's one of the, Dronacharya in India. So these people introduced us into the latest hockey. That was the main reason why we are staying in the top right now. And COVID thing, I mean, that was a blessing. Seriously, I should say that because there are certain things which helped us during this COVID. One, we got training. We were stuck in Bangalore. I mean, that time we felt it like really bad, but 6 months, we are all stuck there. We training. Rest of the country, rest of the world, were stuck with their home or families or in apartment or somewhere, but we were training that time. Second thing, I always say this, it's a positive side that there were no fans on the stands. So normally what happened when you're playing Olympic games, not normal tournaments, when you're playing Olympic games comes with a pressure. And everything surrounding that add more pressure to you. One of them is crowd, the stands. When people cheering you may forget. When they start to abuse you, you take more pressure. So there were no empty stands. Okay, the players started to focus on them more. Okay, people used to go through internet, social media. But those all things helped us to focus on our performance. And sometimes, I said luck, but your belief. Prior to Tokyo, we been to Germany and we played a couple of test matches against them and we beat them there. So that was the turning point for us when we faced them for we faced Germany in the bronze medal matches. That thing helped us to believe in ourselves. We feel like, "Arey yaar, 2 mahine pehle te log ko hara ke aaya hu. Now we can." So I think in India, what we are lacking is belief, the dream. आप जब विश्वास करोगे अरे यार I can win an Olympics medal, that's it. This time you see the difference between a Tokyo team and this Paris team was like the 11 members, those who already achieved that medal, that tasted that medal, they were there not to participate in Olympics. They were there to win a medal. They were there to change the color of that medal. So that attitude changed. So you can evaluate the two tournaments. This time we showcase that confidence throughout the tournament. So, yeah.
Right. And Sharad, what does it take to become a champion? The same what I asked Vijender.
Sir, there is no specific definition to become a champion. Everybody has different ways to reach there, and everybody will have a different story also to say. In my case, it was like I tried to put in my best efforts. जहाँ जहाँ मुझे अच्छा लगा. देखिए, पैरालंपिक एक बहुत नया सा चीज है, नया इवेंट आया है. अचानक इंडिया में ये एक बहुत बड़ा बूस्टअप मिला है क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट इसको बूस्टअप दिया है. सो इट केम टू अस दैट वे. बट जब पहले हम लोग एथलीट से जब हम लोग जाते थे तो लोग फिजिकली चैलेंज पर्सन को बोलते थे कि हाउ कैन यू मैनेज टू डू दिस, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन विथ यू. बट आई थिंक दैट was the catalyst which actually encouraged me. Even from home I was getting this, even from friends, with everybody they were trying to. And see, I'm from Bihar, so particularly एक चीज होता था कि IAS बनो बेटा, आपको UPSC क्रैक करना है, उसके लिए जाओ. But I was more of a person जो घर से ज्यादा भाग के जाता था, किसी और के घर में मिलता था, मैं कहीं और. तो एक नेचुरल सा चीज था. तो आई थिंक वो मुझे स्पोर्ट्स की तरह, it took me towards sports. So I went there. And see, for me, I really got a lot of support. I trained for 2 years in USA at IMG Academy, which is tremendously expensive. The government directly funded that. I was in Ukraine for 5 years. The government directly funded that. I was right now in Philippines for 2 years. It was all funded by them. So people had faith कि एक talented athlete है, ये जिस चीज में घुसता है उसको कर देता है. जैसे आप लोगों ने काफी पहला जो सेशंस थे उसमें किसी ने बोला कि बिहार के लोग हैं कि अगर कुछ ठान लेते हैं तो कर ही देते हैं. इट्स ट्रू, एक्चुअली मेरे साथ भी ये हुआ कि अब करना है. और हाई जंप देखिए, पता है क्या, किसी का पैर खराब होता है, यू आस्क देम टू थ्रो अ बॉल, इट इज पॉसिबल. बट समबडी विद अ लेग प्रॉब्लम, डिफॉर्मिटी, you see him do a high jump, it is another level of kick you get. And I wanted everybody to enjoy that. My coach in Ukraine वो बोलता था कि Sharad, everybody is an athlete, you are an artist. Let all of them feel what is a high jump. So वो चीज मैंने दिमाग में रखते हुए, and that made me come, put in all my efforts to please others' eyes. I went on coming there. So yeah, I would say before it would be tough for an athlete to win a medal for the country, but now with the things coming, support system, it's become immense. I think now it is only the grit, as you say, from the athlete to win the medal now.
विजेंदर, जब वो फाइनल था उसमें आप फाइनल मतलब जो ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आपका मैच बना, मतलब आपके दिमाग में क्या था? ऑब्वियसली निकालना है, लेकिन सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि उस वक्त आपको लगा कि आप अकेले हो रिंग में, क्राउड सपोर्ट मैटर करता है, जैसे श्रीजेश ने बोला हॉकी में करता है बहुत, पर बॉक्सिंग में कितना मैटर करता है आपका? हाउ डू यू कॉन्सेंट्रेट?
सर, इट्स डिपेंड कि आपका खेलने का स्टाइल कैसा है. ऑफ कोर्स इट विल हेल्प यू समहाउ, लेकिन व्हेन यू एंटर द रिंग ना सर, ऑल फियर, ऑल प्रेशर इज गॉन. नाउ जस्ट मी एंड यू, दैट्स इट. आई वांट टू फाइट, दैट्स इट. सो दैट्स ऑल गॉन. एंड जब मेरे दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था सर, बहुत फनी है, बट मैं डीएसपी बन जाऊंगा. डीएसपी बन गया था तब मेरा प्रमोशन रुका हुआ था, तो प्रमोशन हो गया था मेरा. उसके बाद ये दिमाग, यार मैं ओलंपिक मेडल ले गया तो मैं डीएसपी जरूर बन जाऊंगा फिर. ये दिमाग में चल रहा था. लेकिन सर बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती, सब लोग प्रेशर बहुत होता है. आई नो दैट कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ द चैलेंजेस दे फेस, और हमने भी सब चीज़ें की. और लेकिन फाइनली जब चीज़ें हो जाती हैं सर, देन इट्स ओवर. एक काम ख़त्म, व्हाट नेक्स्ट, अब बताओ अभी. तो भी इट्स ऑल टाइम सर, चलता है, यू नो, दैट्स इट.
आप मार रहे हो, मार खा रहे हो, आपका कोच आपको आके कुछ बता रहा है, आप हाँफ रहे हो, तो कैसे, कितना ध्यान में आता है उस वक्त?
मजा आता है
टीवी पे ही
सर,
देखते हैं.
बहुत मजा आता है. यू शुड ट्राई सर, बहुत मजा आता है बॉक्सिंग में, सच में है. आई एम सेइंग दैट. अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग करते हैं हमारे. जब मैं यूके में जाता हूँ सर, वो 70 साल के लगे हुए हैं, दे स्टार्ट डूइंग बॉक्सिंग. तो सर बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग गेम है, आप भी कीजिए सर, ट्राई कीजिए, बहुत मजा आएगा.
तो एक सेशन करता हूँ बाद में आपके साथ.
जी बिल्कुल,
पहले ये कर लूँ पूरा. Sreejesh, is goalkeeper a lonely man guarding the post? Obviously, nobody can come and stand and use whatever gear you use. But is it a lonely world for a goalkeeper? He's watching the game, and sometimes do you feel I could have scored that goal? Or do you go and tell them क्या छोड़ा है यार ये गोल?
So it's
निकालता है ये.
So it's a give and take policy, sir. आप चिकन करी में चिकन ही खाते हैं ना, बट नमक कम हो गया तो आपको पता चलता है. The same way. So everyone can't do anything. I mean everything. So forwards need to score and I need to stop. And again, when I concede, they cover me. They're scoring more goals. When they don't score, I save more goals. Then definitely we are winning. So most of the time, it's a give and take policy. And when it comes to hockey, goalkeepers are playing a different role on the field of hockey, because I don't know how to dribble a ball. Literally, I mean, I can dribble, but I don't know the perfect way. I don't know how to run with the ball. I don't have the coordination. So I'm playing a different game on the field as a hockey player. And when it comes to the hockey, I mean, goalkeeping, it's about more mind game. How you are concentrating yourself, how you are keeping yourself positive. Because after conceding a goal or after making a save, you get enough time to think. So that's time, if you are controlling yourself, then it's quite easy for you to perform well. But that time, if you are started to analyze yourself, post-mortem yourself, then you are going to concede a goal for sure. So probably on the hockey field, goalkeepers are like lonely. That's why we used to yell a lot. I used to tell my youngsters, the junior goalkeepers, said, you guys are a coach on the field, so you need to stay behind. You're watching the entire game. So just like us, we are sitting here, we can see everyone. The same way the goalkeeper does. So you communicate, you involve with the game, so that you stay with the game. Automatically you perform or save the balls when it real time required. So yeah, you need some patience and you need some mind control to play goalkeeper role.
I just want to, I'm very keen to know the conversation between you and a forward. He has missed a sitter, and you have also allowed a sitter. So what do you tell each other when you meet next?
See, on the field तो गाली भी देता होगा, that's for sure. ऐसे नहीं कि प्यार से लगता नहीं है, but जब on the field जब आप लोग गाली भी देते हो ना, उसको गाली नहीं बोलते, उसको बोलते हैं motivation. जब वो off the field होता है तभी तो गाली होता है. On the field, seriously, it's a way of pushing each other. और even when I play with my team members, मेरा आवाज से पता चलता है कि मैं गुस्सा में हूँ या मैं मोटिवेट कर रहा हूँ. अभी बोलेगा मनदीप पहले अच्छा खेलो, मतलब तो उसको पता है कि हाँ यार कुछ चल रहा है. अबे मनदीप, उसको पता चलेगा. फिर MCBCB आके मनदीप, तब उसको पता चल गया हाँ यार मैंने बहुत बड़ा चीज कर दिया. तो it's a really important day. But off the field, when we done with the match, we come back with the coaches, we analyze the match, then there we talk, okay, in this situation you could have done like this. Or when we with the defenders, we always says that, okay, Macha, when I cover the first angle, you need to come and cover the second angle. So this is a work. That's what I said. It's a give and take policy in hockey.
Yeah. Sharad, he's team game. Obviously, again, individual brilliance. He's on his own. So for you, you set a target. You have to scale this height, and so where does the motivation come from? Is there anyone around you, or you have a process where you talk to yourself and try and do your best?
So the beautiful thing about high jump is the bar is your judge. You might do a long jump, you might do a running. You have a timer where you can see the time and somebody can manipulate the time, your distance, you cut. But high jump, you cross the bar, it stays, means you cross. And that part is the thing. The fight to that is that, there's nobody between me and the bar. I have to prove myself to the bar that I have crossed it. So that challenge it's a wonderful thing that I like to give to myself. तो वो challenge करने के लिए, और of course देखिए motivation हर जगह से मिल रहा है. हर चीज़ों में मैं and particularly एक चीज़ होता है जो पढ़े लिखे पढ़ रहे, हर जगह इंडिया में हर फील्ड में आप देख रहे हो ना, इतने सारे चीजें डेवलप हो रहे कंट्री में कि हर चीज में अब डेवलप अब रेस हो गया इस देश में कि कौन आगे जाएगा और कौन देश का नाम आगे करेगा. तो ये खुद बहुत बड़ा मोटिवेशन हो गया हम सब में. और ये सारे पैरा एथलीट्स में सबसे ज्यादा अब हो रहे हैं कि दे ऑल वांट टू गेट रिकग्निशन. पीपल वांट टू नो कि हाँ कौन है ये, क्या कर रहा है ये, एंड कैन वी कंट्रीब्यूट. अब इतने सारे चीजों मिलने के बाद अब ये है कि इतना सीख लूं, मोटिवेट अपने आप को इतना कर लूं, इतना कि मैं बाद में जैसे श्रीजेश अब कोच है, अब ये दैट इज व्हाट इवन आई वांट टू डू. लाइक व्हेन यू एक्सेल, लर्न सो मच इन योर फील्ड, you want to pass it down to the other people. And that is one motivation. There's one poet I heard, he said, it is better he said somewhere that, he was not so good in studies. He said that it is better for him to be a poet rather than to be an engineer, because there he could be deficit in some knowledge and he might not be able to do great invention. But what knowledge he has, he can pass it on thoroughly. And that's what the motivation now I've been driven by.
विजेंदर, बॉक्सिंग आपके 2008 के बाद कितना बदल गया? बिकॉज बदला आपने ही है. आपका एक छोटा सा ये था कि मैं डीएसपी बन जाऊं. आज क्या लोग उससे आगे चले गए हैं, यंग बॉक्सर्स?
अभी उसके बाद सर हमारे पास मैरी कॉम का ब्रोंज मेडल आया है और लवलीना का ब्रोंज मेडल आया है. एक ब्रोंज मेडल, 3 लड़कियों का हमारे पास मेडल आए हैं सर ओलंपिक में, लेकिन लड़कों का अभी तक नहीं आ पाया है. लेकिन कोशिश जारी है. और मैं हमेशा एक बात कहता हूँ, मुझसे अच्छे बॉक्सर पहले भी थे, अब भी हैं और आगे भी रहेंगे. तो ये सिर्फ थोड़ा सा उस दिन आप अच्छा खेले तो हो जाती है सब चीज़ें. और अच्छा तैयारियां चल रही हैं. अभी हमारी जो नेशनल चैम्पियनशिप थी उसमें भी हम लोग गए थे फाइनल में और काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है. आई होप कि आने वाले टाइम पे हम लेके आ जाएंगे मेडल.
तो आपने क्यों नहीं सोचा कि आप थोड़ा जाके ढूंढें और एक तैयार करें?
मेरे को बुलाता नहीं ना कोई सर.
बुलाता नहीं?
नहीं, कोई नहीं बुलाता.
So today we'll make an appeal.
Yeah.
There are people here who can.
Yeah, I went there,
definitely
sir,
like
at the
to
national.
invite you. He's there. He's saying yes.
प्लीज. हाँ. अभी लास्ट इवेंट मेरा कोई 4-5 साल पहले हुआ था पटना में, एक जिलेट का इवेंट था, उसमें आया था मैं. उसके बाद आज बुलाया आप लोग ने.
हाँ विजेंद्र भाई, आपने बोला कि कोई नहीं बुलाता है आपको, बिहार बुला रहा है आपको, आप आ जाइए.
ठीक है सर, आई वेलकम. रविंद्र सर ने बहुत अच्छा किया है. अभी जब मैं जैसे ही मैं एंटर किया सर, सॉरी मैं इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूँ, तो उन्होंने जो स्पोर्ट्स बजट था उनको बहुत 700 तक लेके गए हैं. तो एक बहुत बड़ी पहल है, स्पेशली जो बिहार के स्टेट में इतना बड़ा बजट दिया है, तो बहुत अच्छी पहल है. तो मैं बहुत इम्प्रेस हुआ सर, एंड बड़ा मजा आएगा अगर आपके साथ काम करने को मिलेगा. तो
मुझे भी
बात पर रहेगा, रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है हाँ ना.
I'm done. अभी सारंगी सर से पूछ लीजिए मैं कैसे आया हूँ सर. उन्होंने कहा जिसके यार विजू अपना एक इवेंट हैपन करेगा, मैं लेट्स डू दैट. मैं
मेरे को आप आकर के मेरा बिहार का बच्चे को आप ट्रेन करेंगे, मेंटरशिप करेंगे और ओलंपियन तैयार करेंगे.
मेरे को सिटीजनशिप चाहिए सर, दे दीजिएगा प्लीज.
सिटीजनशिप यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम टू बिहार.
ठीक है सर,
है ना.
ठीक है,
डन.
मैन टू मैन.
यू आर इन द पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट राइट?
हाँ सर,
मैं भी पुलिस ऑफिसर हूँ. तो हम लोग
नहीं, मैंने पुलिस छोड़ दिया सर, करके छोड़ दिया मैंने.
तो बहुत अच्छा किया. तो लेट अस टॉक सेपरेटली ऑन द साइडलाइंस, विल फिक्स इट अप.
और श्योर सर.
थैंक यू.
विजेंद्र, मेरे को भी थोड़ा क्रेडिट दो, मैंने सवाल पूछ लिया ये, है ना
सर. आपको मैं बॉक्सिंग पक्का सिखाऊंगा.
Okay, Sreejesh, now you are stepping into a role of a coach. So what do you have in mind and how do you look at it? What are your plans if you wish to share? Otherwise, so.
No. It's मेरा plan नहीं है, पूरे देश का plan है. So see, when you say chasing an Olympic medal, एक बच्चे को आप बोलेगा जैसे उसेन बोल्ट जैसे भागो, भाग पाएगा? नहीं, उसको भागने में टाइम लगता है, राइट. बट बच्चे को बोलो तू 100 मीटर भागो, तेरे को मैं चॉकलेट खिलाता हूँ, फिर भागता है. जब 2 बार उसको चॉकलेट दिया, तीसरा बार बोलो तेरा टाइमिंग कम करो तभी तेरे को चॉकलेट मिलेगा, तो हार्ड वर्क करेगा. और उसके बाद बच्चे को थोड़ा और लेके जाओ, उसको जब 100 मीटर भगाओ, उसको एक ट्रॉफी दे दो. तो उसको ले, अरे 100 मीटर भगाने से पहले चॉकलेट मिलता था, अभी ट्रॉफी मिला. उसके साथ साथ बोलना यार थोड़ा टाइम और कम करना है. फिर उसको लालच देना यार डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल जाना है, स्टेट लेवल जाना है, नेशनल जाना है. तब तक उसके मन में आ जाएगा कि अरे यार मेरे को ओलंपिक्स में भी जाना है. ताकि हम लोग बच्चे लोगों को सिर्फ पहले से नहीं डालना है, ताकि उसको अरे यार तेरे को ओलंपिक्स जीतना ही है. दैट्स अ ड्रीम. ओके, हमारा सबके अंदर एक ड्रीम है कि ओलंपिक्स मेडल जीतना है. सो आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट आई एम डूइंग. जब मेरे पास अंडर 21 का टीम है, सो मैं वो लोग को समझा दे कि यार हमारा फर्स्ट टारगेट है जूनियर वर्ल्ड कप. बट तुम लोग एक बार उसको छोड़ के देखो, 2028 में ओलंपिक्स आ रहे हैं, 22 में ओलंपिक्स आ रहे हैं. दैट शुड बी अ ड्रीम. तो अभी से तुम लोगों को क्या सीखना है वो मैं सिखा रहा हूँ, बेबी स्टेप सिखा रहा हूँ, बेसिक सिखा रहा हूँ, ताकि तुम लोग को आगे जाके वो गेम को अच्छा खेल सकते हैं और परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा रहे, ताकि लंबा खेले लोग. तो ऑटोमेटिकली क्या होता है, आप बेस परफेक्ट रखते हो तो आप आगे जाके प्रेशर सिचुएशन में आप अच्छा खेल पाते हैं. तो दैट इज व्हाट आई एम डूइंग. मेंटरशिप, जैसे भाई ने बताया, जितना एक्सपीरियंस है आई एम शेयरिंग द एक्सपीरियंस टू देम. ताकि कैन यू एक्सप्लेन मी एक ओलंपिक सेमीफाइनल्स में आप ग्राउंड में खड़े होने के टाइम आपको मन में क्या चलता होगा?
कुछ नहीं. I mean, I'll be blank. I have to win the game for my country. And yours is very difficult. You are alone. Everybody has gone up.
Yes, exactly. That is what I'm sharing. बेटे, जब ओलंपिक्स फील्ड में खड़े होने के टाइम कांपता होगा घुटना, प्यास लगता है, डर लगता है. हम लोग को इसके लिए प्रिपेयर होना है. सामने वाला बंदा 6 फुट का हो तो आपको उसको कैसे टैकल करना है, यही सिखाना है. मैंने नॉन पर्सन एक बंदा कभी कुछ किया नहीं, उसने के बोलने से 100% एफर्ट पड़ेगा जब मैं बोलने के टाइम या भाई लोग बोलने के टाइम. सो दैट इज व्हाट वी आर डूइंग. सो वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट.
Last round of questions. We'll end at 0-0-0 पे. So Vijender, I'll begin with you. Are we becoming a sporting country? अभी तो ओलंपिक्स के लिए बिड करेंगे?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are doing very fine these days. और जो स्पेशली यूथ का है सर, उनके अंदर भूख बढ़ गई है अभी. You know, they want to achieve something. They want to be famous. They want to be get a good job. They want to be, I want to do something for my country. तो अभी मैं जो मानता हूँ सर, बहुत भूख बढ़ गई है. और जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जो आई थिंक पूरा स्पोर्टिंग सिस्टम है, वो बहुत बेहतर हो गया. बहुत सारी स्कीम चल गई हैं. तो अभी पहले हम जैसों के लिए मनी बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी. लाइक पैसा नहीं मिलता. कोई खेल के आते साल में 1 या 2 टूर्नामेंट होता था. आजकल तो खेलो इंडिया स्किल्स और पता नहीं कितने सारे टूर्नामेंट होते हैं सर, उनका पता नहीं लगता. और इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी, नेशनल गेम्स, नेशनल्स, सो ये सब चीज़ें आई थिंक बहुत बड़ी हैं पहले से. और मैं मानता हूँ कि जो फ्यूचर है, जो बिड करे ओलंपिक्स के लिए, तो वो 100% हमें इंडिया को मिलेगी फॉर श्योर.
शरद?
So of course the country is doing very well, and particularly अभी कहते हैं ना लोहा गर्म है, ये अभी वो माहौल है पूरे देश में. Right now everybody, particularly all age, be it even kids, even much like the old people, even marathon, everything is coming so hyped up. Like you can't imagine. Recently I read a stat where it said like most of the people now are not going to the gym, but rather now planning to run a marathon. So these are things that is showing what direction we are going. Only I would want to just restrict us in one place. Let's make sports a habit. Please let's not just go thinking that the task is to do a diplomacy and win China or America for more medals. We should try to target each and every individual that sports is basic to a good life. And that is one thing we are trying to take the pressure off the normal people by saying हमने बहुत ज़्यादा struggle किया है, बहुत मेहनत किया है मेडल जीतने में, लेकिन हमारा मेन उद्देश्य ये है कि आप लोग स्पोर्ट्स अपने लाइफ में थोड़ा सा कल्केट कर लीजिए, इसके कारण हमारा मकसद काम हो जाएगा.
And Sreejesh, no medal for 21 years. Why were we so obsessed with hockey? I mean, is it truly a very emotional connect for the people, one? And where do we stand today when I ask you this question? Are we a sporting country? Or are we becoming a sporting country?
So, as I mentioned, we got a rich history in hockey, 8 Olympics gold medal. And that's why it's an emotion. That's why PM sir also said, he mentioned that in his speech, said, बाकी मेडल अच्छा लगता है, but जब हॉकी जीतता है तो अपना लगता है. तो that is something which is special. That's emotion. भाई लोग सबको देख लो. It's everyone love to watch it. I mean, so that's a beautiful way of saying it. And that's why every time whenever we go for any Olympic games, any tournament, people always believe, they expect that, okay, we are going to win a medal. And second, your question about sporting nations. Yes, we are a sporting nation, but in selected sports. आप हम लोग ओलंपिक्स जाने के टाइम आप कितना मेडल का सोच के जाते हो बताओ? See, that's an issue. So when we are bidding for 2036 Olympics, we need to think about a lot of things. How many events? Swimming में कितना participation होता है? I mean, gymnastics में कितना participation होता है? That is where the medals are, right? Even athletics में कितना medal आता है? So 36 तक, I mean, definitely नीरज चोपड़ा तो नहीं रहेगा वहाँ पे जब हम लोग बोलते हैं यार जाके भाई ने मेडल जीत के आएगा. So that is what we need to change. We need to focus. We need to introduce kids into different sports, develop, find out talents, then train them. That is really important. But the भाई ने जैसे बोला तवा तो गर्म है, अभी टाइम है इसको सेल करने के लिए. And we just need to sell this opportunity to the kids because 2036 मतलब अभी से लेके जाएगा तो 11 साल है. अभी 11 साल जो ओलंपिक्स खेलने वाला बच्चा 18 साल का होगा, अभी 16 साल का होगा, अभी से ट्रेनिंग देना पड़ेगा हम लोग को.
Today people talk of cricket being very popular and cricket writers traveling a lot all over the world with the team. But when I was growing up, you had to be a hockey writer because only hockey writer would go to Asian Games and Olympics. जहाँ पे we were sure of winning medals. So things have changed. India has undergone a big change in as far as sports is concerned. But just one before we go, what would you, Vijender, what do you want the youth of today to do, and what do you want the government to do in sports?
In sports, sir, I think more competition, more boxing, they need tournaments, they need championships. So I think especially for youth, because they have to be, give their 100% to that any competition, whether it's a national game, national championship, Khelo India or something else. They need more competition, sir. And that's what I think. And especially Indian youth, they have big dreams, sir, but they need more hard work. That's it. Yeah, that's what I think, and that's I will do. And एक श्रीजेश से मेरा सवाल है, एक सर may I? तो like जब आप हॉकी में आपको पता है कि like you got that bronze medal now, तो and you are going for like finals, तो आपके जहन में क्या चल रहा था like?
देख भाई डर तो लगता है,
डर लगता है, that's fine sir, वो लगता है, मुझे भी लगता है, but अंदर से क्या फीलिंग लाइक ओके यू आर लाइक यू नो दैट कि लाइक सब प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं, यू आर विन द मैच, दैट्स फाइन, इट्स ऑलराइट, अगर कल दोबारा फिर, लेकिन उससे पहले यू गेटिंग ब्रॉन्ज मेडल राइट, तो उसमें क्या फीलिंग थी लाइक हाउ इज इट?
ब्रॉन्ज मेडल में हाँ, ब्रॉन्ज मेडल में फीलिंग्स so I'll tell you two different stories. 2021 that bronze medal tasted better than gold medal, क्योंकि एक बहुत लंबा सब वेटिंग था, उसके बाद आपको मेडल मिला है, तो दैट्स डेफिनेटली एक स्पेशल ओकेशन था, क्योंकि आप भी हिस्ट्री का हिस्सा बन रहे हो, एंड यू जस्ट ब्रॉट बैक दैट ग्लोरी डेज बैक इनटू दिस हॉकी कंट्री. बट 2024 में जब हम लोग ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीता, बिट डिसअपॉइंटेड था. वहां पे लगा कि नहीं यार, हम ये नहीं, इससे अच्छा वाला चीज, वी डिजर्व बेटर देन दिस. यस, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं दैट्स व्हाट आई सेड, द माइंडसेट ऑफ द प्लेयर्स चेंज्ड. 2021 में अरे यार एक मेडल मिलना ही बहुत बड़ा बात था, बट 2024 वी फील लाइक ओके वी डिजर्व टू बी प्ले इन द फाइनल्स, आइदर गोल्ड और सिल्वर इज फाइन, बट यू डिजर्व अ बेटर मेडल देन प्रीवियस टाइम. बट अब सबको पता है हम तीनों मेडल लिया ओलंपिक्स में, देन दैट्स द प्राउडेस्ट मोमेंट फॉर एन इंडिया टू स्टैंड देयर, रिसीव दैट मेडल फॉर आवर कंट्री, दैट्स द प्राउडेस्ट मोमेंट.
मैं एक अनुरोध है, मैं इस मौका खोना नहीं चाहता हूं. सभी बिहार खिलाड़ियों के सामने मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, हमारा राजगीर स्पोर्ट्स एकेडमी है, स्टेट स्पोर्ट्स एकेडमी राजगीर, इंडिविजुअल इवेंट का बॉक्सिंग का इंडिविजुअल इवेंट है, टीम इवेंट हॉकी, पैरा ओलंपियन शरद. क्या आप तीनों हमें प्रॉमिस करेंगे सारा तमाम बिहार खिलाड़ियों के सामने हमारा राजगीर स्पोर्ट्स एकेडमी का तीनों एडवाइजर्स बनेंगे?
Always sir, always.
Thank you.
सर मैं एक्चुअली परसों ही राजगीर, आपसे जब बात किया, मैं एक्चुअली परसों ही राजगीर स्पोर्ट्स सेंटर देखा, बहुत फैंटास्टिक बना हुआ है सर. आई वुड लव टू बी पार्ट ऑफ दैट.
Yeah. Sreejesh, you had to just tell us about this thing. What do you want the youth to do today? The youth of today, how can he pursue a career in sports? Do you advise them to follow a career in sports?
सर स्पोर्ट्स सिर्फ मेडल जीतना नहीं है, स्पोर्ट्स के पीछे बहुत कुछ चीज है. आई मीन वी नीड टू एजुकेट देम. सी स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन के पीछे क्या है? कोचेस है, ट्रेनर्स है, मैशर्स है, फिजियोथेरापिस्ट है, डॉक्टर्स है, डाइटिशियंस है, साइकोलॉजिस्ट है. देयर इज अ वे. सो एक पर्सन स्पोर्ट्स शुरू करो, उसको बताओ तुम अच्छा खेलो, नहीं खेला तो व्हाट इज नेक्स्ट? क्योंकि हम लोग स्कूल नहीं जाता है, पढ़ाई छोड़ देता है, एग्जाम मिस कर देता है, पढ़ाई में थोड़ा पीछे चले जाता है, तो बच्चा लोग लगता है हमारा कैरियर खराब है. सो एजुकेट देम, व्हाट इज नेक्स्ट, यू ट्राई योर बेस्ट. इफ यू आर नॉट अचीविंग इट, टेक अप समथिंग एल्स. देयर आर लॉट ऑफ वेज यू कैन एसोसिएट विद स्पोर्ट्स.
Yeah, I'm glad you have said that. Education is very, very important. Sharad, would you like to add?
So I think the issues that most of the athletes of our country is facing is they're going for sports individually. तो क्या होता है कि जब स्पोर्ट्स में फेल हो जाते हैं वो, तो उनको कोई लाइफ बाकी स्पोर्ट्स के अलावा नहीं दिखता है. तो मेरे हिसाब से मैं ये कहूँगा कि आप एजुकेशन को उतना ही महत्व दीजिए. देखिए हम इंडिया में कुछ एथलीट्स हैं जो कम पढ़े हैं लेकिन बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दिए हैं, लेकिन आप ये मत भूलिएगा कि अमेरिका, चाइना, यूरोप में 99% एथलीट्स हैं जो अपने एजुकेशन को स्पोर्ट्स के साथ मिला करके ही अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस दे पाए हैं. तो मैं यही कहूंगा कि प्लीज बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ाई भी कीजिए और स्पोर्ट्स को एंजॉय कीजिए, तब मजा आएगा आपको भी, कोचेस को भी, कंट्री को भी, सबको.
So champion log will take a couple of questions.
See, it's a very unique opportunity to get the three stars together. I just only want to supplement the question which Mr. Lokpalli has asked. See, one of the main challenge we are facing is the youth is not taking up sports. We have the largest youth population, and Sharad has made it that they need to take sports as a way of life. So that is the main challenge. We have got more sports training centers like Bihar State. Many other states are doing. So what would we like to campaign to motivate the youth to take up sports? Like, I would like to just take your example, like below the age of 30, you got all national honors, maybe Patna awards, Khel Ratna, and name, fame, everything, national heroes, and you have got pride to the country. So this need to be percolated down, and it's a lucrative profession by way of returns too. So it required concerted efforts from you, people like you, to motivate the youngsters to take up sports. Maybe many of these people who are sitting here, the sports person might be having, or the schools and colleges, the body built like Sreejesh, Sharad, or so how can you do it? Would you like to go out of the way? It needs something more than the extra, an additional part, additional export from your side.
Thank you. We are running out of time. Will you answer?
So we athletes are always there to promote this game. We are the ambassador. So whenever we get an opportunity, we try to interact with kids, and we motivate them. We force them to get into sports for sure. But it has to come from the parents side also. We need to educate them, because parents are the one that are sending the kids to sports. Third thing, I always believe that compulsory sports for kids. जैसे हम लोग मैथ्स जिसको अच्छा नहीं लगता है उसको मैथ्स पढ़ना पड़ता है, राइट, एग्जाम पास होने के लिए. यू मेक इट स्पोर्ट्स लाइक दैट. आपको 5 इवेंट में पार्टिसिपेट करो, पास होगा, तभी आपको 10th का सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा. देन द पेरेंट्स विल सेंड देयर किड्स टू स्पोर्ट्स. सो समवेयर यू नीड टू एक्टिवेट दैट काइंड ऑफ मोडुला सो दैट parents force the kids to do some sort of sports activity.
Thank you, champions. Thank you for showing a new road, new pathway, and new process to Indian sports. In all your difficult situations, you have brought medals. So thank you very much on behalf of Sportstar. And
sir, आप तीन
छोटा रखिए.
छोटा ही वेल डिसिप्लिन कोच हैं, और मैं खासकर विजेंद्र भाई को मैं पर्सनली भी जानता हूं. मैं रूम पार्टनर, मतलब कि एक साथ में काफ़ी कैद में रहा. इनका डिसिप्लिन काफ़ी अच्छा रहा प्लेइंग लाइफ में भी, आज भी. तो मैं आजकल न्यू जनरेशन में एक प्लेयर में एक छोटा सा प्रॉब्लम मैं देख रहा हूँ एज ए एथलीट, एज ए कोच, कि जब बच्चे का खिलाड़ी जब परफॉर्मेंस के रूप में आते हैं, जब वो अच्छा बेटर परफॉर्मेंस देने का टाइम आता है या दे रहा हो, उसके बाद उसके डिसिप्लिन में थोड़ा फर्क आ जा रहा है. मीन्स उसके बॉडी लैंग्वेज में या कुछ ऐसा हरकत में, कुछ ऐसे प्लेयर्स में या बॉक्सर्स में न्यू जनरेशन में देख रहा हूं, जबकि पहले ऐसा नहीं हुआ करता था. ऐसा क्या कारण है, या उसे मैं कैसे फेस करूं, ताकि उस बॉक्सर का करियर, चूंकि डिसिप्लिन जब तक नहीं आएगा कोई भी प्लेयर आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा, चाहे जो भी है, या कोई एसोसिएशन है उनको सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा, उसका अगर डिसिप्लिन खराब आ जाएगा. तो एक ही मोटो है कि न्यू जनरेशन के जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो डिसिप्लिन उसका थोड़ा कुछ खराब हो रहा है.
थैंक यू.
मैं सोच रहा था, मैं ओल्ड स्कूल है सर. मैं तो हमें रोप से बहुत पिटाई मिलती थी, तो रोप लेके आइए और उसको लेके सुबह से लेके शाम तक शुरू कीजिए. डोंट होल्ड योर लिमिट्स. नो सर, मैंने बहुत मार खाई है सच में, और दैट्स व्हाई दैट डिसिप्लिन मेक मी विजेंदर सिंह. बहुत मार पड़ी है, तो अभी छोड़ने का नहीं है सर. दोबारा से मिल गया तो कोई भी उसको भी सेम रूटीन.
शरद, कोई आंसर.
देखिए, आप बहुत सारे एथलीट्स का एग्जाम्पल दे सकते हैं जो सर्टेन अचीवमेंट के बाद वो डिसिप्लिन चेंज हो जाता है. आप उनको बताना, कुछ ऐसे एथलीट्स हैं बड़े जो डिसिप्लिनरी के कारण उनका लाइफ बहुत शॉर्ट पीरियड रहता है. आपको लंबा जाना है, लंबा घोड़ा बनना है, तो प्लीज स्टिक टू योर डिसिप्लिन एंड लाइन.
Thank you very much.
आप कह पाओगे उन्हें.
What an incredible session to bring the curtains down on an illuminating day of conversations about sports in Bihar. I request Mr. Vijay Lokapalli to honor our esteemed guests with a token of our appreciation.
That's a very nice one. Yes. Thank you. Oh, very nice. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's my privilege to be on the same stage with three part of boxing heavyweight. He's after me. He's after me. Chair change kar abhi boxing ka time. This the ring now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good questions. Thank you very much.
और योजनाओं का बिहार राज्य खेल प्राधिकरण को पूर्ण स्वायत्तता देने के बाद एक अलग खेल विभाग की स्थापना की गई, जहां एक ओर पिछले वर्ष 71 उत्कृष्ट खिलाड़ियों को मेडल लाओ नौकरी पाओ योजना के अंतर्गत सीधे सरकारी नौकरी में नियुक्ति की गई, वहीं खिलाड़ियों को 3 से 20 लाख तक वार्षिक खेल छात्रवृत्ति देकर तथा 1200 से ज्यादा खिलाड़ियों को 16 करोड़ की खेल सम्मान राशि वितरित की गई। विश्व की सबसे बड़ी खेल प्रतिभा खोज प्रतियोगिता मशाल कार्यक्रम का उद्घाटन कर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने राज्य के करीब 38,000 सरकारी स्कूलों के 60 लाख बच्चों में से प्रतिभा का चयन कर अपना भविष्य संवारने और सुरक्षित करने का सुनहरा अवसर प्रदान किया गया है। गांव-गांव तक खेल के विकास के लिए हर पंचायत में खेल क्लब तैयार किया जा रहा है। राजगीर में अत्याधुनिक खेल अकादमी और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खेल विश्वविद्यालय का निर्माण बिहार में खेल आंदोलन को नई ऊर्जा देने में कामयाब रहा है। लहरों को किनारों की दरकार कहाँ, बुलंद हौसलों के बीच कोई दीवार कहाँ। पिछले वर्ष अपने उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन से बिहार का नाम रोशन करने वाले खिलाड़ियों में रेयान मोहम्मद, खुशी कुमारी, माही श्वेतराज, देवराज, रोहित राज, दिव्यांश कुमार, इमरान आलम तथा राष्ट्रपति के हाथों प्रधानमंत्री बाल पुरस्कार से सम्मानित होने वाली बिहार की बेटी गोल्डी कुमारी आदि प्रमुख हैं। जहां 5 खिलाड़ी एशियन गेम्स के लिए चुने गए, वहीं 2 खिलाड़ी ओलंपिक तक पहुंचे। राज्य के अंदर जहां एक और गैंग नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स, नेशनल स्कूल चेस चैंपियनशिप, बिहार महिला कबड्डी लीग, बिहार वॉलीबॉल लीग, फुटबॉल लीग, मल्ल युद्ध, बिहार ओपन ई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप आयोजित की गई। वहीं पिछले वर्ष अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर की बिहार विमेंस एशियन चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी का राजगीर में सफल आयोजन कर विश्व पटल पर बिहार अपनी आयोजन क्षमता को साबित कर चुका है। इसका सकारात्मक परिणाम है कि 2025 में बिहार कई राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं की मेजबानी कर रहा है, जिनमें नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स रोड साइकिलिंग, नेशनल स्कूल गेम्स तलवारबाजी, खेलो इंडिया यूथ गेम्स, महिला कबड्डी विश्व कप, सेपक टाकरा विश्व कप, अंडर 20 रग्बी सेवन्स एशियाई चैंपियनशिप, हीरो मेंस एशिया कप हॉकी आदि प्रमुख है। हमारा लक्ष्य देश के लिए ओलंपिक पदक जीतने का है। हौसला, हुनर और जुनून से तय करते रहे, मंजिल यूं ही साथ में, यकीनन ओलंपिक पदक भी चमकेगा एक दिन बिहार के हाथ में। जय हिंद, जय बिहार।
We move on to a very special segment, and we are honored to have the Honourable Chief Minister of Bihar, Shri Nitish Kumar, to be here with us. At every edition of the Sportstar Conclave, recognizing sporting talent, young and experienced, has been a key tradition of this exercise. This time too, we have important personalities we wish to honor at this Focus Bihar Sportstar Conclave, and I request you all to join me in celebrating their achievements and contributions to their respective sporting disciplines. First up, Dr. Deepa Malik, the first Indian woman to win a Paralympic medal. Vijender Singh, the first Indian boxer to bring home an Olympic medal. PR Sreejesh, India's hockey veteran and a 2-time Olympic medalist. Harendra Singh, an Asian Games medalist in hockey and the head coach of India women's hockey team. Shiva Keshavan, 6-time Winter Olympian and a trailblazer in winter sports in India. Last but not least, Bihar's very own Sharad Kumar, a 2-time Paralympic medalist. We also have two very special awards. First, the Unsung Champion Honor, and for this I invite our award winner Jaya Prakash Singh. I'd also like our Young Achiever Honor winner Mohammad Rayan to come up to the stage. I request Mr. Mohammad Rayan, the Young Achiever Honor Award winner. I now invite Mr. Vidhu Shankar, AVP Sales, Karnataka and East, the Hindu Group, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. As we wrap up this remarkable edition of the Sportstar Conclave Focus Bihar, I am privileged to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Hindu group. First, my heartfelt gratitude to our Honourable Chief Guest, Shri Nitish Kumar ji, Chief Minister of Bihar, for inspiring us with his vision for sports in the state. So your commitment to promoting sports is truly commendable. A special thanks to Shri Samrat Choudhary, Honourable Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, for his insightful inaugural address, which highlighted the importance of nurturing young athletes. I also extend my appreciation to our esteemed speakers, athletes, coaches, and thought leaders for sharing their expertise on topics like Paris Games, learning and empowering women in sports. A big thank you to our partners. Presenting partner, Khel Vibhag, Bihar State Sports Authority. Associate partner, Indian Oil and State Bank of India, Patna Mandal. Sports technology partner, Great Sports Tech. Knowledge partner, KPMG. To our audience, both in person and online, your enthusiasm and engagement have been the driving force behind this conclave. Finally, a huge shout out to our Sportstar events team for their dedication and meticulous planning. Let today's discussions inspire us to build a stronger sports ecosystem in Bihar and nurture future champions. Thank you all and have a great evening.